Good morning. Good morning, my friends, my dear guests. I'm very happy to see you here today. I want to make only some short introduction to this house. This is the so-called Bürgerhaus, citizen house for citizens. And we started up to save our cultural life in the city. And for this, we had to have a plan, a good plan. And we put everything together, every budget we have, and put it to this house. So we're very proud on getting this ready. And it's always my wish to tell guests in this house about this house. It's an old school, Knabenschule for boys, first founding in 1854. And developed as a school until 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And then it was this decision to make some public house, some place to meet and to discuss. And it is what you want to do today, we want to do today. So heartily welcome. And I wish a good day, good talks. And I'm very curious on your texts and pictures. Thank you.
Ja, von mir auch ein ganz herzliches Willkommen.
Also on my behalf, a very warm welcome. I am going to speak in German to get us all started with the interpretation. So I'd like to ask all our international guests to kindly put on their headsets, and the interpreters will take care of translation. My name is Andreas Wagner. I'm an historian by training. I have been part and parcel of this association that was founded in the 80s here in Barth in order to shed light on the history that took place here in Barth and in order to establish contact with survivors of the two camps, that is the satellite camp, the concentration camp, as well as the prisoners of war camp, which we know as Stalag 1. I'm delighted that so many international guests have come here and traveled from afar. It is my difficult task today to keep time, so since we already started a bit later, I'm sure I'm not going to make many new friends today because this is my main task and I'm going to have to cut you short. Hans-Jürgen Engelmann will be the one to speak to us for the introductory remarks. He is responsible on behalf of the association Political Memorial. So, I'd like to ask you here on stage now. Mr. Engelmann, you have the floor.
Liebe Gäste, ich begrüße euch recht herzlich
I would like
zu dieser
to most
Veranstaltung
warmly
heute.
welcome you
Im
all
Namen von Christiane Schuld,
to this
der
event.
Vorsitzenden des
This
Fördervereins
also goes on
Dokumentations-
behalf
und
of Christiane
Begegnungsstätte
Schuld,
Barth
who is the
e.V.
chairwoman of the
und
Barth
Dieter
Documentation
Bödecker,
and Meeting
den Sie
Center.
mindestens per Mail
And on
bei der
behalf of Dieter
Vorbereitung dieser
Bödecker,
Veranstaltung kennengelernt
this
haben,
name might sound familiar
begrüße ich Sie
to
also recht
you because
herzlich.
you should have received an email
Sie haben zum
in
Teil sehr
preparation with
weite Wege
this event.
zurückgelegt,
I would
hier
like
gemeinsam
to most
den
warmly
80.
welcome you
Jahrestag
here
der Befreiung
in
des
Barth.
KZ Barth
You have come here
und des Stalag
to
Luft 1
commemorate
mit uns
with
zu
us the
begehen.
80th anniversary of the
Vielen
liberation
Dank
of the
dafür.
Barth
Wir
concentration
danken auch
camp
allen,
and
die uns bei der
Stalag Luft
Vorbereitung
1.
auf vielfältige
Thank
Weise
you very much
unterstützt
for
haben.
coming indeed.
Der Name
We
des
would like to
Vereins
thank
wurde am
everyone
Tag
who
seiner Gründung
supported
gewählt, obwohl
us
es
in
weder eine
putting this event
Dokumentationsstätte
together.
noch eine Begegnungsstätte
The
gab.
name came
Er
about
beinhaltet
right from the
eigentlich ein Ziel,
beginning.
nämlich
Even
einen Ort
though
zu schaffen,
at the time
an
there
dem
was no
Dokumente und Berichte
center,
zu
there
den
is
großen
one
Lagern
objective
KZ
and
und
we
Stalag
wanted
Luft 1
to
gesammelt
have this in the
werden
name
und
from
ein
the
Ort,
very beginning.
an
This
dem
goes
diese
for Stalag
Berichte
Luft
und
1
Dokumente
and the
eingesehen
concentration
werden
camp. We wanted
und
to
sie
make
Zeitzeugen
a
und
place
Interessierte
available where
treffen können.
reports and documents can be
In den
looked at
90er Jahren
and
war der Historiker
eyewitnesses and
Dr.
interested
Andreas
parties can
Wagner,
meet. In the
wir haben
1990s,
ihn
historian Dr. Andreas Wagner, who just
im
welcomed
Auftrag des
us,
Vereins Politische Memoriale in ganz Mecklenburg und Vorpommern
traveled
unterwegs, um die
across
vorhandenen
Mecklenburg, Upper
Gedenkstätten
Pomerania on
aufzunehmen
behalf of the Political
und
Memorial
Initiativen zu
Association
unterstützen.
to record existing
In Barth
memorial sites
stieß
and
er auf
support
Helga Radow,
initiatives. In Barth,
die
he met Helga
1991 ihre
Radow,
Tätigkeit
who
als
had begun
Archivarin der
working
Stadt
as
Barth
the city
begonnen hatte.
archivist in
Ihr besonderes
1991.
Augenmerk erregt beim Studium der
At the
Akten
time, while
sofort die
studying the
Schicksale
files,
von
she was
Menschen im
immediately
Konzentrationslager
struck
in
by the
Barth
fates of
und im
people in
Kriegsgefangenenlager Stalag Luft
concentration
1.
camp in Barth and
Das
Stalag
wurde unterstützt
Luft
und
1.
verstärkt
The prisoner
durch
of
Begegnungen
war
mit
camp. This
Menschen,
impression was
die sich nach
further
dem
solidified
Verbleib
and maintained
ihre
by her
Angehörigen im Archiv
meeting
erkundigten.
people who
So
inquired
stellte sie
about the
viele
whereabouts of
Kontakte
her
zu ehemaligen
relatives in the
KZ-Häftlingen her,
archives. She
unter
established many
anderem aus
contacts with
Israel,
former
Frankreich
concentration
und den
camp prisoners,
Niederlanden, die sie auch
including
privat
some from
besuchte.
Israel, France and the Netherlands,
Dem Schicksal
whom she
jüdischer
also
Familien aus
visited on her
Barth
own
hatte
accord.
sie
She
ebenfalls
also devoted her
Aufmerksamkeit
attention to the fate
gewidmet
of Jewish
und so
families from
Überlebende in
Barth and
Australien,
was able to
Spanien und
locate
Deutschland auffinden können.
survivors in Australia, Spain and Germany. In
1995
1995,
organisierte sie mit der
she
Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung eine
organized a
bewegende
conference
Konferenz zum
that
Thema
was
KZ
very
Barth,
moving and emotional
an der
on
auch
the
Überlebende
Barth
aus
concentration
Israel,
camp with the
Polen,
Friedrich Ebert
Deutschland,
Foundation,
der
which
Ukraine
was
und aus
attended
Russland
by
teilnahmen,
survivors by
die
Israel,
zum Teil
Poland,
erstmalig
Germany,
über ihre
Ukraine
Erlebnisse
and Russia.
berichteten.
It was the
Es
first
erschien
time
ihr
they
Buch
spoke
Nichts ist
about
vergessen
their
und niemand.
experience in public. After that, she
1997
published her book,
beteiligte sich der
Nothing is
Projektkurs
Forgotten and
Heimatgeschichte
No
des
More. In
Gymnasiums
1997, the
Barth
Local
am
History Project
Schülerwettbewerb
course
Überall
at
ist
the
Geschichte,
high school
gerade wo du stehst.
participated in a student competition with the title Histories Everywhere,
Und später ein
which was initiated
weltberühmter
by Professor
Filmproduzent initiiert hatte.
Trebitsch.
Die Schüler konnten mit
who
einem
had
Film über ihre
initiated
Ida Schoschkina, die als
this
17-Jährige im
course.
KZ inhaftiert war,
They
und Gedichten von
looked
Beata Schweder
at
einen zweiten
the
und einen
students
dritten
won
Platz
second and
belegen.
third place with the film about
Die
Iraida
Kontakte zum
Shoshkina, who
Schirmherrn
was
des
imprisoned in the
Wettbewerbs
Bath
konnten
concentration
weiter
camp.
gehalten werden, sodass
Handpumps by
Professor
Beata
Trebitsch
Schweder.
an
Contacts with
Konferenzen
the
unseres Vereins
patron
teilnahm
of the competition
und
were
mit Schülern des
maintained further and
Gymnasiums mehrfach
enabled Professor
zusammentraf.
Trebitsch to attend conferences
Das Leben
and meet with
verstehen kann man
students
nur
on several
rückwärts,
occasions.
aber leben
You can
muss man
only
es
understand
vorwärts.
life
Diesen
looking
Satz gab er
backwards,
den Jugendlichen
but
mit
you
auf
have
den
to
Weg.
live it forwards. He gave,
Diese
this was the
intensive
sentence
Arbeit
he
konnte nicht mehr durch die
said
berufliche
to
Tätigkeit der
the young
Archivarin
people.
abgedeckt werden.
One archivist
Ein
was no
Verein,
longer enough
der
to
sich auf
cover
dem
the
Gebiet
intensive
engagiert
work.
und auch
The
finanzielle Mittel
need for an
erwerben
association
kann,
with the
musste
respective
her.
commitment to
Nach
this
einem
topic and the ability
Gedenkseminar in Barth
to
und der
raise
Eröffnung einer
funds
Ausstellung zum
emerged. There
Schicksal
was a
jüdischer
memorial
Familien
seminar
am
in Barth
16.11.1998
and the opening of an exhibition
wurde
on the
deshalb
fate
der
of Jewish
Förderverein
families on November
Dokumentations- und
16,
Begegnungsstätte Barth e.V.
1998.
gegründet, deren langjährige
Took place
Vorsitzende
in
Helga
the
Radow war.
context for the
Zusammen
Friends
mit
of the
Vertretern von
Barth
Schulen,
Documentation
der
and
Kirche,
Meeting Center,
aus
Bosborn.
Ost und
Helga
West
Radow would
war
serve
der
as its
Verein
long-standing
bemüht, das vorhandene
chairwoman,
Wissen
together
aus
with
Akten und
representatives from
Berichten
schools, the church,
in die
and from
Öffentlichkeit zu bringen,
East and West.
in die
The
Öffentlichkeit zu
association
bringen. In
endeavored
der Nähe
to
des
take
Mahnmals
the existing
entstand der
knowledge from
Gedenk- und
files
Lernpfad,
and reports
wo
and
auf
make it
6
available
Seelen
to the
Auszüge aus
public.
Berichten und
Near
Fotos das
to
Geschehen an
the
diesem historischen
memorial,
Ort
the
belegen.
memorial place,
Im
a
Auftrag
learning
des
trail was
Fördervereins
established
verfasste
where
die Historikerin Dr.
excerpts of
Natalia
the
Jeske
reports
ein
and
Buch,
photos
viele wissenschaftliche
were
Ergebnisse
showcased and
zur
can be
Erforschung des
visited there.
KZ-Außenlagers in Barth beinhaltet
Book
und
was
einordnet.
published as
Es
well
erschien
that
2010
enables us
unter
to
dem
understand
Titel
the
Das
context
KZ-Außenlager
better.
Barth
Research was done on the concentration satellite camp in Barth. The title of the book was The Barth Satellite Camp and the Concentration Camp. Dr. Martin Albrecht cooperated and they wrote the book Stalag Luft 1. It was about the death march of the concentration camp prisoners. So since 2022, we have had the privilege of being allowed to be in these beautiful rooms in this very building today and can show the exhibition 1933 to 1945, Barth and Social Nationalism. That's the title of the exhibition. We can have this exhibition here. We were also able to welcome Mr. Golik from Warsaw and Mr. Yevmenko from Kiev several times, who spoke about their experiences to young people and at conferences. We also hosted a group of Slovenian survivors who had fought as partisans. Shoshkina from Estonia, Solotoshyavka from Ukraine, and Muratova from Russia reported on their capture, their imprisonment, and told us what happened to them after the war. There were several other visits by Art Bodai, Robert Bölker, Dan Menard, Joseph Fried, and Joe Taylor, surviving prisoners of war who were here for the opening of the exhibition in 2005, and that was unforgettable. We welcomed the war veterans later on as well, and because we wanted to allow these eyewitnesses to speak publicly at the conference that took place in the context. A camera team recorded their accounts. We collaborated with Dr. Martin Albrecht again. The result was a 45-minute documentary film with the title Imprisoned at the Bardner Bodden, the Operation Revival. It was broadcast on German television NDR in 2005. It can be viewed as part of the association's permanent exhibition. We were able to record many of the accounts on video so that they will be preserved for the future. These included eyewitnesses accounts from both residents who had seen prisoners being beaten while they were used to build fire ponds and tank barriers in the town. Other events at the end of the war. Every year, visitors from many parts of the world come to learn about Stalag Luft 1 and commemorate the concentration camp. Initially, these were groups of survivors with their families, but now we're seeing children and grandchildren of the survivors planning to a trip to Germany to follow in their ancestors' footsteps. Some register in advance, others arrive spontaneously. The name Helga Radau is very well known in the scene, thanks to her commitment and knowledge, and because she has established and maintained many personal contacts by email. Many former prisoners of war, their families support the association's research and give interviews and provide personal mementos. In our opinion, the urge to remember and learn about the lives of one's ancestors is something important. Every year, project days are held for school children where they can look back, take a look at the past, and make use of documents, reports, and photos, such as the Federal Volunteer Service, which is also involved. This requires motivation by teachers. Some young members also give us hope. Have we been successful, though? Sometimes we're doubtful. We have to make sure that nothing is forgotten and no one is forgotten. We cannot forget the immeasurable suffering of concentration camp prisoners, unimaginable cruelty, the senseless death, the courage of young pilots and of the Royal Air Force and U.S. Air Force who volunteered to fight against fascism, the death of many, who lost their lives at a very young age, and the families impacted. In 2011, the mayor at the time, Dr. Stefan Kurz, wrote in our guestbook, and I quote, after more than 60 years of peace in Northern Europe, we are increasingly falling prey to the simplistic idea that peace and human rights are kind of natural constant, something to be taken for granted. That is a mistake. The Nazi era sadly showcased that few steps can take a nation of poets and thinkers to throw its culture and of humanity overboard. We have to make sure that nothing like this will ever happen again. Thank you very much.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Ganz kurz ein paar Hinweise.
I'd just like to share some organizational remarks with you. I'd like to ask you to return your headsets and receivers this afternoon after the last talk. I also would like to mention that we have an evening program prepared for you. We will start at 8 p.m. There will be a short book presentation and we have a concert prepared for you. We will have the Matronkas. It's a female choir that is absolutely worth attending. So please do come. We will have drinks prepared as well. That is, of course, free of charge. The entire concert is free of charge, but we would like to ask you if you drink something to maybe share a donation. And we will make boxes available for that. Now, with regard to the coffee break, we also planned for 2 coffee breaks today. We have coffee prepared for you here in this room, but also if you go down one flight of stairs, there's another room where you'll find coffee. And we would also like to kindly ask you to keep time and come back on time. There's one more thing, but I think I forgot it right now, so I'm going to share this with you later on.
Dieter,
you will have plenty of opportunities to talk to us again. I'll ask you back on stage several times. It is my task today to organize the program, to look at the agenda together with you. We're not going to have long breaks. If someone takes up too much time, we will have to cut the breaks short. I'm delighted that we will start with a contribution. So what's next? Well, it's about the question how young people deal with history today, how they revisit history today, and that is something very special. It's very special that we've come together here on the 18th anniversary of the end of the war. Many different countries are represented here, and we will learn how young people deal with the past. I would now like to most warmly welcome Stella Menge. She's a pupil here at the school center in Barth. She's currently in the 11th grade, and she will now speak about this project. You have the floor, Stella.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen, dear guests,
ich freue mich, heute hier vor Ihnen allen stehen
it is a great pleasure for me to stand in front of you all and to represent a generation that was born many decades after the atrocities of National Socialism. But first of all, I have to admit that it can be difficult, it can be easy to leave things in the past when you yourself have been born into a very privileged world. But that makes it all the more important to look back and to develop a sense of responsibility. 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to take part in a field excursion to Oswiecim, and for the first time to look at National Socialism in greater detail. And even though I may not have been blind before, this experience still opened my eyes up further, and I now want to talk about how that happened. I will start with the main camp, Auschwitz, a labor camp which for me was mostly famous because of the cynical words, "Work sets you free," on the entrance gate. But what was behind all of this was something that I only discovered once I had gone through the gates myself. So in the very first room, we saw scared and confused faces. So a labor camp that had really been a phrase in a history book suddenly turned into reality for me. In the very first room, we encountered the faces of those who had been ushered out of the wagons without knowing what was going to happen to them. People turned into prisoners, and we were able to watch this process happen. We looked at the belongings stolen from the former prisoners, luggage, dishes, clothes and shoes, and sometimes even people's hair. More and more people were to encounter the very same fate, a fate that became clearer and clearer to us as we kept going. And there was one particular moment that would sum up our experience, where in a dark room a projector was turned on, and within seconds I got an impression of the lives of strangers. I took part in a birthday celebration. I saw kids play. I saw people at the beach. But these were not my memories or people that I knew. They were men, women, children, all with their individual stories that were then forgotten and turned into a mere set of numbers. But part of this reality is that many of them are merely a number in the history books. And so very soon we also were facing the gas chambers and the wall of death. And these were only two of many causes of death in the camp. Another overwhelming experience was a book where you were able to read the names of all those who had been murdered, the Book of Names. And many of us were able to find our own names represented in this book. In Auschwitz-Birkenau, I would then learn that during the Nazi era, things could always get more cruel than you would expect. It started at selection, where within seconds decisions over death or over life or death were made. And to see the wagon that people arrived in when they didn't know what was going to happen to them, and some of them didn't even survive the ride in this particular wagon. And the system that made it possible to commit mass murder in Birkenau, it reminded us of a conveyor belt of death. And it was more than the gas chambers and the crematoriums that left no space for humanity at all. To imagine that murder was normalcy in Birkenau is something that was deeply scary for us, and that some people might even consider this cruelty as right and normal. We all got the opportunity to lay down a rose at some point. And when I saw the cynical paintings on the walls of the children's barracks, I knew that now the time had come for me to put down my rose. I was 15 at the time, and in this particular moment, I realized that everything that stood between me and the children that had had to suffer right there was the time and place of my birth. So it's an understatement to say that I felt outrage in this moment, but also gratitude. After visiting the camp, we also looked at former prisoners who were able to survive. And that included the art exhibition by Marian Kolodje. In the 250 drawings, he shows not just the brutality of life in the camp, but it's a deeply personal experience, and it gave me a great impression into reality in the camp that included the fight for survival, but also the fight for humanity. There was another highlight on the very last day where we got the opportunity to speak to a contemporary witness, Lydia Maximovich. She was born in 1940, and in 1943 she was deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau from Belarus with her mother and her grandparents. She was only 3 at the time, but she can still remember her time there. She talked to us about selection, where her grandparents were sent to their deaths, and the moment where she and her mother were tattooed with their numbers. She was separated early from her mother, and along other children, she was sent to the children's barracks, a very dark place full of critters, and she talked about how on a daily basis, dead children were taken from the barracks. This was in part because of hunger and also in part because of the experiments conducted by Dr. Mengele. And she was only able to survive because her mother would regularly risk her life to smuggle food to Lydia. After 13 awful months, Lydia and her mother were finally rescued. Lydia's story is individual and important to imagine the unimaginable. This is why she made it a point to tell her story, because so many victims of National Socialism can no longer do so. Her courage and her determination were very inspiring to me, and it shows just how important witnesses are. I also had the privilege to speak to her directly, and I wanted to give her a promise. I'll quote, "I want to promise you, on behalf of our group, that with every single step that we take towards the future, we will try to make this world a little bit better." At the beginning of my speech, I talked about a sense of responsibility that my generation and the generations to come will have to develop. But why? Well, to make sure that this very promise that I gave Lydia can come true. We may not be guilty. It may not be our fault what happened over 80 years ago, but that doesn't take away our sense of responsibility for the future. We have to act in a conscious manner. We have to think about our words, and we have to try to make this world a little bit better for all those who have come before us and for all those who will come after us. But this can only happen if we don't forget the past and if we don't rest on our laurels and our privileges. We have to keep in mind that the past and the present are very closely connected and that we carry both aspects in our own hands. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Stella Menge, für
Thank you so much, Stella, for your contribution, which really showed how visiting historical sites and memorials and also speaking to witnesses, what all this can create in us, and how important it is to not lose sight of the past and to deal with the past in a conscious manner. We will now switch perspectives. I now want to welcome Ezra Fried from the United States. We are now moving towards a biography, so he is the son of a survivor of a concentration camp, and he is going to talk about the family and the fate of his mother. So I would now like to ask Ezra to come to the front.
Seien Sie herzlich willkommen hier.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to thank Dieter and the organizers of this event for inviting me to speak to you. It is an honor to be here in the presence of family members and friends of the greatest generation. And it's also an honor to speak in memory of my mother, Ezra Fried, a Holocaust survivor. My mother was a forced laborer near here at the Barth concentration camp for nearly 6 months, from November 1944 to March 1945. Slide 1, please. Among the many iconic images of World War II, one that stands out is a poster of a young American woman in blue overalls. A bandana is tied around her head. A rivet gun rests on her lap, and a sandwich is in one hand, and her other hand rests on her lunchbox. She looks strong. She's well fed. Her arm muscles toned. Her booted foot, if you can see, rests on a copy of Mein Kampf. This is Rosie the Riveter. As you can see in this photograph, in this poster, perhaps she's on her lunch break. Today, she might be assigned to work riveting a tail section of a B-17 bomber. Rosie, and many like her, worked on aircraft flown by some of the airmen imprisoned at Stalag Luft 1. Rosie, and thousands like her, answered the call to serve. She contributed on the home front as her brothers fought abroad. United by a shared mission to protect liberty, Americans were and still are inspired by Rosie. Her work helped to guarantee the freedoms that we enjoy today. Now, imagine a different riveter. Slide 2, please. So I will show you, this is an AI-inspired depiction. Chana is a 20-year-old Jewish woman. She's malnourished. She already has survived Auschwitz and Ravensbrück. She wears a thin gray dress with a triangle patch sewn on it for political prisoner. A kerchief covers her head, offering no protection against the brutal cold. In one hand, she holds a thin slice of bread, likely the only thing she will eat today. In one hand, she holds her other hand is bandaged. On her lap rests a heavy rivet gun. And as you can see, she's stepping on a copy of Mein Kampf. Chana the River has to work quickly because survival depends on it. Her life is valued only as long as she remains useful to the Reich. If she falters, she will be sent to her death. Chana the Riveter was my mother, and this is her story. My mother, Chana Ezra Fried, was born on March 25, 1924, in Petrova, a small Romanian town near the Hungarian border in the Marmaris region of Romania. She was the fifth of 6 children born to Hona and Gisela Kassir. Her father, a World War I veteran of the Austro-Hungarian army, was a lumber merchant, her mother a homemaker. In March 1944, the Hungarian and German armies invaded the region and quickly imposed anti-Jewish decrees. My mother's family was forced to leave Petrova and moved to the nearby ghetto set up at Vichel de Sus. On May 21, 1944, they and over 1,000 fellow Jews were ordered by the Hungarian police and the SS to report to the train station. It was a hot May afternoon, and cattle cars awaited them. They arrived at Auschwitz-Birkenau on May 25, 1944. And as Stella just said before, they were dazed and confused when they exited the trains. Upon arrival, my grandparents, my mother's sister Rivka, and her 4-year-old son Uri were separated from my mother and her sister Sophia. They were murdered that same day. That very week, the Allies launched an air offensive called Operation Chattanooga Choo-Choo, just a few hundred miles to the north. Yet the rail lines to Auschwitz remained untouched, despite the many desperate pleas to President Roosevelt to bomb the railroad lines, a shameful chapter. My mother and Sophia were sent to a women's camp at Birkenau. They were housed at Block 14 in C Camp with the other women who had survived the selection and other Hungarian women. A younger brother was sent to the men's camp. He died just before liberation. My mother was assigned to the S Commando, and they were responsible for transporting vats of watery soup from the kitchen to Block 14. 4 women were needed to carry these enormous vats. If one stumbled, the entire load would spill. And all the while, new train transports arrived daily. The killing never stopped. My mother endured these horrific conditions from late May until October 1944. As part of the Nazi plan to extract every last bit of utility before death, Jews were exploited, and Jews and others were exploited to support the German war effort. It was a grotesque win-win for the Reich. Extract labor, then eliminate the worker. In such camp, life expectancy was often less than 3 months. Following the Sonderkommando uprising in October 1944 and the Red Army's advance, the SS began evacuating prisoners from Auschwitz. My mother and her sister Sophia were among several hundred women sent to Ravensbrück. They remained there for about 3 weeks before being transported to Barth, arriving here on November 15, 1944. At Barth, my mother was trained to use the rivet gun and also to drill holes in the tail section of what I would learn would be the Heinkel HE-162 jet fighter. The work was exhausting, often done outdoors with what would become one of the coldest winters on record. She worked 12-hour shifts, alternating days and nights. Initially, she worked outside, exposed to the bitter cold. But because she could drill clean holes without breaking the bits, her overseer liked her work and assigned her to indoor work in a partially heated hangar. Her sister Sophia, however, remained outside. As Sophia's health declined, my mother begged the overseer to switch places with her, but he refused. My mother begged. He said, if I can't work inside, then please send me outside or bring my sister inside. And still he refused. And after prodding many times, he yelled out at her, "Are you crazy? You're going to die if you work outside." My mother said, "I don't care if I die. I have to be with my sister." After persisting, and after my mother her work was practically indispensable in drilling the holes, eventually the overseer relented. From then on, and brought my aunt in. From then on, my mother and Sophia were known as die zwei Schwestern, the two sisters. One day, my mother injured her hand with the drill, and it became infected. When the overseer saw the condition of her hand, he declared it an infection, as my mother would call it. He said it was a Blutvergiftung, and sent her to the infirmary. She sent her to the infirmary accompanied by an armed SS guard and a large dog. My mother would later laugh when she recounted the moment. She said, "There I was, emaciated, barely 47 kilo, in the freezing cold, and they send an SS guard and a dog to escort me. Were they really so afraid of me?" At the infirmary, one of the orderlies shouted at the guard. He screamed out, "Our men are dying on the front, and no one cares about them, and you bring me this piece of dirt?" But he bandaged her anyway and gave her some blue tablets, perhaps antibiotics. The injury eventually healed. Unlike Auschwitz, conditions at Barth for the women were slightly better. My mother wore a gray dress. Her patch was a red triangle marked with a letter P for political prisoner. The only thing my mother knew about politics until then was which of her friends went out with which boy. One day, an overseer asked her, "What political crimes did you commit to end up in here? You don't look like a political prisoner. You look just like a Hefling at one of those concentration camps." As winter turned to spring, hope began to flicker. One of the overseers told the women, "It is 10 minutes to midnight. In the spring, you will be free." Around March 15th of 1944, my mother, her sister, and about 50 Jewish women were sent to a new camp called Schwarzenfost, tucked deep in the forest. The buildings were camouflaged, and the conditions were slightly better. Food was more generous, and there was less work. On the morning of April 30th, the camp commandant announced that the Russians were getting closer. The prisoners were told that the next day they would walk to the Baltic Sea, and from there a ship would take them to Sweden. They were given several loaves of bread and some jam and a change of clothes, and they were told to take their blankets as they would be sleeping in the forest. On May 1st, my mother and her sister marched for several hours, 18 kilometers to be exact. The SS guards had changed by that time into civilian clothes, but they still wore their SS caps. At night, the women were instructed to sleep in private homes along the route. The next morning, on May 1st, they discovered that most of the guards were gone, and they continued to walk towards the direction of Warnemünde. They saw the Lagerführer, and he told them, "You are free, but you are in danger. Find a place to stay because the Russians are approaching fast, and they are not kind to women." As my mother continued walking, there was mass confusion. She passed thousands of people, former prisoners and refugees, moving in all directions. The roads were strewn with discarded clothing and personal belongings. She found a skirt and a blouse that seemed appealing to her, so she changed into them and walked for a bit. A German man saw her and screamed and shouted at her, "Are you crazy? You are wearing a Hitler Youth uniform. The Russians will shoot you." Later that day, the Russians did arrive. My mother and her group were terrified. After surviving so much, the thought of facing new threats was overwhelming. Violation of women, mostly German women, was rampant. But by the grace of God, a group of Russian officers appeared, and one of them was Jewish. He understood their situation and posted a guard to protect them at the house where they were staying. Then he arranged for a horse-drawn wagon and driver to take my mother and her group to Rostock. Over the next few weeks, relief organizations began to emerge. My mother was sent from Rostock to Neubrandenburg, and after several weeks, transportation was arranged for survivors to Prague to a convalescent hospital. She remained there and was finally home in Romania in July of 1945. She came back and she married her childhood sweetheart, my father, but soon after a new tyranny emerged, communism. My family was not permitted to leave Romania until 1962. We immigrated to the United States on November 20th of that year. It has been a long journey, but Hannah the Riveter was finally free. To my generation, the children of Holocaust survivors, the Holocaust was what shaped us profoundly. We carry the weight of what our parents endured, and yet our parents never lived as victims. After liberation, they rebuilt their lives, they loved, they raised families, and they worked hard. If I would have to sum them up in one word, the word would be resilient. They raised generations of professionals, academics, leaders, all striving to make the world a better place. When I decided to come here today to commemorate this event, I was unsure of the tone to set. On one hand, there's sorrow, deep sorrow, for what my mother and her fellow prisoners endured here. But I came to realize that this is also a place of rejoicing. It was here that after a year of torment, that my mother emerged from the hell alive. And like Rosie the Riveter, she overcame the greatest evil of her time, not with weapons, but with resilience and an unbreakable will to live. A rivet is a pin that joins and strengthens. It is beaten out and pressed down, but in the end, it is the rivet that bonds. The metal, not it is the rivet that bonds the metal, and not the rivet gun or the hammer. This place marks not only suffering, but a rebirth, a thanksgiving, a miracle. The miracle that I'm standing here today, the miracle that my sons who are in the back and my grandson are here as well, the miracle of a legacy that lives on. Slide 3, please. My parents merited to see 6 grandchildren, and their memories will be kept alive by 22 great-grandchildren and counting. In the Jewish tradition, when one visits a place where a miracle was performed to their family, one is obligated to say a blessing. Blessed are you, Lord, our God, King of the universe, who performed a miracle for my mother in this place. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech olam she'asa nisim le'imi b'makom hazeh. Am Yisrael Chai, the nation of Israel lives. In loving memory of my mother, Ezra Fried, March 25th, 1924, December 6th, 2021. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Fried, dass Sie diese Geschichte.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fried. Thank you for sharing your personal story, your family story. Thank you for sharing your family story and that of your mother. I think it's an important task to keep telling those stories in order for them not to be forgotten. It is also a symbol. It's symbolic in order to show the resistance and the incredible luck to survive such terror and to shape the future. Now let us shift perspective. I would like to point out that should there be any questions, please write them down or keep them in your mind, because we will allow for questions and answers after our next presentations. Now let us switch perspective again. Let us travel back to Barth. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Lippmann on stage. He is the grandson of Wilhelm Duro. He's a handyman. He was a handyman at the time, and he's one of the first to have recorded publicly the history of the camp, and he will now share the history of his grandfather.
This is Wilhelm Duro, born in 1882. You see him here in 1916 in his uniform from the First World War. He was a carpenter and a citizen of Barth. He was my grandfather, but I never got to meet him. So I'm his grandson. I was born in 1960. I was born in West Berlin, and my family lived there on one side of the so-called Iron Curtain that separated my city and that protected us from the political despotism of Stalinism. In 1961, as the wall was built, my grandmother, Hedwig Duro, who was also born in Barth, she came to live with us in the West. I was 1 year at the time. Hedwig found a small flat, and she took great care of me, her grandson. In this flat, there was a picture above the armchair, this picture right here. I always called this picture that man. And when I was a little boy, I already realized that this man is a taboo. We don't talk about him. In those days, in the 1960s, there were Red Cross messages that were broadcast where people were looking for their relatives, such as little Franz, born 1934. He was separated from his parents while fleeing in 1934. He's looking for his relatives, things like that. And when these messages could be heard on the radio, there was a strong a wind of cold silence in the very otherwise warm apartment of my grandmother's. There was a fog of grief and hope and love. There we go. At some point, I understood from the rumblings in my family that this man had been taken by the Russians in 1945, and he would never again come home. 1945 is not just an abstract number in the history books, but it is connected to very individual feelings and stories. In my family, the carpenter Wilhelm Burrow, the man from the picture, was closely related to this date. He had in some way become the ghost of my family. He was a ghost that was among us, the living. Not in a physical way, because he was lost, but nobody had ever said goodbye to him, and nobody would forget him. In Germany, there is a place called Friedland. A very nice name. It translates to a peaceful land. And there are film sequences from the year 1955 that were taken in this very place. You can look at them online, and they show the return of the last German prisoners of war from the Soviet Union. You see the hugs between lost fathers, sons, and brothers. And even now, when I look at these film clips, I always break out into tears. It works every single time, even though I was only born in 1960. So there was a strong sense within myself that is connected to history and to the story of my own family. A part of the grief of my mother and my grandmother that also was transferred into me. So I have a legacy within me that I cannot escape, a legacy that I cannot ignore. I was never asked. At some point, I realized that this man was my grandmother Hedwig's husband. They had a life before I was ever born. This is the last photo that shows the two of them together, because Wilhelm was taken by the Russians in 1945 and taken from my mother's and grandmother's life. He was deported by officers of the Soviet secret police. But why? My mother would say again and again, why was he taken? She wondered about this a lot. So why? Well, we cannot be quite sure. And I want to once again thank Helga Radau, who I'm not sure if she's here today, but I want to thank her once again, because she tried to bring the historical truth to light, and she looked at the archives for me. And so, from what I can gather today, my grandfather was simply too German. And I mean this in a positive way. He was straightforward. He believed in order. He was very well known all over town. He was communicative. He was stubborn and maybe a little too loud. Wilhelm was not a true Nazi and not a member of the Nazi Party. But he also wasn't a resistance fighter or a socialist. He took care of his family. He let prisoners of war work in his workshop. and didn't seem to think much of it. Given his experiences from World War I, he certainly was not a fan of the German war. However, I assume that he probably felt some satisfaction when the Germans marched to Paris to write the humiliation that was the Treaty of Versailles. And I don't know what he thought about the people in Barth who had to wear the yellow star on their clothes or who disappeared at some point. We don't know what he thought about them. To some extent, he was a typical German follower. But by the end of the war, he came to realize what was really going on in his own hometown. And there is proof that he gave a speech in the main square where he voiced his opinion that those who are responsible must be held accountable. And I'm sure he knew those who were responsible in this very small town. And I'm sure that some of his fellow citizens didn't like this because they just wanted to switch their brown uniforms for red ones and cozy up to the new Soviet occupiers. And perhaps some of them made sure that he landed on one of the lists for Soviet denazification. So the Soviet commanders used those lists in occupied territories to capture National Socialists, to then prove that denazification was happening. And they were not always overly specific or required a lot of proof for that. And some fellow citizens told my grandfather, Wilhelm, you're on the list, get out. But Wilhelm was of the opinion that he had done nothing wrong, and so he was convinced that the truth would prevail, and so he remained in Barth in his workshop and with his family. And so he was taken in front of his own house, in front of the eyes of his 15-year-old daughter, my mother. And only in 1990, when the Soviet Secret Service archives became available for a brief time, there was a telegram sent to us via the search messages from the Red Cross. And there was it contained the name of a place where my mother could now direct her grief. And unfortunately, my grandmother Hedwig never lived to find out about this. So the place is Jamlitz, where he has been buried since 1947 in an anonymous mass grave. That is the story of this man, my grandfather Wilhelm Dürer, the carpenter from Barth, that I never got to meet. When my mother and I traveled to a memorial service in Jamlitz, she showed me this very small letter, this piece of paper, that I had never seen before. This is the original. It was a relic that she had kept of her father. It is a secret message that my grandfather was able to smuggle out of prison. And these are the last words that he ever addressed to my grandmother. I can only partially read his handwriting because it's old handwriting. But what I can see is, Dear Hedwig, I'm healthy, I'm fine, I'm near Frankfurt, don't worry about me. Wolfram is dead, Buchholz dead, Papsching. Papsching was his nickname. Now that my mother has also passed away, I now want to say goodbye to this piece of my legacy, and I want to give this over to the documentation center or the city archive, and I want to make this available. Well, so we will perhaps do this later. Because there's nobody here for me to give it to. So now that my mother has passed away, I want to say goodbye to this piece of my own history and provide it to the town of Barth, and I want to look forward. I used to think that my grandfather was an idiot. He should have just fled when he had the opportunity to do so. Now that I'm a little older, I want to remember a man who voiced his opinion publicly, even if some people may not have liked it. But I don't want to remain in a rhetoric of why or could have, should have. I want to point out something that I only realized towards the very end of my grandfather's story. So there were some people who are nameless, we don't know who they are, but they were very courageous, and they smuggled this final letter from Jamlitz all the way to Barth, and they provided some sense of security to my grandmother Hedwig and to the rest of the family. And that is a true miracle, in my opinion, because helping others who are in need is what makes us human. And to maintain this solidarity is something that is important, and I think, and I hope that this is something we can maintain for the next 80 years to come. And so thank you so much for allowing me to share this very private story of my family with you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Lippmann.
Thank you, Mr. Lippmann. Thank you for also looking beyond 1945. And this is a very touching story, and that you want to pass this secret message on to the town of Barth. And the vice mayor is now going to receive it.
Passen auf die Bürger ihrer Stadt besser auf als auf diesen Kassiber. Der ist nur Papier. Danke.
Vielen Dank, Herr Lippmann.
Thank you, Mr. Lippmann. So this is an opportunity to remember, which requires objects and documents. So this is a great sign for the work that we do here in Barth. Next, I would like to welcome Judy Pillinger from the United States. And again, we are switching into a story that looks at the concentration camp in Barth. Judy is going to tell the story of her mother. Ms. Pillinger, you have the floor.
Good morning. It is such a privilege to be here with all of you today. My warmest appreciation to Herr Bürgermeister Hellwig for his sponsorship, and to the founders and organizers of the Association of the Barth Documentation and Meeting Center for all the work they do and have done every year since the center's inception to keep history accurate, relevant, and accessible. I wonder whether I could invite us to reflect for a moment on why we came to this event, what made this journey important and worthwhile to you. Whether you've been here before or not, why now? What do we perhaps hope to discover, fulfill, or take away from our coming together? I'm guessing that we have both similar and different thoughts, and I would be so curious to hear from each of you as the time will allow this weekend. Why do we take the time to commemorate the past? And just a quick sidebar from hearing the mayor's and other remarks throughout yesterday and so far this morning, I think it's inevitable that there will be repetitious themes here, and we don't have editors. But perhaps just like learning a new language, trying to learn a new way, a better way of life bears repetition. We'll see. But on to the task. I was invited here to share with you the story of my mother, Magda Lefkowitz Goldman. And I was asked, as the other speakers were, to provide a title in advance 14 to 94, living after not dying. I wrote back in that November moment, because the thing that has amazed me the most about my mother's throughout my life, and still amazes me to this day, was how she was able to resurrect herself after 3 years of severe oppression and degradation under Hungarian occupation, followed by over a year of unimaginable treachery in Polish and German concentration camps under the Nazi regime and its accomplices. Nor did her saga of struggle and resurrection end there. My mother, growing up in a rural mountain town in the Carpathian Mountains, was a content, precociously smart young girl whose favorite pastimes were nestling up in a tree and reading a book for hours, losing track of time, for which she got into plenty of trouble as they could not find her back in those cell phone-free days. Playing skipping games with her older cousins and reciting poetry at family dinner gatherings on weekend nights, until one night in April of 1944, when she was rounded up, deported, and incarcerated by Nazi forces. She survived nearly half a year of daily selections in Auschwitz, long enough to be transferred to the camp in Ravensbrück and then to Barth for slave labor in the Heinkel airplane factory. Her last few weeks of the war were spent in a nearby small installation of barracks with a factory camouflaged by large trees growing through the building. From there, she was marched to Warnemünde and abandoned on the beach by her fleeing captors on April 30th, 1945, by then emotionally much older than her physical age of just 14. Upon liberation by the Soviet army, she made her way from one displaced persons camp to another, and finally to her native Czechoslovakian village of Kostrina, hoping against hope to find and reunite with her parents and brother. Not only did she learn that they had all been killed, along with dozens of other relatives, she also discovered too late that her region of the Carpathians had been annexed by the Soviet Union, and any possibility of exit was forbidden. The Iron Curtain was up. Thus, fate had summoned her once again to live under the restricted, less fatal, but nonetheless malicious and anti-Semitic conditions at the hands of Stalin, Khrushchev, and others. Somehow she found the courage and optimism to marry, start a family, and imagine a better life that would finally come a quarter century later. In 1970, our family of 4 managed to get refugee visas to the US and join some cousins who had made it over at the end of the war. That's the part I know firsthand because I was 12 years old when we made our way to New York City. My mother and father, who was also a Holocaust survivor, got a new lease on life. My parents were able to continue to be the hardworking people they were by nature, but now with freedom as their backdrop, and with a fair hope of a fair reward for their labors. My brother and I were perhaps the biggest beneficiaries, being able to go to college, pursue careers, and lives of our choosing. There are many details to my mother's Holocaust story, including her time at Barth. In truth, most of the things she experienced and witnessed are too difficult for us to share today, let alone for her to have lived through as a young teen. But she also told me stories of her spirit in the midst of fear and despair. How, for example, when assigned to work on heavy machinery in the Heinkel metal shop at Barth, she surreptitiously fashioned hair combs from metal scraps and distributed them among the camp neighbors, since in the last few months of the war, the prisoners' heads were no longer being shaved. She also described how, despite being skilled at precision work, whenever the factory guards were looking away, she drilled holes of incorrect size in the airplane parts she was making for the Luftwaffe, adding her tiny contribution to the Allies' war effort. But my mother's story is more than just her own. It is among many, including the stories of those whose lives intersected with hers. And so her story is also the story of her older and wiser sister Frida Lefkovic, who was with her in the concentration camps and saved Magda's life literally on several occasions. My mother's story is also the story of her older cousins, Olga and Irene, who were with her in Auschwitz, Ravensbrück, and Barth, and alternately provided comfort, support, and much-needed savvy to make it through the ordeals along the way. Irene's son, Rich, is here with us today. On the other side, it is also the story of those who succumb to indifference or misinformation or fear-based hatred disguised as, quote, superior ideology, which somehow led them to believe they were licensed to dehumanize and kill their fellow humans in unspeakable numbers. And again, my mother's story is also the story of the airmen whom we honor today, who, along with millions of other soldiers and citizens, dedicated themselves bravely and selflessly to fight the destructively unhinged rulers and their misguided followers who had overtaken so much of the world and threatened loss of all democracies and many, many more lives. Blessed be the liberators. If the war had lasted even a few more months, it is almost certain my mother would not have lived and I would not be speaking with you here today. My mother's post-war story also intersects with, and indeed is the story of Miss Helga Radau, who first reached out to her in 1998, Mr. Dieter Bodeker, Miss Christian Schult, Miss Elke and Mr. Hans Engelmann, Miss Gabi Bodeker, and those other Barth citizens who decided to care about and devote themselves to this center, to the importance of letting the truth of the past teach us about the present and hopefully guide the future. Their work gives us a way of casting an objective eye on what we humans are capable of and what is perhaps equally important to consider our shared responsibility. It may or may not be certain that those who choose to remember history can avoid all the mistakes of their forebears, but at least we have a chance. And with people like our Barth friends in the world, that chance seems a bit brighter. For nothing in the present makes any sense if we don't keep mining for hope through self-examination. Human beings, after all, are the only species on Earth with the ability to reflect and take perspective. This unique power allows us not to just live simply as reactive creatures, but to pause and respond with understanding. Why is this so important? Well, sadly, while the Holocaust was perhaps the most tragic moment in our human history, it joins a long list of human aggressions, a chain of hate that has yet to be sundered and woefully has continued with even more fervor than we expected or hoped. However difficult it is to accept, the capacity to hate or hurt the other will always lurk deep in our DNA. So how to be on guard within ourselves as well as with each other? It takes an effort to know ourselves, to keep fear and anger from turning into destructive acts, individual and collective. Could we, as Edmund Burke wrote, recognize and accept the infirmities of mankind? Can we, as Abraham Lincoln implored, study incidents to learn wisdom and not see them as wrongs to be avenged? Can we, as General Eisenhower posed, learn how to compose difference not with arms, but with intellect and decent purpose? Is it possible to harness reflection, perspective, critical thinking, embrace the preciousness of our earth time well spent? How much warmer, more meaningful, and more joyful would it be to live in community with goodwill as our guiding principle? And what does living in goodwill really mean anyway? Perhaps nothing more or less than engaging with decency and character, approaching difference with curiosity and wonder rather than fear and intolerance, and speaking up and acting up for each other, speaking to what we see and not what we'd rather not notice, insisting on accuracy, transparency, and accountability. Before I visited Barth and Auschwitz a few years ago, I sometimes myself was wondering, could my mother truly have lived the horror she described? The thought was almost too much to bear. And yet seeing the rubbled remains of the obsessively numbered barracks she dwelled in at Birkenau, just as she had described them to me, or seeing a crudely filed metal comb in the display case at the Barth exhibit, brought up tears of acknowledgement and humility. Something terrible did happen here, but it doesn't have to be the bellwether for the future. My mother recently said, and I wish I could imitate her blend of Czechoslovakian and Hungarian accents, it is not too late to make things better for everyone, everywhere. If she can say this 80 years after her brush with utter cruelty and hatred, maybe we can as well. So finally, in answer to my own question of why I am here with you today, well, perhaps one aim of this commemoration for me is to reaffirm the possibilities of revival and regrowth after devastation. My mother taught me that. Another is to reaffirm the importance of honoring those who fought bravely on behalf of others, those who spoke up, stood up, and showed up. So I personally am here to express my utmost gratitude for that courage and declaration of doing the right thing. Showing up here and speaking to the descendants of some of those heroes who were there is the least that I can do. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much.
For your speech here. Es ist eine tolle Brücke, die Sie gebaut haben zwischen
You provided a great transition between the first and the second contribution. Great transition between the first and the second contribution, because I think it was support for commemoration and actively getting to terms with history and what it means for us. What we can find in terms of morals and motivation once looking at the past, and what can be found once confronting the past head-on. I have heard emotional, touching speeches, interesting ideas that provide us with something, encourage us to commemorate and to do something together. Now the moment has come for your questions. Are there any questions from the audience to the speakers? Then that would be the moment. We've kept time, so this means we do have time for questions and answers. Now, please take the opportunity to ask a question. Who of you wants to get started? There is a question in the back. This question went to Mr. Fried. I'm going to repeat the question in German because we need it for translation. What happened to your sister, Sophie, Mr. Fried?
So thank you for asking the question. So Sophia survived. Both my mother and Sophia returned to Romania. As I mentioned earlier, the communists obviously closed the Iron Curtain, and Sophia and my mother remained and families remained in Romania. Our parents managed to leave in 1962. Sophia and her family left Romania in 1964. They moved to the United States. We lived in the same neighborhood, and Sophia passed away in 2013. And she also has 3 daughters, and also married to have over 20 great-grandchildren. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Ja, vielen Dank. Auch solche Nachfragen sind wichtig.
Thank you. Also on my behalf, those are important questions in order to understand history better. Are there any other questions? Anything else you'd like to know? If that's not the case, then I brought a question to our 3 contemporary witnesses. You're already next generation contemporary witnesses. You're the children of those who were imprisoned. What can you tell us about your own children? Are they interested? So what about the grandchildren? Are they interested? Do they want to know about the history of the grandparents? Is that something you experience, you can feel firsthand? What are the questions of your children? Mr. Fried, maybe you'd like to start.
Thank you for the question. So to begin with, many survivors had a very difficult time speaking to their children about what happened. And very often the conversations would begin and the survivors just couldn't speak about it. They would just break down and cry. So children have a tendency to feel guilty. So unfortunately, the questions were never asked and the answers were never given. And many children don't know their parents' history. For me, I read a lot about Holocaust, and I was determined to know the story. So every often I would carry a little recorder with me, and I would record my mother's story. And I just got a little bites and bites and bites, till I was able to get the bigger picture. For me, this is a hugely important, remembrance is hugely important. So I made sure that my children know the story. And this is their second time in Germany. Last year we went to Poland, so they know the entire story of my parents and my in-laws, who are also Holocaust survivors. So we retraced the steps of our parents, where they were. My 3 sons are here today, and my grandson. So to make sure we leave a lasting legacy, and they know exactly what transpired, and they know where my parents were during the war, the steps that they took. They were able to walk breathe the air and walk the land, where exactly my parents were, and in knowing their stories. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Frau Pillinger, wie ist das bei Ihnen in der nächsten Generation?
How is it in your case?
I think I'm answering the same question, right? Well, so I grew up in Soviet Ukraine, and there was just not much conversation that was really appropriate back in those days about even sort of about your Jewishness or anything like that. But of course, sort of behind closed doors in your privacy of your home, I started realizing where my grandparents, so at the age of about 5, I started asking questions. Where's this one? Where's that one? Or they would talk about their siblings who were lost. My parents were talking about their siblings. Where are they? So I was starting to hear bits and pieces of things going on, and my mother, with her impeccable memory, would share details of her story pretty early on in childhood. I tried to shield my daughter from that, because it was so, to me, it was fairly traumatizing to really start living all of that vicariously. And she's here today, Kaylee's here, so she's here on this trip, and she started asking questions also at some point, as kids do, and that's how it grows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So for the families themselves, the history is alive. What about you? What can you say with regard to your children, grandchildren?
Well, in my family, I have to say, I am the only one who really cared about the fate of my grandfather. My wife and my son, they always just say, look to the future. And so because of history lessons and because of my own education, I think there's a special responsibility for us Germans. But this nostalgic part that I have in me, that's something that I don't really want to pass on to my son, if I'm being completely honest. So this really shows the differences among the different generations. So the emotional connection, the relationship you might have with your parents is different than the relationship that you have to your own children. And so passing on history can become more and more difficult the more time that passes. Now we have to take different paths to reach young people. And Stella told us about this, just how important historical documents are that you can read, that you can have access to, and to be able to reconstruct history. And And that can be something very educational for us for the future. Now there's a question from the audience.
It's not really a question. It's rather just I've studied German literature, and I think that through a study of literature, you really get to the basic, how people in Germany thought and so on. And there were great resistance movements in Germany and great writers who took a stand, and most had to go into exile. But just to get to the point, one writer, Thomas Mann, not everybody's favorite, but I really liked him at university. And he wrote in Dr. Faustus that barbarity is always very near the surface, and that without guarding against this inclination, how quickly any society can descend into barbarity if authoritarianism takes over, and if the forces of good and the forces of democracy are not upheld by everybody in the society. That's all I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ich glaube, das ist auch etwas, was Frau Pillinger meinte, dass
So I think this is something that Ms. Pillinger also pointed out, that we have to be very mindful and reflect what's happening in society, and to see just how thin the surface is, and how closely hatred might be just underneath the surface. That might be the biggest challenge. Thank you for reminding us of Thomas Mann and of literature, because literature is a very important point of access for remembering. And even some fictional stories have really touched people and motivated them to become active, to advocate for peace and democracy. Now, any further questions? We are keeping time, so now you have the opportunity to take a quick break, get a cup of coffee. Dieter, are we all good? All right, you're getting coffee and drinks over there, refreshments, and on the floor below, and we will meet right back here at 11 a.m. Let's just say 11 a.m. to make sure that we can actually keep going with the next presentation by 11:15. So please, go ahead and get something.
From the Lion Mountains, he came like a storm. Johnny came from Sierra Leone, an African uniform, to fight for his queen. He said, in this country so cold, it's been a long time, but now his story is told. Rolling the dice of life.
So, liebe, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, nehmen Sie bitte wieder Ihre Plätze ein. Aber das geht doch so, oder? Also, oder haben Sie irgendwelche Wünsche noch? Ja, ist gut.
Wir sind sozusagen die obere.
Yes, the name, because we will probably have your name tag somewhere.
Kultur- und Denkmalpflege, Landesarchäologie. Das ist so, naja, du machst ja eh auf Deutsch, aber das ist,
Das haben wir Probleme, dass
das ist schwieriger zu übersetzen. Das ist Heritage Administration Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. Ja, ich bin auf Vorpommern spezialisiert, so würde ich das mal nennen.
Hier vorne sind noch ein paar Plätze frei, die fehlen noch irgendwie. Ansonsten nehmen Sie doch bitte Platz alle.
Please take your seats, everybody.
So, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, lassen Sie uns fortsetzen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's keep going.
Nach einer bewegenden ersten Sektion
After a very moving first section,
den zweiten Teil des
we are now moving on to the second part of the morning.
Wir haben jetzt drei unterschiedliche
And we have
Vorträge.
3 presentations.
Ich begrüße am Anfang als erste
We are starting
Beiträge Frau Sophia
with
Komor
Sophia
und
Komor
ihren Sohn
and
Christoph.
her son Christoph.
Frau Sophia Komor
Ms. Kumor is the daughter of a concentration camp prisoner who was imprisoned here in Barth, and she is going to talk about the story of her father, but she's not going to do that herself. She will say a few words in the beginning in Polish that her son is going to translate for us, and her son Krzysztof is going to read the prepared manuscript, just so you know. Ms. Kumor, please. Welcome.
Polsku. Tłumacz tłumaczy.
She's from Poland. She doesn't speak English or German, so she's speaking Polish here for a little while.
Przyjechaliśmy przedstawić historię mojego dziadka. Za wiele nie powiem, ponieważ Krzysztof wszystko powie.
So we came here to present you the story of his grandfather, and she prepared this special presentation, so I will read it. My wife's daughter, is the wife of his son, so we are to some extent connected, familiar. But that's I will read in English the presentation.
A ja powiem jeszcze jedno. Bardzo się cieszę, że Państwa widzę. I wniosek z tego wypływa taki, że kochamy swoich bliskich. Z daleka przyjeżdżamy, żeby nie zginęli w naszej pamięci.
So she has the opportunity to thank you very much to be here with you and to share the visit some intention that we will commemorate all our families which were here in both camps. Yes.
Co mogę jeszcze powiedzieć? Obchodzimy 80-lecie zakończenia wojny, a jest niespokojne. Mieszkam na wschodniej ścianie Polski. Coś wiem na ten temat.
So we are now commemorating 80th anniversary of liberation of these camps and the fall of Second World War. But unfortunately, he is living in the southeastern Poland, close to Ukrainian border, not far from this big airfield in Rzeszów, and she observes all these heavy airplanes transporting arms and armaments to Ukraine, fighting Ukraine. So she hears all these sounds of flying airplanes, and the war is still continued, probably another one, but she declares that no wars anymore. That should be our intention here and our, let's say...
I co mogę powiedzieć? Krzysztof powie wszystko, a ja powiem nigdy więcej wojny.
So no
Dobrze,
war,
że jesteście.
yes, so no war anymore in the world. So this what she would like to say, and the rest I will read from these papers about his grandfather.
Także pozdrawiam wszystkich, oddaję głos.
Yes. So thank you very much, and I will... So my grandfather, Stanisław Staniec, was born in 1903 in Świętokrzyskie Mountains, in the town of Janaszów, into a farming family. This part of Poland was then still under Russian rule until 1918, so until the First World War was over. After he finished primary school with Polish and Russian languages, his mother, Marianna, sent him to a so-called apprenticeship. Today, it is called a vocational school. He learned woodworking. Stanisław had a knack for such work. He was talented manually. There was a beautiful pieces of furniture in the house he made. He was later employed by the man who taught him. He earned a good living, and the family was doing well. In February 1928, he married Rosalia, my grandmother. He was 24 and she was 21. Almost a year later, in January 1929, their daughter Helena, my mother, was born. Their son, Zdzisław, was born in 1933. My grandparents were a good couple. What was Stanisław like? I was told that he was tall, had blue eyes and dark blonde, wavy hair. He was very sociable. He was friendly with his family on both sides. He was very helpful when a family member or a neighbor had a problem and needed a hand. He was curious about the world. Various people would visit our house and discuss what the future Poland would look like. Even though there were no telephones or electricity, people passed on various messages to each other orally. All this took place in the years 1914, 1918. After the end of World War I, already in a free Poland, after years of partitions and poverty. People would meet and talk openly about Poland, its development and changes. Unfortunately, then came the 1st of September 1939, World War II. Germans attacked Poland. Poles had enjoyed independence for a short time, very short time, and their dreams were shattered. The government fled Warsaw to Romania through Zaleszczyki and Kuty. The Poles were left alone and the mercy of occupier. Major Hubal in the Świętokrzyskie forests kept on fighting, but was eventually defeated. Starzyński, the president of Warsaw, mayor of Warsaw, remained at the post for a similarly long time. I'm writing about this because I have family in the village of Szałasy in Świętokrzyskie Mountains, where Major Hubal, Henryk Dobrzański, was active. Germans, in revenge for help offered to partisans on the part of local population, drove all the boys and men over 14 into a barn, which they then set on fire. Anyone who tried to escape from the barn was shot. Later on in this village, there were almost no men. Resistance movement against the German occupiers began to emerge. I think my grandfather, Stanisław, joined to it. Someone must have reported my grandfather and his friends to Gestapo. And that's how it all started. My grandmother would say she became a widow at the age of 34 in June 1941. Where was he at that time? We suspect that he was in a prison in Kielce, the district town in the area, but there was no evidence. There are no documents from this period in archives of Institute of National Remembrance. I have made my queries, but to no avail so far. I will continue after all. There was so-called German employment office there. Mr. Arno Gysi, who wrote a lot on this subject, a man from Piła, a man of the Polish-German border, a man of integrity. I would like to meet him to express my great admiration and respect for his attitude to life and his courage. His work entitled Slave to the Third Reich with the letter P. I often come back to this book. I am of the opinion that Arno Gysi should receive the Righteous Among the Nations title. Year 1943, I am writing based on documents from the International Red Cross tracing office from Arolsen, Prague, in 1972, signed by Mr. Opitz, director, and Mr. Siebel, head of the archives. We were given a number of documents containing a list of prisoners and subsequent stages of their misfortune, including the date of death of my grandfather and his companions. It is a miracle that they have survived, these papers. So the first, he was arrested on the 10th of September 1943 by Gestapo, arrived to Auschwitz concentration camp in October 1943, prisoner number 154,111. The reason for the arrest was political. Then, Later on 23rd of October this year, he arrived at Buchenwald, prisoner number 33,790. Then, in November, he was transported to Ravensbrück, Barth subcamp, prisoner number 6,270. Died there, so this from these documents, this information comes from the documents, on the 13th of April 1945, 2 weeks before the end of the war. The documents indicate that he was buried in the cemetery in Barth, but this is not true. Years later, we discovered his actual burial place. We contacted people in Barth who are involved in cultivating the memory of German crimes in labor camps in this town. The city of Barth is a partner of the Polish city of Kołobrzeg. It was to Kołobrzeg that I directed my first inquiries about my grandfather. The reaction to my request was positive. Mr. Marek Łoś forwarded the matter to Mayor of Barth. We talked. He recommended a book to me, the great work K.L. Ravensbrück by Bernard Strebel. I have got this book, proof of the author's titanic work. It contains many terrifying descriptions, including the so-called Death March. My grandfather's companion, in misery, went on this march. He survived. 2 years after the war, he came to my grandmother and told her about the circumstances of my grandmother's death. He said, on the morning of 13th of April 1945, we received an order to march to slave labor in the Heinkel plant and in the quarries. Some of the people rebelled and stayed in the camp, including my grandfather. This man said that the roar of the Red Army cannons could be heard very clearly. It seemed that the Russians would enter at any moment. When the workers returned from slave labor in the evening, they found a macabre sight. The bodies of dead prisoners were torn apart by dogs and finished off with shots by German SS men. The survivors were herded into the barracks. In the morning, there were no more prisoners' corpses, and no one knew what had been done with them. The crematorium was no longer operating at that time. Soon, the remaining prisoners were herded in the so-called Death March. The narrator of the story survived, and hence this account. There was a custom among prisoners to exchange addresses so that the survivor would let the family of the killed know. This is my reflection. What did my grandfather think when he knew it was his end? Under the Alliance sky, it is very sad and terrifying. He was only 42 years old. I searched for his resting place for a long time. My son, Jacek, joined the search. I talked a lot about this with different people and institutions. A chain of people of goodwill was being formed. This is how we reached the museum in Barth in July 2023. There we were shown around the museum, and then we went to the resting place of the murdered. They were thrown into one pit, about 180 murdered in total. The place was paved with cobblestones. There is a concrete structure there resembling a pulpit in the forest. There is no cross. There are information boards in front, also in Polish. There is an inscription saying that here lie 180 out of 2,000 dead anti-fascists from 18 European nationalities murdered in the concentration camp, which served in the interest of the Heinkel Company in the years 1943, 1945. Their death obliges. There are as many of these boards as there are nationalities resting in the mass grave. About the horizontal boards, there are vertical boards on the wall. On them, the names of those who lie here are written, including Stanisław Staniec. We also had an opportunity to see the remains of the men's and women's camps and the roll call square. In the middle of the camp stood a building that now looks inhabited. The guide took us through the forest adjacent to the ruins of the women's camp. We had the impression that we were walking in a cemetery. In the distance on the hill, we could see Luft 1 and Luft 2 cemeteries. Of course, we lit a candle with a white and red ribbon. It made a huge impression on us. And once again, I would like to thank Mr. Bernard Strebel for the book entitled K.L. Ravensbrück. The author did a titanic job. He encountered numerous obstacles while writing, but he preserved because the truth will always defend itself. I would like to thank him personally for his publication. Unfortunately, the terrifying times of World War II have taught humanity very little, with a few exceptions. As I write these words, wars are ongoing in the world, people are dying, they're in unrest, and for the sake of career, money and achievements, humanity is being lost. It is sad and painful. And what is the fate of Stanisław Staniec's family during and after the war? Difficult times began during his absence. The main breadwinner was gone. The war continued, as well as rounding up people on the streets and deporting them to work in Germany. People were shot on the spot. Partisan units appeared. My mother Helena and her neighbor Bronisława carried reports on to partisan units from 1942. The risk of helping partisans were enormous. At the same time, it was necessary to carry out daily work on the farm in order to have something to live on. Grandma Rosalia's family helped a lot at that time. My father Marian was 17 years old, and his 14-year-old brother Tadeusz worked in Germany until the end of the war. In 1945, my father returned and immediately joined the border guard troops. Tadeusz was less fortunate, his brother, because he was beaten by the Germans, and at the request of the medical commission in Nuremberg, he remained in Germany and was treated there for several years. He received a lifelong pension from German government. Only towards the end of his life in the 1960s, did he return to Poland. The German nightmare ended for him, but did his return mean any improvement? The money was scarce, and the family members had to get an education and an accelerated pace in order to find a job. Those who belonged to the ruling party, it means Polish Communist Party, had the greatest careers. In our home, there was an aversion to party affiliation, and no one belonged to it. My grandmother, after losing her husband, Stanisław, who was murdered in Germany, received a pension from the communist authorities. And my grandmother took me to the meetings of war veterans as a small child. And the audience praised this very much, saying that Mrs. Staniec was building a new Poland because she even taught her granddaughter the new ways of thinking. So having in mind my grandfather's fate, losing his life, being so young, I would like to promote the knowledge about what can war bring to people and appeal for peace and democracy for all the nations. And that's especially true where he lives, as we told at the beginning, at the southeastern Poland, where the war is felt very, very strong through these deliveries by air to Rzeszów airport. So thank you very much for this attention.
Vielen Dank. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Christoph read the memories, and I think it's quite touching to be able to see people look for the traces of their family members, in this case the grandfather. Now let's switch perspectives, and we now want to look at the history of the prisoner of war camp Stalag Luft I, and there's one aspect in particular, the story of the Jewish prisoners of wars. Of course, they were particularly threatened here in Germany. I now want to welcome Mr. Jorai Lindenberg from Great Britain, who is going to talk about this. He has dealt with the topic in depth, and then afterwards Dieter Bödecker is going to make a few remarks from a local historian's perspective.
It's working. Good. Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank Dieter for inviting me. It's really a privilege to be here and to commemorate this event with all of you. I'm going to provide a slightly different angle to all the stories you've heard, perhaps the bigger picture of what was it like to be a Jewish prisoner of war in Germany and held in a Nazi POW camp. Basically held in a country which was obsessed with exterminating their race. Paul Fischer, you can see his POW card here, he was one of these POWs. As you can see, the religion Jude is clearly marked on the POW card. Paul was born in 1908 in Budapest in Hungary. He went to high school, then to university. In 1933, because of the growing anti-Semitism in Hungary, he decided to emigrate to Israel, then Palestine under British mandate. When World War II broke out, he volunteered for the British Army, and together with several thousand other Jewish volunteers, he was placed in the companies of the Royal Engineering Corps. Then later, in 1941, the British Army sent some units to Greece in an attempt to block the German invasion, unsuccessful attempt at it. Facing defeat, some of these units were evacuated, but the others had to be taken into captivity. There were about 10,000 of them, among them the Jewish POWs, about 1,500, and Paul was one of them. He was actually lucky. He was able to escape at first, but after 1 month he was caught again in Crete, sent to a POW camp in Germany, and spent the rest of the war there in POW camps. His story is the story of one Jewish prisoner of war among about 100,000 Jewish prisoners of war from Western armies that spent their captivity period in Germany. I want to be clear first. I will be talking about Jewish prisoners from Western armies, not from the Soviet Union. Those from the Soviet Union, from the Red Army, were executed almost immediately upon capture, following the Kommissar order and Rainer Heydrich's order to his Einsatzgruppen to identify and segregate and then execute Soviet Kommissar and Soviet POWs. So the focus will be on Western POWs. And this is what makes the story of Jewish POWs so unique, because think about it, while their civilian brethren across Europe and the Soviet POWs were worked to death, tortured, executed, gassed, you have tens of thousands of Jews, prisoners of war, as it were, maybe a few kilometers away only from these concentration and extermination camps, living their lives almost as normal, as far as we can call it normal, and living in a POW camp. And they were treated in the same way as their non-Jewish comrades have been treated, and in line with the Geneva Convention. This is quite astonishing to think about it. So looking at the numbers, if we put the Polish Jewish POWs aside for a second, because most Polish POWs were released, Jews and non-Jews alike, were released a few months after the completion of the Polish campaign. The Jews among them obviously went back to the ghettos, from where they were sent later to the concentration and extermination camp. But besides the Polish POWs, we had about 65,000 Jewish POWs, mostly French, a little less Yugoslavian, but American and British, and you can see the numbers here. And as I mentioned, they lived their lives relatively the same way, without any discrimination. So let's see, what was it like the moment of capture? This is how one POW, Norman Rubinstein, he was a British Jewish soldier, that's how he described it was impossible to shut out the thoughts about being a Jew, about to become a prisoner of war in Nazi Germany. Another one simply said, because I was Jewish, I assumed I'd be killed. And the third one, this name was Second Lieutenant Louis Lovsky. He was an American Jewish B-24 navigator. He was shot down over Berlin. He described the dilemma that many Jewish soldiers had when the realization of becoming a POW of the Germans dawned on them. You see, the religion, I'm sure you all know, was imprinted on the identification disc. You had J for Jewish for the British ones, you had H for Hebrew for the American ones. So what should they do? Should they keep this identification disc on them, or should they throw it away? Should they let their captors know that they were Jews? The decision to hide one's Jewish identity, Jewish identity or change a name while enlisting was not, didn't have any really grave consequences on the moment you enlisted into the army. But the moment you were captured, the realization that one letter on the identification disc might mean more than just receiving the proper burial in case they got killed dawned on them, together with the realization that they were about to become prisoners of war of a nation that you viewed them as Untermenschen, as subhumans. Now, if they threw the disc away, it meant that they might be considered spies, shot on the spot. It might mean that their families won't be informed about their captivity. For some, throwing away the disc felt like throwing away part of their history, their religion, their culture. And there's always this thought lingering in the back of their minds, what would their non-Jewish friends think of them or even do? After solving this dilemma, they're arriving at the camp. And this is how one young American soldier described his registration process. As I got nearer to the desks, I could hear the question being asked of the men in front of me. When it came to religion, lying seemed the safe thing to do. I hadn't heard any other POW admit to being Jewish, but I didn't care. In my mind, I said, fuck you. I was young, angry, and by any measure, stupid. I answered Jewish. As we saw from the POW card of Paul Fischer, the religion is clearly mentioned. Now, the orders to identify and segregate POWs according to nationality and race were actually part of the Geneva Convention, believe it or not. It was included in the German camp commandant manual, which was distributed before the war. However, unlike the case of Polish and French POWs, the segregation of American and British ones was not that common. We have one example towards the end of the introductory speech of one of the commandant, Colonel Bornemann. He was the commandant of Stalag 8B in Lambsdorff. Now it's in Poland. And he ordered all the Jewish POWs to take a step forward. Only one obeyed. And when another one tried to do the same, he was held back by his non-Jewish comrades. The Germans didn't do anything. They just they were happy with the one that stepped forward. But we also have another example, another testimony. When they weren't happy with the number of Jews that stepped forward, we were then ordered to drop our trousers, lift our shirts, were looked at. Anyone seen to be circumcised were taken away. Now, this is actually quite a rare example of a circumcision test taking place in the West. It was very common in the East in the following year. This is how they mostly identified the Jewish soldier. Take your trousers, pull your trousers down, Jew, take you aside, shoot you. This also happened to many Muslims, obviously, because they also used circumcision. The Germans didn't know that. Once in the camp, now we finished the registration process. This is how another American Jewish navigator, name is Leonard Winograd, described how he felt as a Jewish POW in a POW camp. We had hunger, we had bombing by our own planes. Fleas now were in command and rats were everywhere. And with it all, there was the ever-present horror of being a Jew in prison in Germany, and it all added up to a hopeless situation. Another Jewish prisoner described his experience. Oops. I think you're using the wrong presentation, but never mind. Another Jewish, I'll just recite it. Another Jewish person described that while they were a few derogatory words calling the POW, Jewish POW, damn Jews, or there were a few blows even here and there. In general, this was not a policy dictated from above. It was just a decision, behavior of several guards, anti-Semitic guards or commandant, but they were quite clear about that. And as we agreed, despite this feeling, the captivity period, and this is the interesting part of Jewish POWs from Western armies, was in general not that different from that of the non-Jewish comrades. The main point, obviously, was that they were not executed like their Soviet brethren, but and they remained alive. If they were in the base camp, the Stalag, they had access to sport activities, education activities. If they were in the labor detachments, and keep in mind, labor detachments is where most of the POWs spend their captivity period. It's not in the Stalag, it's in working in mines, in agriculture, in factories. If they were there, they worked 6 days a week, sometimes more. Some POWs actually prefer to go to the labor detachment because it helped them get over the boredom of Stalag life. And some simply found it a better place to go because it was easier to escape from. Just one comment about Stalag Luft 1, because the pilots were considered officers, they were not required to work. So that's why you see all these photos of them resting and sleeping and reading. It was quite boring, but I'm sure they found ways to get over it. So, but not, even though their captivity experience was nowhere near as horrible as that of the Soviet POWs, this doesn't mean that their lives were, of Jews and non-Jews alike, was by any means enjoyable. That far from it. Meager food rations, which were supposed to be supplemented by Red Cross parcels, which did not always arrive. The risk of being shot by a trigger-happy guard, the sadism of some of the guards, the hard work, sometimes slave labor work, especially in the mines and some of the labor detachments. All these made their environment far from pleasant. And the Jews among them had the added uncertainty of being a Jewish POW in a country that was obsessed with exterminating their race. Yeah, this is... So we need to remember that outside the camp, meantime, for the civilian population, Jewish civilians in Europe, there was a radicalization in the process. We started with segregating the Jews, then deporting them, finally extermination, the Holocaust. In parallel, there's a clear trajectory of radicalization in the military policies against non-Soviet POWs. The Soviet POWs is a separate case, obviously, but for the non-Soviet one, we had initially a commando called the Commando Order. The Commando Order instructed that Allied commando soldiers who became POWs should be shot on the spot, not even taken to POW camp, don't register them. There was the Kugelerlass, another order that instructed that if you catch a POW who escaped, you don't send him back to the POW camp, you send him to the concentration camp. There was obviously the lynching of the air crews, which was highly encouraged by the authorities. And there was the murder of the Sagan escapees, the 50 POWs who managed to escape from Stalag Luft III and were executed by the Gestapo following a direct order from Hitler. And on top of it, Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, in 1944, took over the whole POW organization from the Wehrmacht. So he was now the head of the POW organization. He was responsible for the policies. Now, despite all these policies and changes, the impact of these policies on the lives of POWs inside the camp was, interestingly, quite minimal. So the POW camp provided some sort of a weird reverse protection for the POWs inside the camp from whatever is going on outside it. I mean, once you're outside, it's going to be tough. But when you're inside, you are protected. You are treated according to the Geneva Convention. And as far as you can see from the photos I'll quickly share with you, it's quite astonishing. These are photos of Jewish POWs from Palestine in this case. And you can see they had an orchestra. They had theater shows. They had a football team. They received Red Cross parcel just like everybody else. I keep using the word astonishing, but every time I see it, I think to myself, this is amazing. There are also other cases that demonstrate how the Jewish POWs tried to live their lives inside the POW camps, inside the labor detachment. So I'll just give two anecdotes, two examples, if you will. One of these camps, labor detachment, 250 Jews, Palestinian Jews, because they were considered a separate nationality. So the British were together, the New Zealanders, the French, the South African. The Palestinian Jews were also kept in a separate labor detachment. And they were working there. Their leader, it's called the Men of Confidence, MOC. He was every camp, each camp had it, elected by the prisoners and approved by the British. His name was Yosef Karlenboim. Later years, he changed his name to Almogi. He was a member of the Israeli government, the member of the Israeli parliament. He was known in the area outside the camp, so among the civilians, as the Gauleiter of Oberschlesia, the Gau leader of this area. And we have an interesting story that was told by Captain Julius Green. Julius Green was a Jewish POW, a Scottish POW. He was a dentist by trade. And his role as the dental officer of the camp was to go around the labor detachment and check, inspect the people. And he was telling that the camp was run like a communal farm, like a kibbutz. And all the proceeds from the commercial activity of the camp, commercial activity, obviously, black market activity, went into a common pool. Apparently, Karlenboim reached an agreement with the commandant, according to which the POW will provide the daily quota of work, and they will be left to run their own business. So there was no connection between the commandant and the POW, and in return, the POWs will donate, so to speak, quantities of chocolate and tea, cigarettes, coffee from the Red Cross parcels to the Germans, and they were left to run their own activities. Now, Green tells that Karlenboim's position was such that when Green was ready to walk back by foot, quite a distance, back to the main camp, accompanied by his German guard, Karlenboim wouldn't hear of it. He somehow managed to manufacture a horse-drawn carriage and demanded and forced the guard to sit next to the coachman, demanding to know what makes you think you're entitled to sit beside the British officer. Now, can you imagine that? It's a Jewish prisoners telling off and ordering around a German soldier in the middle of the Second World War. Again, astonishing. Another case which provides some I guess, background on the interaction with local civilian is the example of Paul Weiner. Paul Weiner was an Austrian Jew, emigrated to Palestine, joined the British Army. It's important to remember about 2/3 of those who joined, the Jews who volunteered for the British Army from then Palestine, were actually refugees from Europe who escaped the growing anti-Semitism. They were fluent in German, in Polish, in Romanian. They spoke the language. Now, Weiner was working on a farm with a group of German-speaking Jews, and he tells how one day the owner of the farm appears. He sends the guards away. He gathers all the prisoners in the dining room, and he demands to know why didn't they tell him that they were Jews. Without waiting for an answer, he tells them, I'm from Vienna. My best friend was a Jewish lawyer. He was made to clean the streets with a toothbrush before being kicked to death. He then said, from now on, all your needs are on me. I'll take care of everything. Weiner described the following 3.5 years as an uneventful, almost pleasant period. The prisoner had all the food they needed. They were treated usually with respect by the guards, and developed quite close, sometimes amorous relationship with the girls from the nearby village. And the several unavoidable pregnancies that resulted were usually blamed on a soldier on leave. However, having told you this anecdote, there are obviously there's one aspect, several aspects actually, but I will focus on one of the life of POW, which were specific to Jews, and that's the segregation of the Jewish POWs from the non-Jewish ones. As I mentioned, the Geneva Convention actually encouraged this segregation. Now, I also said that it was quite common for the French, Yugoslavian, at the beginning, the Polish Jewish POW to be segregated, but it was not common at all for the British and the American ones. And when I looked into that, I was able to find only 11 cases of successful segregations of American and British Jews. One of them is in Stalag Luft 1, actually. And when you consider the number of POW camps where American and British were held, about 130 at the beginning of the war, going down to 50 towards the end, this is really a small number. And in my opinion, the reason that American and British were segregated less was actually the support they received from the non-Jewish comrades from the MOC who stood their ground and just said, no, it's not going to happen on my watch. You're not going to segregate it. And we have one case, a guy named Roddy Edmond. You can see his photo here. He was the MOC, the man of confidence of Stalag 9A near Zingenheim. And he was standing in the morning parade in front of 2,000 American POWs when the commandant approached him and told him, instruct all Jewish POWs to take a step forward. Edmond refused. In response, the commandant pulled the gun and threatened to shoot him. Edmund didn't flinch. He said, we are all Jews. If you shoot me, you'll have to shoot everyone. The commandant simply put the gun and walked away. For his bravery, Edmund was recognized as a righteous among nations by Yad Vashem about 10 years ago, which, as you know, is a citation given to those who risked their life for protecting Jews during the Holocaust. Now I come to the conclusion. Why? Why were they kept alive? Millions and millions of Jews are being killed and gassed and buried in unmarked graves, and we have tens of thousands of Jews here. Nothing happened to them. There are several explanations in the literature that try to deal with that. Personally, I found them partial explanation. I'll go through them quickly. The first one, fear of reprisal. The theory goes, the explanation goes that the Germans did not want to mistreat the Jewish POWs because they were afraid that the German POWs will be mistreated by the Allies. But this doesn't really explain the way that French or Yugoslavian Jewish POWs were treated, because there were no German POWs held by France or Yugoslavia. They didn't exist. The second one is what is known as the national conservative value system, which required an honorable treatment of an enemy. But we know that the Wehrmacht didn't demonstrate any conservative value system or honorable treatment of the enemy in the Eastern Front. The third explanation is that we had really two different types of war, in the East and in the West. And in the East, they treated them one way, in the West another. But we also know that East-type atrocities were slowly moving in the West, becoming more and more common, and cases of massacres of POWs in the West, in the Normandy landing and in the Ardennes, become more and more common. So the way I look at it, I analyze it through the interaction that three levels of the army had, the Wehrmacht had, with the Jewish POWs. At the lowest level, we have the guards, interaction 24 hours, day to day. Now, these were usually older people with a different health profile, maybe with different motivations. They didn't go through the indoctrination when they were young, the Nazi indoctrination, and they preferred to follow the camp rules. The camp rules were the Geneva Convention. The second level were the camp commandants. Again, older generation, probably they did implement the national conservative value system. All of them fought in the First World War. They were, as I said, older. Not many of them were members of the Nazi Party, so that's the second. But at the third level, the highest, I believe it was the prisoner of war office in the German High Command, the POW office. The POW office was a sort of a different animal among organizations in Nazi Germany, in the sense that it did not, to use the term, work towards the Führer. You have most organizations, 99% of it in Nazi Germany, didn't even need an order from Hitler or from above to do what they wanted. They tried to anticipate the will of the Führer, not wait for an order, but anticipate and then wait for the praise to arrive. The POW office was completely different. They only worked according to orders. So if we have an example of the Spanish Republicans, I don't know if many of you know, but Spanish Republicans, they were fugitive from Franco's Spain. They lost their side, lost the civil war in 1936, 1939. They escaped to France, recruited into the French army, fought with the French army, became captives. In theory, they're French soldiers, supposed to be protected by the Geneva Convention. In practice, the POW office, the German POW office, received an order to allow the Gestapo into the camps. The Gestapo came into the camps, took them away, sent them to concentration camp. 80% of them died in concentration camps. They were considered political enemies. That was the fate. This is not what happened to the Jewish POWs, simply because there was no such order. Now, why there was no such order, that's a different discussion altogether. But this is why the Jewish POWs from Western Army were the most protected Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Herr Lindberg, für diesen Überblick zu dieser
Thank you so much, Mr.
Situation
Lindberg, for offering this overview on the special situation. And now we're going to turn to Dieter Bödiger, because he also shed some light on this specific group of US and UK prisoners of war. And we're going to hear from him now with a special focus on Stalag 1. Okay, I'd like to add to what was just said. Thank you so much, Jorai. We were in touch, of course, before this event. We had a fruitful exchange. I wanted to thank you, of course, but allow me also to mention some additional things that might be of interest and curious for you with regard to how Jewish prisoners of war were treated here. Towards the end of the war, more than 9,000 Western Allied prisoners of war were at Stalag Luft 1, Stalag Air 1. Most of them were officers. Most of them were US or UK citizens, but there were also 400 to 500 prisoners of Jewish faith or origin. Initially, they received similar treatment to those of other prisoners. Since they were officers, they didn't have to do forced labor. This was in line with rules and regulations of Geneva Convention. They weren't segregated. There were a religious service was allowed as well. Jewish prisoner of war Henry Levine held Jewish service every year. Since Jewish traditions were forbidden, he organized secretively and risking his life respective services. Non-Jewish prisoners stood guard. Levine had built a wooden Star of David in the camp for his secret sermons and for his secret services. It consists of 2 parts, and when taken apart was no longer recognizable as such and could be successfully easily hidden from German guards. In the picture, Ron Levine holds his father's Star of David. During winter 1944 and 45, the Germans separated the Jewish prisoners and placed them in isolation in the northern camp complex. Here, too, however, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, so here too they were indeed treated according to the Geneva Convention, usually, but of course they were also unfortunately subjected to psychological terror. Except from reports by some of those affected give us an idea of the psychological terror which the Jewish war prisoners were subjected. I was lucky enough to speak to him by email online before he died in San Francisco at the age of 100 years, just recently. But this is what he writes. Paul Cannon reports, there was a library in the camp. In December 1944, after the Battle of the Bulge began, the bookshelf suddenly contained all kinds of anti-Semitic literature. Apparently, the Germans had become more optimistic about their chances of winning the war. Either that, or they were planning to kill all Jewish officers in the camp. Erwin Stoffroff recalls the uncertainty about what would happen next put all Jewish prisoners under enormous pressure. There were rumors that they would be killed before liberation, so a high degree of insecurity. Milton Glassfield writes, notes, they all put us in one barrack. And that's when I got really scared. It went back to one of Himmler's orders, which was that all prisoners of war were to be killed, exterminated. There were about 500 of us, and that was the first time I understood what it meant to be Jewish, because I'm actually not a religious person. And now, words from Paul Kaufmann. Unfortunately, we don't have his picture. He said this a few days later, around 10 p.m. Germans entered my room. They had a picture of me in hand, and one of them said, "Get up, get out, come with us." They took me to an empty field and told me, "Wait for the inevitable." Gradually, several hundred prisoners of war arrived, and what happened next? Nothing. In the morning, we had to march back to the camp. Fear amongst Jewish prisoners of war in Stalag Luftwaffe to be separated and then later deported to concentration camps or executed was there due to events like that. Also, the full extent of the Holocaust only became known after the war. At least the Jewish soldiers who were captured towards the end of the war were very much aware of what it meant to be Jewish, and that Jews were systematically murdered by Germans and the overarching objective was their complete extermination. To not go unmentioned that Soviet prisoners of war in Stalag Luft 1 were confined to a separate camp and subjected to inhumane conditions. At least 200 of them lost their lives. They had to perform the hardest, most degrading labor. How many of them were Jewish is something that we don't know. We also don't know what happened to them after liberation. It's largely unknown. Western Jewish prisoners of war Stalag Luft 1 survived and were able to return home. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dieter.
Vielen Dank, Dieter, für diese
Thank you so much, Dieter.
Vertiefung,
Thank you for diving into detail with us and shedding some light on what happened here. It also showcases well how fruitful cooperation between academics and local archivists can be, because local history can become part of the broader picture thanks to that. Now let us turn to a different perspective. We're going to shed some more light on remembrance culture. I am delighted to be able to welcome Michael Sheeran here. He's part of Ground Monuments and Archaeological Findings in Barth from the National Socialist area. He takes care of those archaeological findings. He's been a member of the association from the very beginning. He's scouting for archaeological findings and is responsible for them. This is an important part of remembrance culture. How can we identify those findings? How can we mark them? How can we make information available? That is what we are going to hear and learn about right now with regard to Barth. You have the floor, Mr. Sheeran.
Ist die Lampe gut? Ist das wirklich Archäologie? Diese Frage mag sich der ein oder andere bei der Lektüre des Programms heute und dem Titel meines folgenden Vortrags gefragt haben.
The title of my
Tatsächlich ist diese Frage berechtigt,
It is a
denn erst in den
question that is
letzten 30
justified
Jahren hat sich
because
der Begriff
it
Archäologie
is
der
only in the last
Neuzeit
30
in der
years that the term
universitären Forschung etabliert.
archaeology of the modern era has
Vorangegangen sind
become
moderne, zum
established
Teil
in
auf
university
europäischer Ebene
research.
vorbereitete Denkmalschutzgesetze,
Preceded by modern
die auch der Bedeutung
monument
von
protection
Denkmälern
laws,
der
some of
Neuzeit
it
gerecht
which
werden.
on a European
Wenn es zum
level,
Beispiel in der archäologischen
which also do
Denkmalpflege der
justice to
DDR
the
von
significance of
1989
monuments
mit der
in the modern
Reformation,
era.
also dem
For
ersten
example,
Drittel
the
des 16.
archaeological
Jahrhunderts,
preservation of
eine
monuments
Zeitgrenze
in former
gab,
East Germany
sind
before
heute archäologische
1889, there was a
Bodendenkmäler
time
jüngster
limit.
Vergangenheit,
So it
wie
was
zum
only
Beispiel die Teile der deutsch-deutschen
monuments before
Grenzbefestigung erfasst und
Reformation.
gesetzlich geschützt.
But today,
Die
archaeological
Stadt Barth und
monuments
ihre
from the
Umgebung waren
recent
in der
past,
Zeit
such as
des
parts of the German
Nationalsozialismus
border
Standorte wichtiger
fortifications, are recorded
militärischer
and protected
Einrichtungen,
by law.
Rüstungsbetriebe
During the National
und zugleich
Socialist
Orte
era, the
unfreiwilligen
town of Barth and
Aufenthalts,
its surroundings were
nämlich
home
Lager
to
für
important
tausende
military
Kriegsgefangene,
facilities, armament
KZ-Insassen und
factories, and at the
Zwangsarbeiter.
same time places of
Diese Phase der
involuntary
Stadtentwicklung ist im
residence,
wahrsten Sinne des
namely camps
Wortes
for thousands of
mit
prisoners of
unbequemen
war,
Erinnerungen und
concentration camp
Fragen
inmates,
belastet.
and forced laborers.
Und viele Orte
This
dieser
phase of
12
urban development
Jahre
is
währenden
literally
Phase der
burdened with
Stadtgeschichte
uncomfortable
sind nur
memories
noch als
and
Ruinen erhalten,
questions. And many
was den
places
Umgang
from
mit
this
ihnen
phase
herausfordert.
of the city's
Denn
history,
Ruinen sind
which
Auslöser
only
von
lasted 12
Emotionen
years,
auf
have only
verschiedensten
survived as
Ebenen.
ruins, which makes it a challenge to deal with them. Because
Anhand
ruins
von
trigger
3
emotions
Beispielen,
on various
den
levels.
Pommerschen
Using
Industriewerken,
3
dem
examples, the
Flugplatz mit dem
Pomeranian
KZ und
Industrial
dem
Works, the
Stammlager
airfield with
Luft,
the
Stalag 1 soll
concentration
im
camp,
Folgenden auf die
and the
Möglichkeiten des Umgangs
Stalag
mit den im
1
Boden und
camp.
an der
The following
Oberfläche
will look at
erhaltenen
ways of dealing with
historischen
historical
Spuren
traces
eingegangen werden.
preserved in the ground or on
Tatsächlich
the
befinden wir uns
surface.
immer noch am
In
Beginn
fact,
einer
we're still at the
systematischen
beginning
Erfassung
of a
dessen, was
systematic
vorhanden war.
recording of what was
Technische
once here.
Hilfsmittel wie zum Beispiel
Technical
die
aids
LIDAR-Scans
such as LiDAR
mit den
scans
daraus
with
errechneten
digital
digitalen
terrain
Geländemodellen
models
öffnen uns heute Einsichten
calculated
und Möglichkeiten,
from
die
them
vor wenigen
open
Jahren
up
kaum möglich
insights
schienen.
and possibilities that hardly
Offenbar
seemed
schon deutlich
possible
vor
only
Beginn
a
des
few
Zweiten
years ago.
Weltkriegs waren für den pommerschen
Apparently
Raum
well
und auch
before
die
the start of
Stadt
World War
Barth
II,
Pläne für
plans
eine
had already been
Entwicklung von
prepared for the
Aufrüstung und
Pomeranian
kriegswichtiger
region and the town of
Industrieproduktion
Barth for the
vorbereitet worden.
development of
Im
armaments
westlich
and
der Stadt
industrial
gelegenen
production
stadteigenen
that
Wald
would be
kaufte die
important to the war
Reichsregierung
effort.
schon Mitte der
In the
1930er
mid-1930s,
Jahre
the Reich
eine Fläche
government
von mehr als
purchased an area of more than
450 Hektar.
450
Mit dem Bau
hectares
der Fabrik
in
der
the town's
pommerschen
own
Industriewerke
forest
wurde
to the west of the town.
1939
Construction of the Pomeranian Industrial Works factory began in 1939 and production began
Produziert
shortly
wurden hier
afterwards.
diverse Leuchtmittel und Signalmunition.
Various illuminants and signal ammunition were produced here, as well as phosphorus bombs that are said to have been filled or emptied by forced laborers or concentration camp workers. The production of chemical weapons has not been proven, but could have been realized at short notice, given the plant's technical equipment.
Das Produktionsspektrum, auch die
So you
Zahl der
see the spectre of
Angestellten.
production
Viele
here on the
Baader
slide,
haben
as well
dort
as the
ihre
number
Ausbildung
of
gemacht, quasi
employees.
parallel
Many
zu
people from Barth
Zwangsarbeitern und
actually did their
KZ-Häftlingen.
training right
Und
here.
das ganze Betriebsgelände und die
There were
Wohneinheiten
also a
waren
lot
durch
of
ein
concentration
Straßen- und
camp workers who were
Gleissystem auch
forced to
mit der
work
Stadt
there.
verbunden. Ein
Everything was connected to
Jahresumsatz
the
von etwa
town. There was a street
17,9
and
Millionen
track
Reichsmark
system, and
ist
the
belegt.
overall revenue per year is said to be
Von
by
dem berühmten
17.9
Baumsystematiker und
million
Architekten
Reichsmark.
Ernst Neufert, einem
The
ehemaligen
famous building
Bauhausschüler
systematist
und
and
Professor
architect
in
Ernst
Weimar
Neufert, a former
unter Walter
Bauhaus student,
Gropius, stammen
created
die
the
Entwürfe
designs
für die
for the
heute im
industrial
Aufgehen nicht mehr
architecture
erhaltene
that no longer
Architektur.
exists today.
Die Demontage
The
durch die Rote
dismantling by
Armee
the
und
Red
Barther
Army and
Bürger
citizens
zwischen
of Barth between 1945 and
1945 sowie die
1946 and the
systematische
systematic
Sprengung der
demolition of the
Fundamente haben
foundations
im
left
Ergebnis ein
behind a
gigantisches
gigantic
Ruinenfeld
field
im
of
Wald
ruins in
hinterlassen.
the forest.
Da eine forstliche
Forestry
Bewirtschaftung
is pretty much impossible here, so the best
dort
alternative
nicht mehr möglich
is the
ist,
deliberate natural regeneration and near-natural forest management.
haben wir im Grunde nur noch eine
While
Trümmerlandschaft, die
largely
sich demjenigen,
preserving
der
the
im Wald
ruins,
unterwegs ist, auch nicht
i.e.
erschließt.
monument protection in the best sense of the
Hier
word.
einmal ein Beispiel für die
the word. This is
im
an
Niedersten
example
sehr gut erkennbare Struktur
for the
dieser
structure
Fabrik.
that you can see very well on the scans.
Von der Ausdehnung und Struktur der Fabrik existiert nur noch ein
Only a hand-drawn
handgezeichneter
structure and
Plan des
expansion of the
ehemaligen
factory
Direktors
by
Dr.
Dr.
Schöller. Er hat diesen Plan
is
bei
available.
Verhören
He was the former director. He drew
durch
this
britische
plan during
Soldaten im Mai,
interrogations by
Juni während
British
seiner Flucht
soldiers
in Schleswig-Holstein
in
angefertigt.
1945, once he was on his escape.
Eine in der Skizze als Wasserwerk bezeichnete Anlage wurde
A
von
few years
Experten
ago, a
vor wenigen
plant
Jahren
shown in the sketch and
als
described
Unikat
as
bezeichnet.
waterworks was
Haben wir hier
described
vielleicht
as
eine bewusste
unique by
Täuschung
the
durch den
experts, but
ehemaligen
it
Direktor
might
der
be a
Werke
deliberate
vor uns und ist das
deception by the
Bauwerk,
former director
diente
of the
vielleicht dieses
works,
Bauwerk völlig
and the
anderen
building
Zwecken.
may have
Hier
served a
zeigt sich das
different purpose
Problem scheinbar
altogether.
objektiver Quellen,
This shows the problem
die
of
wir im
seemingly
Gelände
objective
finden,
sources, such as the sketch
und
appears
zu
to
denen
be.
es nur eine Skizze gibt. Von dem 1935 errichteten
Of the
Flugplatz und
airfield
seinen Gebäuden
built
ist nach
in
dem Zweiten
1935 and
Weltkrieg
its
nur noch das
buildings,
Landefeld
only
erhalten.
the landing field remained
Alle
after
anderen
World War II.
Gebäudestrukturen
All the other building structures
der
of
zugehörigen
the associated
Flugzeughallen, des
hangars, the
Towers und
tower
der
and the
Kasernen
barracks
sind inzwischen
are
als
now fields
überwaldete
of
Trümmerfelder
rubble covered by
nördlich davon
vegetation.
in einem breiten Halbkreis angeordnet. Heute ist das Flugfeld
Today,
überwiegend
the
durch
airfield is used for solar power
Solarpaneele
generation
bedeckt.
and mainly civil aviation.
Der Flugplatz dient heute der Solarstromgewinnung und überwiegend ziviler Luftfahrt, von
And in addition
gelegentlichen
to
Übungen
civil
von
aviation, there are
NATO-Einheiten
some
einmal
occasional
abgesehen. Die
exercises by
systematische
NATO
Demontage
units
und
as well.
Sprengung nach
The systematic
1940
dismantling
lässt
and
sich
demolition
aber
after
in dem
1945 can be
digitalen
seen very clearly in
Geländemodell
the aerial
sehr
photograph.
schön nachvollziehen. Wer heute das Gelände des ehemaligen
Anyone
KZ,
looking for the former site,
Sie waren
for
auf
the site of the
Kasernen der
former
Luftwaffe
concentration camp
umfunktioniert
today,
sucht, wird es im
they were
Wald
converted
allerdings
from
kaum
Air Force
finden.
barracks, will hardly
Der
find
LiDAR-Scan
anything in the
zeigt aber noch
forest.
deutlich die
However, the
Spuren
LiDAR
dieses
scan clearly
Tatortes,
shows the traces of the crime scene
wiederholter
of
Verbrechen
repeated
gegen die
crimes
Menschlichkeit.
against humanity.
Während die von Leinhand
While the amateur documentation of the remains
erfolgte Dokumentation
of the control tower
der
next to the airfield
Reste des
is not
Flugplatzes
very
wenig
informative
aussagekräftig
and
ist
was
und wohl auch
probably
der
also due to the
Unübersichtlichkeit des
complexity
Geländes
of the
geschuldet
site.
war, sind die
The excavation work in
Freilegungsarbeiten in
parts
Teilen des
of the
KZ,
concentration
also in den
camp, the
ehemaligen
former barracks
Kasernenbauten,
buildings,
unter archäologischer
was carried out
Fachaufsicht
under
erfolgt.
specialist archaeological supervision.
Die Ergebnisse liegen
The
als
results
Dokumente
are
beim
available as
Staatlichen
documents
Denkmalschutzamt und dem
at
Dockzentrum
the
in
State
Barth
Monument
vor.
Protection Office and at the
Gerade
Documentation
diese
Center in
archäologischen
Barth.
Freilegungsarbeiten im
Archaeological
Bereich eines
excavation work
Tatortes
in
wie
the
dem
area
KZ
of a crime
stellen
scene,
für
such
alle
as the
Beteiligten
concentration
eine
camp,
besondere emotionale
represents a
Herausforderung
particular
dar.
emotional challenge for those involved. For a large number of people around the world, Stalag 1 is associated with the town of Barth. It is probably the best-known symbol of the town.
Na, jetzt muss ich nochmal zurück.
I'll have to go back.
Es ist in der Stadt selber allerdings weniger
mostly the case internationally than in the town itself. The proximity of the large prisoner of war camp near the tranquil harbor town on the bay with its old town gate and the church illustrates the immediate proximity of friend and foe, of war and peace, of pre-Pomeranian province and events of World War II, like no other image. Today, half the entire camp area is arable land and the other half is a tree-covered wasteland. The structure and history of the camp as a whole is well documented.
Die meisten Compounds werden heute
the former sites of most of the compounds have been cultivated for more than 60 years and thus share the fate of many ground monuments.
Eine Zahl von inzwischen mehr als 600
more than 600 surface finds, mostly recovered by volunteer archaeologists during systematic inspections, have now been archived.
Archiviert und zum Teil auch bestimmt und
some of them have been
in ihrer Funktion angesprochen.
And their function has been determined. The commercial interest of commercially motivated military collectors has prompted us to take this step. The precise recording of the location of each object using GPS devices makes it possible to allocate the individual storage areas, the individual camp areas. You can see selected items in 2 display cases in the anteroom of our conference room. What you find there, uniform buttons reflect in detail the international composition of the interned soldiers from different air forces.
Der internierten Soldaten unterschiedlicher Luftwaffen wieder. Ein tschechisches Luftwaffenabzeichen mit Sicherheit im Lager selbst hergestellt,
There's a Czech Luftwaffe insignia certainly made in the camp itself, which has rarity value. The small model of a probably English bomber with a gunner's cupola, which is half broken, was also made in the camp. The selection of small POW badges, which were also certainly made in the camp itself, they have very different qualities, which gives us further insight into camp life.
Das Tragen dieser Abzeichen im Lager
Wearing
als
these badges in the camp was a sign of identity, and their later testimonial value of the camp period after the return home. These are special characteristics of this kind of art. We asked ourselves what materials were used for this purpose and had metallurgical analysis carried out.
Stellte dann diese
Tubes
Objekte
and
her.
can soldering were probably used as raw materials. This worked for a little while
der Abfall des Lagers
until
separat
the
gelagert
trash
wurde und
from the
die
camp
Internierten keinen Zugang mehr zu
was
diesen
stored
recycelbaren
separately,
Objekten
which
hatten.
means that the prisoners no longer had access to the objects they could have
Als
formerly
persönliche Ausweise
recycled.
bzw. zur Erfassung einzelner Personen im Lagerleben
Such dog
beziehungsweise
marks are
als
intended
Soldat
as
mit
personal
ihren Einheiten
identification
sind diese
cards or to
Dogmarks
identify
gedacht.
individuals
Zugleich
in
mit
camp life
anderweitig
or as
erhaltenen
soldiers in their
Listen
units.
können sie Zeugnisse der Bewegung zwischen
Together with
verschiedenen
otherwise preserved
Kriegsgefangenenlagern
lists,
sein.
they are
Im
evidence of
günstigsten Fall
movements
eignen sie
between
sich
the
auch zur
different prisoner of war
Identifikation
camps.
ihres
In the best
ehemaligen
case, they can
Trägers.
also be
Ein
used to
Beispiel haben wir
identify
dort in der
the
Vitrine.
person who used to wear
Dort
them.
haben wir tatsächlich dann auch noch recherchiert
You can see some
einige
of them
Lebensdaten eines dieser Piloten. Also das ist dann wirklich nur über einen Bodenfund möglich gewesen, der sich dann
where
später
objects were
in
found in
diversen
the ground, and we were able
Foren
to
im Internet
identify
dann auch wiedergefunden
some
hat.
of these
In der Regel
items
kurz nach Ankunft in
because
einem
we were
Lager
able to
trifft die
find
interne
similar
von den
ones
deutschen
online.
Bewachern kaum wahrnehmbare
As a rule,
Organisationsstruktur
shortly
der
after
Insassen.
arriving at a camp, the
Nach
internal
entsprechender Prüfung wurden
organizational
besondere
structure of the
Qualifikationen
inmates
bestimmten Abteilungen
took effect.
zugeordnet.
After
Dazu
appropriate
gehörten auch
examination, special
tiefbautechnische
qualifications
Kenntnisse,
were
knapp
assigned to
100
specific
Fluchtversuche,
departments.
davon einige
These
als
included knowledge
gegrabene
of
Fluchttunnel sind für
civil
das
engineering.
Lager
Almost
überliefert.
100 escape
Die
attempts,
hier
some of
gemachten
which
Erfahrungen
involved
im Bau
digging
eines
escape
Fluchttunnels
tunnels, have been
setzten
recorded
Spezialisten
for the
später
Barth
beim Bau
camp.
des berühmten
The
Tunnels
experience
Harry
gained here in the
im
construction
polnischen
of escape tunnels was
Stalag-Lagan
later put
Eine
to use by
zeichnerische
specialists in
Rekonstruktion
the
dieses
construction of the
Zaganer-Tunnels sei
famous
hier
Harry
stellvertretend für
tunnel
die
in the
Bader
Polish
Tunnels.
Stalag Zagan. The graphic reconstruction of the Sagan Tunnel is shown here as an example of the Barth tunnels. We are currently unable to say where exactly the tunnels in Barth ran and how they were constructed in detail. Perhaps this will one day be possible through the application of scientific methods such as geomagnetic measurements or georadar. Our volunteers were surprised by the many objects that could clearly be attributed to Russian soldiers or prisoners of war or forced laborers. These are often pieces of aluminum, perhaps from aircraft production, with small depictions or Cyrillic inscriptions. They probably only found their way into the ground after the Allied camp was abandoned, when Barth became the site of one of the most notorious filtration camps of the Soviet Secret Service.
Unverändert drückend sind die Erblasten des Dritten Reiches, dessen architektonische Zeugnisse sind unbequeme
Once they had survived the hardships of imprisonment and slave labor under the Germans, quite a few people were then threatened with being sent to the punishment and labor camps of the Stalin era for suspected collaboration.
Die Versuchung, sich solcher Erbstücke des Dritten Reichs zu entledigen, ist groß. Eine durch Abreißen und Rekonstruieren nachhinein korrigierte Geschichte wäre
the legacy of the Third Reich is an extreme burden, and their architectural testimonial is a memorial that is uncomfortable, that reminds us of the facts that we would have preferred not to see.
Archäologische Spuren der 13 Jahre
This is a quote from Norbert Huse from 1997.
Sie sind in der Umgebung der Stadt Barth präsent.
But the archaeological traces of the 13 years are more than just piles of rubble and accumulations of waste. They are present in the surroundings of the town of Barth and are still traceable contemporary witnesses. They are authentic crime scenes, real collective places of remembrance. Both terms go far beyond their relevance in terms of monument protection. Events like this one today are a way of ensuring that the necessary reappraisal and culture of remembrance is not lost sight of one day or marginalized for political reasons.
Vielen Dank, Herr Schirren, für diese
thank you, Mr. Schirren,
sehr plastische Vorstellung Ihrer
for
Arbeit.
This very tangible presentation of your work.
Diese zweite Sektion abgeschlossen.
Now we're at the end of the second section,
sehr viel auch über unterschiedliche Bedeutung von
and
Quellen
we learned a lot about the meaning of different types of sources. So there are ground monuments, objects found in the ground that tell us about history. We heard about the meaning of reconstructing a family history. Sophia Kumar and her son told us about this, about the meaning for her own family, finding out what kind of fate your grandfather suffered, where he's buried, and Mr. Lindbergh and Mr. Bödecker have presented a particularly relevant group of prisoners of war who, in a very hostile environment, where they experience a particular situation among other prisoners of war.
Hallo? Ja, ich habe eine Frage
Well, I have a
an Christoph.
question to Christoph.
Und, ja, an Christoph. Und zwar bin ich etwas verwirrt.
I am slightly
Der Name
confused.
Stanislav Staniec
So
steht doch auf
Stanislav
der Tafel
Staniec
des
is
Barther,
on one of the
Konzentrationslager-Gedenkstätte. Und
on
jetzt
one of
hast
the
du
information
gesagt, er wäre hier
tables
nicht
in
begraben.
Barth
Oder habe ich das falsch
in our
verstanden?
memorial, but you said he wasn't
Wenn er hier
buried
nicht
here.
begraben ist,
So
würde
what
er
is
wohl auch
true?
nicht
Because
auf
if
die
he's
Tafel
not buried
gelandet
here, I'm
sein.
sure he wouldn't be featured on the board.
Probably it was a misunderstanding because we were informed at the beginning that he is on the cemetery somewhere in the town, yes, buried, not in this place when this grave for all these 180 people, yes. So that was something which we were informed through the papers from Red Cross that he is somewhere on the cemetery of Barth. So that was not true information from this Red Cross agency.
Also da gibt es unterschiedliche Aussagen, scheinbar in den
Okay, so there seem to be different. So the sources seem to have different interpretations.
Das ist aber, wir sehen auch wieder, das ist nicht nur eine Frage für Historikerinnen und
So
Historiker,
this is not just a question for the historians, but also for the families. Where are my relatives buried?
Das ist eine wichtige Fragestellung, die immer
That's
wieder
a very
auch eine große
important
Bedeutung hat.
question that
Und
is
das
relevant
zu
and keeps
klären,
coming up.
Ich glaube, das ist auch eine gewisse Leistung des Vereins.
And to
in
clarify
Barth,
this, I think
diese
this is
Orte
in
zu
part
markieren
also
und eben auch diese
thanks to
Schicksalsklärung
what the association here in Barth is doing, helping people
Ja,
find
weitere
out
Fragen.
about questions such as this one. Any other questions?
Yeah, is there any information on the experiences of the local Jews from Pomerania and if they intersected with Barth or other places?
Wer würde das vom Verein
Well, who would like to answer that?
beantworten möchten?
Somebody from the association,
Also es
maybe?
gibt natürlich durch Helga Radau auch sehr
So,
stark
thanks to Helga
vorangetrieben,
Radau,
die
there was
Erforschung
some
von jüdischen
research
Einwohnern
on
aus Barth und ihr
Jewish
Schicksal während des Zweiten
citizens of
Weltkrieges.
Barth and what they
Aber
experienced in
vielleicht
World War
Dieter, sagst du
II.
was dazu?
Perhaps Dieter wants to say something.
Ja, ich kann das nicht genau beantworten.
Well, so
aber
I
was
cannot
ich
answer in
sagen
great
kann,
detail, but I
ist,
can
dass
say
in unserer Ausstellung hier
that
in
in
der
our
Dock wird auch
exhibition
das Schicksal von
here in
jüdischen
Dock,
Familien und Mitbürgern aus Barth
the fate of Jewish
exemplarisch
citizens from
beschrieben.
Barth is described
Und
with
ja,
some
für
examples.
viele von Ihnen ist das vielleicht, erschließt sich das nicht so, weil die
And so
Ausstellung
perhaps
in
for
Deutsch
some of
ist.
you,
Aber
you
ich
don't
habe
have a
Ihnen
lot of
in
access to
der,
it because the exhibition is in
Kaffeepause
German. But
eine
on the
Datei
coffee
geschickt
break, I sent
über,
a file
wo
via
eine,
email,
ja, preliminary translation of
which
our,
includes a preliminary
exhibition.
translation of our
Und da
exhibition.
sehen Sie auch gering aufgelöste
And there you can see
Tafeln als Foto
some
eingebunden
photos
und mit
of
den
boards
entsprechenden Übersetzungen der Texte.
and the
Da können Sie sich
translations
also an,
of the texts
für
on
diese
there.
zwei Beispiele, also Familie Böhm zum Beispiel.
And so the family Böhm is one example, and their fate is featured there. And the fate of the family Böhm represents what happened to many Jewish citizens in our region during the Second World War and during the Nazi era.
Also auch da hat der Förderverein eine große
So
Rolle
once
gespielt bei
again,
der
the
Aufarbeitung
association
der lokalen
has
jüdischen
played a
Geschichte.
very important role when it comes to reconstructing local history.
Also hier ist nochmal die Frage, gibt es
So the
sozusagen,
question
Überreste
was,
des
are there any
kulturellen
remains
Lebens
of
in
Jewish
Barth?
cultural
Gibt
life
es da
in
etwas?
Barth? Is there anything that still exists?
Also ich möchte mal als Beispiel
So as an
das
example,
Kaufhaus, das der
I
von
would
mir
like
eben
to
erwähnten Familie
mention
Böhm gehört hat in unserer langen Straße, also im City
the
Center
department
von
store
Barth. Das Gebäude
that belonged to
steht
the
noch.
Jewish family Böhm.
Es wurde
The
ja
building
aber,
is still there,
zur Nazizeit eben
but during the
dann
Nazi era,
der Familie weggenommen
it
und
was
an
taken
einen
away from the
nicht-arabischen
family and
Kaufmann übergeben. Aber das Gebäude
given to
unter
an
einer anderen
Aryan
Nutzung steht noch. Das ist zum Beispiel ein
proprietor,
Zeugnis der jüdischen
but
Geschichte
this
hier in
building
Barth
is a
und
part
auch
of the
der,
Jewish history here in
der
Barth
jüdischen Kultur. Viele
and the Jewish
waren
culture,
ja als Kaufleute oder
because
Ähnliches
many
hier
were
beschäftigt. Aber ansonsten
were active
steht
in
auch,
trade
in
and
der
sales.
Ausstellung auf einer Tafel, dass sie eben ganz normale
And in the
Bürger
exhibition,
waren, wie
you
alle
can
anderen
see,
auch. Und das änderte
you can
sich
also
dann
read
eben,
about many of them just being regular
mit,
citizens. And
1933 Schritt für Schritt.
of course, after 1933, their lives changed gradually at first, and then drastically.
Also es ist jetzt nochmal die Frage nach religiösen
So,
Einrichtungen.
any
also eine
religious
Synagoge in Barth.
institutions, a
Hat es die
synagogue,
gegeben,
was
die
there a
damals?
synagogue in Barth?
Herr Schirin?
Ja, also ich kann jetzt direkt zu Barth das nicht sagen.
So
ich kann
I
sagen, dass es
cannot speak
natürlich
to
Gemeinden
Barth
gegeben hat,
in
die dann
detail,
auch,
but there were some
in zentralen
communities,
Orten
some
sich
areas
getroffen haben. Und diese zentralen Orte sind dann in aller Regel
with central
in dieser
spaces
sogenannten Reichspogromnacht
and during
zerstört
the
worden, zum Teil abgerissen worden.
Rice
Das
Pogrom
Ganze hat aber eine
night in
Geschichte, die
1938,
weitergeht.
most of them
Es
were
geht ja auch um die Friedhöfe.
demolished. But
Und,
I want
wir
to
haben
also
eben
mention
auch,
cemeteries.
As archaeologists, we also looked at cemeteries, even though they aren't, technically speaking, a place of archaeological relevance, where we also are not allowed to excavate, which is also not allowed according to Jewish custom. But we did notice something. After the war, many of these cemeteries were actually, they were built over. So in former East Germany, they didn't really care about a Jewish cemetery existing somewhere, and sometimes constructions were made on top of the cemetery. And so sometimes we find graves in a place where we wouldn't have expected them, where then we had to get in contact with rabbis and see how we can transport the remains to other places and have them buried properly.
Vielen Dank. Mr. Fried.
Mr. Fried.
Thank you. I'd like to know if there were any archaeological finds at the concentration camp.
Sorry?
No?
We had only occasion to do field surveys in the different camps of Stalag 1. We have not been in the forests, and we didn't do except the cassette at the airfield. We didn't do any archaeological excavations. We want to protect the places, and maybe there will be one day different questions, and we could probably answer them. But today it's not planned to do any excavations.
Ja, deswegen ist es auch wichtig, trotzdem darüber Bescheid zu wissen und diese Orte.
Well, it's important to know about this and to mark these places for the future, for potential future research. Any other questions? So it's not really a question, but a remark on the Jewish life in the prisoner of war camps. I've been researching the Stalag 210 camp in Greifswald for a few years, and I came across a few Jewish inmates, and we want to look at how the life of prisoners of war was relevant to Jewish life, and many of the prisoners were allowed to send letters home. They were able to tell their relatives how they were doing, what kind of state they were in, and the Jewish prisoners in Greifswald had the issue that they didn't want to write letters home to their Jewish families to make sure that in former Yugoslavia, for instance, they would provide any hints as to Jewish families where they would be located to keep them safe. They wanted to avoid that. Now, Mr. Lindenberg, is there any information on letters between Jewish prisoners of war and the families? Can we say something about that? Generally speaking, especially prisoners of war from other countries?
So specifically about Yugoslavian, the Jewish prisoners of war from Yugoslavia, they received letter actually from their neighbors, and who told them what is happening to their Jewish families, that basically they were sent to concentration camp. And at some point, the German wanted to release the Yugoslavian prisoners of war, and the Jews simply refused. They knew what's going to happen to them, and they stayed behind. There was another story about this Julius Green, the dentist I mentioned. One of his relatives sent him a letter saying that she celebrated the Jewish holidays, and he didn't declare himself as Jewish. They didn't know he was Jewish. But the censor in the camp read the letter and found out you have a relative who's Jewish, you're probably Jewish, and he wanted to do a circumcision test. So they called the doctor, a German doctor, to do the test, so to speak. But a friend of Green, who was a British doctor, convinced him that everything is in order. He checked himself and he let him go. So that's that's where stories, as far as stories. But the Geneva Convention, as I said, it was adhered to almost to the letter, and the Geneva Convention is very specific about how many letters each prisoner of war is supposed to receive and to send, how many packages. So they used it. They weren't discriminated against as far as it came to receiving and sending letters.
Okay, vielen Dank für die Anregung. Also es ist nochmal wichtig, auch genau die Nationalitäten auch zu betrachten in diesen Kriegsgefangenenlagern.
Thank you so much for those interesting remarks. Here it's always important to understand the citizenships of the prisoners of war. Are there further questions? Yes, over there.
Actually, I just want to volunteer a little bit of a side story that my mother told me. And this is when she was still in under Hungarian occupation, and this is the mid-1940s, and Jews from the town were taken to be soldiers, really sort of fodder soldiers by the Hungarians who were sort of really fighting with the Germans. So they were Jewish soldiers, conscripted soldiers, and they were used to kind of to send forward in case there are mines. And there were 3 cousins who were in the army with the Hungarians, so Nazi forces. But they managed to escape, and at some point, and I can't remember what town they were, but I think they escaped. They got to either Budapest or somewhere. They used, was it BBC Free Radio? There was free radio transmission that people sort of listened to surreptitiously. And by radio, they were sending the message, say, please tell my parents in Kostrina I'm alive, I'm fine. And there were people who surreptitiously were listening. They were not allowed. This is Hungarian occupation in Eastern Europe. But all of a sudden, sort of in this village, at some point, there were some neighboring people who heard these messages. And this woman sort of came with an apron full of pieces of paper. There were lots of people who were sending these messages from different towns to tell my parents' cousins that their son is alive. And so she sort of came with these messages. He escaped, he's alive. But they were soldiers, and they made it through the war, but the parents did not. They were rounded up within a year and taken to Auschwitz.
Vielen Dank für diese Informationen, die auch nochmal zeigen, wie kompliziert einerseits die Informationsflüsse waren, aber eben auch wie schwierig oder wie sich die Situation für einzelne Betroffene auch veränderte im Verlaufe des Krieges unter den Umständen herum, die sich ja auch immer wieder dauernd veränderten. Und manchmal konnte sozusagen die Orte ziemlich dicht beieinander liegen und die Schicksale waren sehr, sehr unterschiedlich. Da hinten gibt es noch eine Frage.
Situations were very different. There's another question in the back.
Hello. Yeah, I want to ask. I don't know if you've already talked about it, but were there found mass graves or anything where the people from the concentration camp were like just thrown into, or like a spot somewhere? Like, because I don't know anything about it.
It's related to Barth.
Yes.
Okay. Dann war jetzt die Frage nach Massengräbern.
So the question, this was the question. What about mass graves in Barth? Maybe someone from the association can say something in that regard. Hans-Jürgen, you have the floor.
Auch eine komplizierte Geschichte, sage ich gleich dazu, weil
it's a complex story, right? Because we have several levels of remembrance. We have Nazi period, then occupation, and then time after. Well, yes, indeed. We think there were 3 close to the so-called gallows hill. In 1963, one of them was opened.
An die Stelle des jetzigen Mahnmals überführt.
the remains were taken out and then placed next to the memorial. So it's not only a memorial, no, it's really also a cemetery. I'm not sure I have the exact number available. 100. So in the 50s, several of the remains became part of the cemetery, and those are partially remains from the concentration camp in Barth. There's another cemetery. First prisoners that were killed in Barth, they were transported to Rostock and then cremated there. There is a cemetery there that is now home to their remains. Mass grave, I think, is safe to say here as well. Did that answer your question? Are there further questions? I would have one. Did you benefit with regard to the cooperation with the association, taking care of the memorials, or were they rather a pain? Well, that's something I learned as an archaeologist. Nothing can be achieved without cooperation. Same goes for maintaining historic documents, maintaining historic memorials. We as archaeologists deal with items. They don't speak on their own behalf. You have to place items into their context. That's the way to interpret, to understand them. So yes, indeed, the association is our most important partner, especially with regard to local situations. I opened up a new source that was then integrated and passed over to the association, but of course I also benefited from that. I am an archaeologist by training. I am responsible for preservation of historical monuments. So my main task is to preserve these historic memorials. And this can only be done with the association because they assist us in what we do and cannot be done without them. Thank you so much, and I hope that you'll be able to continue this fruitful cooperation and you will find further answers to questions. Sounds like a fruitful cooperation. Now, looking at the audience, I would like to thank all of these speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your works, your results. Oh, sorry, I missed a question here, second row.
I just wanted to ask, did many of the Jewish people have their property returned to them after the war? You know, when here in Germany, in Germany generally, when the shops were taken and people were thrown out?
Da bin ich jetzt also wirklich nicht in der Lage, darauf zu antworten.
I'm not sure if I can answer that question. I don't know the answer. I don't know how many Jewish survivors actually returned to Germany. I think numbers differ here. A lot of them took mainly to the cities. Jewish communities were revived, but I don't think anyone returned to Barth. It's because it's a smaller city, so I don't think any of the Jewish survivors returned to Barth. Mecklenburg Upper Pomerania did have a Jewish community after 1949, but not here in Barth. There were tensions between the socialist state and the region. So the Jewish community grew smaller and smaller over time up here in the north. 1990, I think we can say it didn't exist anymore. Then after 1990, after the reunification of Germany, several Jewish families arrived of post-Soviet countries. That meant new life for Jewish communities, and nowadays we have a very vibrant Jewish community here. So different stages of the Jewish community, and they were revived by the families that moved to the region from Eastern Europe.
When the Treuhandanstalt, the trust holding company, people were allowed to apply to have their property restored, restitution of property. After, in 1990, after the reunification of Germany, were Jews allowed to apply for the restitution of their property?
Es war die Frage nach der Wiedergutmachung bzw. der Rückgabe
It's
von
about
Eigentum,
restitution now. That's what the question touched on, was property returned to Jewish nationals. Yes, indeed, that happened. That's the answer. But it doesn't mean that the families themselves necessarily returned. I think there's no case at all. I'm not aware of any case at all. Is there another question in the back? Maybe could you kindly pass the mic?
Hello. Hi. I was wondering, was there any Soviet families of people who were in the concentration camp or in Stalag Luft from Soviet families? Did they got invited, or is there still any connection?
Also die Frage nochmal nach der Einladung für ehemalige sowjetische Kriegsgefangene.
Here again, the question with regard to Soviet prisoners of war. As far as I'm aware, there's only one example, one case. Is that correct, Dieter? Indeed, that is an issue because we really lack knowledge with regard to Soviet prisoners of war at Stalag I. What we know is this, and this goes back to what Allies told us. There were offices, Soviet offices in the lager, but they were separated. And there were transports that took place, large-scale transports of Jewish prisoners of war that arrived in Barth, 1,000 at a time. Then the Air Force tried to recruit them for the German Army. Most didn't. Those who didn't then became forced laborers in the area of Barth. They worked in agriculture mainly, or they were sent abroad. That's information I have. So I think we only have one contemporary witness, a prisoner of war, who was a forced laborer in Finland at an airfield, at an airport. That is a topic where we do need to do more research. Now, with regard to archaeology, I think it's safe to say that we were able to make a contribution, and that's clear. You can see exhibits down there, small metal strips with curl letters. What does that tell us? Well, at this point, it's only rumors. We cannot confirm it 100%, but it's something that we're assuming, according to current state of research, we're assuming that there was a filtration camp, and it was part of Stalag Luft. That was thanks to the archaeological findings. This points to Russian-speaking individuals. These are sources that archaeology can provide, but that's as much as we can do. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, we're seeing here again that several layers of history are on top of each other. So war times, but also post-war times are layered on top of each other. What are filtration camps? Well, those were camps people passed through for Soviet citizens. How should I put this into terms? For being part of this, let us now break for lunch. Before we do that, however, let me invite you to take a group family picture, so to say. Let us meet downstairs outside of the building. There is a flight of stairs. Let's meet there.
And this goes for everyone who wants to be on the picture, especially warm invitation to our international guests. It's supposed to be a great reminder for you. We will send it around after this event.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Good.
So, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, alle sind pünktlich zurück.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all
Wir können
on
uns schon mal
time.
sehr herzlich bedanken bei
We'd
unseren
like to most
Übersetzerinnen
warmly
hier,
extend our
die
thanks to
ganz
our interpreters
engagiert arbeiten
for
und die
doing
Kommunikation
a committed job here
ermöglichen.
and enable us to talk to each other.
Ich hoffe, alle sind jetzt gestärkt.
I do hope that you enjoyed the lunch break. There were different soups available and a fantastic view to the bottom.
Nehmen bitte Platz.
Now, I'd like to ask all of you to kindly be seated now.
Ja, wir kommen jetzt zu unserer dritten Sektion am heutigen Tag.
Let us get to our third part of the day. What are we going to do now? We're going to hear different aspects of research. We're going to focus on the history of Stalag Luft 1 at this point. And we're going to hear different accounts. I'd like to most warmly welcome Kimberly Geis from New Orleans. She traveled from New Orleans to Barth. She is curator, director of a museum, the National Second World War Museum in the US, to be exact. And she is now going to speak about what they have on display in their museum with regard to Barth. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. And everyone may be viewing online. I don't know. I'm Kimberly Geis. I'm Senior Curator and Director of Curatorial Affairs at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. And it's my honor to be here with you today. Visiting the site of Stalag Luft 1 has been a life goal for me, really, and so I'm honored to be here, and especially with all of you for the 80th anniversary commemorations. So a little bit about myself and my institution. I'm originally from New Orleans, but also have ties to Germany. I studied in Freiburg when I was completing my German history and Judaic studies degree at the University of Massachusetts. And I've been in curatorial roles at the National World War II Museum for 17 years, since 2008. The National World War II Museum, as you see here, is a privately operated nonprofit institution. Ich sehe es hier. So, here you are. We are a privately operated nonprofit institution. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year on June 6th. We opened in 2000 as the National D-Day Museum. We were founded by the writer and historian Stephen Ambrose, Dr. Stephen Ambrose. We're rooted in the study of the citizen soldier and also in the development in New Orleans of the Higgins boats, the landing crafts which made the amphibious invasions in Normandy and throughout the world possible. In 2004, so 4 years after our founding, the museum received the designation from US Congress as America's World War II Museum. Our mission is to tell the story of the American experience in World War II and to why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. Americans of all backgrounds contributed to victory in World War II, and their stories are all an essential part of American history, World War II history. Our campus in New Orleans contains 7 permanent pavilions featuring 50 exhibit galleries, and we've welcomed more than 10 million visitors since opening, including nearly 2 million students. In addition, we have a traveling exhibits program, which bring our exhibitions to museums around the country. And we have a robust educational travel program with hundreds of guests currently here in Germany as well, learning from museum historians about the end of the war in Europe, where these very events occurred. We've reached millions of visitors online through virtual and distance learning programs. Hundreds of articles are live on our website, and new content is published every week. These articles include many about the POW experience and about Stalag Luft 1 in particular. So thank you to the host for sharing some of these articles on your site. To grow new audiences and foster interest in World War II studies, we also have a master's degree program that is offered in partnership with Arizona State University. You can earn a master's degree in World War II studies. That's fully online. And currently I'm leading a lifelong learning course called Captured on the broad American POW experience. So hello to any students watching online. Extra credit. The museum's digital presence is an important tool in carrying out our work to preserve and share the stories of World War II. Our collection grows daily. On average, we add 500 new collections to our holdings annually. And my work as senior curator centers on meeting with individuals who are donating material to the museum. Early on, much of my work was directly with World War II veterans, but current estimates place the number of living American veterans near 50,000, and that number dwindles, drops every day. Now I work mainly with the children of veterans who are invested in ensuring the legacy of their fathers will not be forgotten. And some of my constituents, my donors, my Kriege kids are represented here today. Our collection includes more than 12,000 personal accounts from members of the World War II generation, so oral history interviews, and hundreds of thousands of archival pieces. And among these are 300 oral histories from prisoners of war and nearly 300 collections of prisoner of war material, so archives, objects. 2/3 of these are from the European and Mediterranean theaters. We hold 21 Stalag Luft 1 recorded oral history interviews and 45 collections of original objects and archives. We also possess many copies of digital and physical related material and memoirs in our library. All of the Stalag Luft 1 collections have been donated to us by POWs and their families in the last 30 years. My concentration on American POWs began 15 years ago when preparing for the exhibition Guest of the Third Reich, American POWs in Europe, which opened in 2012 in New Orleans. And just prior to this debut, we received several key artifacts and were visited by numerous former POWs who contributed items and their stories. I had the precious opportunity to meet several POW heroes and learn about their experiences firsthand. So I'll tell you about a couple of these guys. Two of these men, these very men, spent time in Barth and wrote about their experiences in memoirs. James Bainham, who I'm pictured there with on the left, he will turn 101 later this month. And he was a 21-year-old pilot of the B-24 King Kong when he was shot down on the Castle mission in September 1944, about which he said, 4 died, 2 were crippled for life, and the 3 of us who escaped those shells wound up in German stalags for the rest of the war. I was the pilot, and I was supposed to bring that ship and my guys home. The guilt that landed on my shoulders stayed around a lot of my life. Another Kriege I spent time with, we've already talked about today, that's Erwin Stavrov. So he's shown there with his service dog. He raised them, actually, service dogs. And so that's at the World War II Museum. He was a B-24 bombardier who between June 6th and August 13th, 1944, had flown 35 missions. The last landed him in Stalag Luft 1. I met him when he was standing in our exhibition with tears streaming down his face. The artifact that so moved him is one of our signature POW pieces and an important Luft 1 item. That is this violin carved by Clara Klein, B-24 pilot in late 1944 in Stalag Luft 1. Stavrov wrote about this piece in his diary. So that's Claire Klein, that is Claire Klein's son and daughter-in-law. They donated the violin to our collection. Here it is. Erwin Stavrov, this on the left is Erwin Stavrov's diary from Stalag Luft 1. And he wrote about the Klein violin. He talks about ingenuity personified, violin, beautiful work, and good tone is what he wrote in his diary. So he saw this at the museum in 2012 and came forward. So both Stavrov's diary and the violin are preserved in our collection. These kinds of connections are the ones that I find so often in prisoner of war research that make it exciting and make it for endless avenues of inquiry and for endless connections between all of you here, between all of us. Klein's violin is exemplary of the drive of some in captivity to keep busy, to create. And people are always amazed, astounded, that this beautiful piece was created in a prisoner of war camp. Not only is it an important piece because of when it was made, but it was part of the arts and crafts material that Colonel Ross Greening managed to ship back from Barth, back to the US for display in the Army Air Force's POW exhibition that traveled around the US after the war in 45 and 46. So here you can see it on display there and in New York with Ross Greening and Mayor LaGuardia from New York. Another object with an interesting afterlife is a shirt. So here, this shirt was made for Raymond Jones, who was shot down on his 26th mission in July 1944. It was sewn by Jones's mother from a mattress cover, from a German mattress cover that Jones brought home as a keepsake from Lufteins. There are numerous other objects of a practical nature made in camp, like the Klimkan tray, created by B-24 pilot Dick Terrell, Dixie's dad, for all of you who met Dixie. He was shot down in April 1944 over Yugoslavia. And so that tray is on the right, in the far right in this photo. Handmade items like these speak to the supplies available at the time. Many collections contain spoons. One POW described them as far superior to forks because a fork leaks. We also have numerous dog tags, Stalag ID tags, medals, including Purple Hearts, handmade airmen's wings, and even tiny pieces of brown bread. Other practical items relate to the waning days of Stalag Luft 1, the beginning of the end, as one POW put it. Here, this is from John Chestnut, Mark Chestnut's dad. Mark is here. This is an armband. John Chestnut was from Bailey Switch, Kentucky. He was co-pilot of the Lady Godiva, shot down in December 1943. So here is the armband that declares him an American to the Russians. Ray Karenny, noted in his scrapbook, also in our collection, noticed the armbands. One says American in Russian, the other says MP. So we have some of these in our collection, as well as a small flag as well. This is from Fred DeRover, his collection. So our POW collections contain large numbers of Red Cross newsletters and correspondence, telegrams, letters marked return to sender, and postcards from amateur shortwave radio monitors, relaying broadcasts of two families that their loved ones were alive and captured. Among the overall POW items are dozens of diaries in various formats. You see the most popular POW diaries here. These include, so in our collection from Stalag Luft 1, we have 12 of the wartime log varieties. Wartime logs are hardbound blank books published by the War Prisoners' Aid of the YMCA and supplied by the Red Cross in aid packages for POWs to occupy their time, record their thoughts, and any other way that they wanted to use them, sketch out their hopes for the future. In addition to the wartime log diaries, we house 20 additional diaries, and numerous other scrapbooks made by POWs and their families related to Stalag Luft 1. Some of these kept in the camp are in this blue composition notebook format. These altogether are some of the richest treasures in our archives. And whenever each one that we add to our collection adds a new perspective on the POW experience, and whenever I'm asked what my favorite items in the collection are overall, I always come back to these. It's difficult to see, I think, but I will be happy to share with anyone later. POW diaries give us so much insight into the structure of the camp administration, the culture of the camp, the individuality of each person held there. Sometimes a new collection can solve a mystery or provide a deeper understanding of the mechanics of the camp. Lots of them contain personal calendars, as these two here do, and they corroborate events that took place, like Colonel Spicer's speech in the camp, the Kriegi Craft Carnival, these important events in the cultural life of the camp, the death of President Franklin Roosevelt, and the biggest event of all, liberation, 80 years ago. Narrative accounts of these events, the one in the center is actually the Prune Beer Party in September 1944, and that's also mentioned a lot in all of these diaries, got a lot of people into a lot of trouble. Narrative accounts of these events and of daily life can support each other, build off of one another, and sometimes contradict each other, but humor and resourcefulness are woven throughout. The diaries all bear stamps of their makers. One collection contains several diaries, which function dually as textbooks, glossaries, or algebra workbooks. This is, on the left is Bernie Eshelman's diary. It functioned as an art class sketchbook. Fred DeRover was part of what he called the spokes. Here you go. The spokes were the assistants to the American administration, otherwise known as the wheels. Fred DeRover was a camp typist, so he actually produced some of the camp notices and orders. William Mahegan was part of Stalag Luft 1's ensemble theater cast, and he saved playbills and recorded notes on the productions. Some were poets or admirers of poets, and lyrics filled large numbers of camp diaries. Some were frequent participants in a popular camp pastime, gambling. As noted in the IOUs, I heard someone else talking about this earlier in the week. IOUs and list of items wagered fill these diaries as well. Items lost and won. Many were draftsmen and recorded the details of each compound. And they also noted list of books read in the camp. I was so excited when I came across this one list. There are adventure stories like Gulliver's Travels and things like that. But this one, Armand Sussman's scrapbook contained also his library card, which was a really precious document. It tells you how they administered this system, so it's exciting. Mail received, not received, cherished, and coveted is a theme that runs throughout all of these diaries. This other collection I wanted to note because it's pretty interesting. Bruce Boxstance was a sports star, and he was on the softball team. So this is the softball team on the right. At one point he says, oh, Liberation spoiled their winning record or something. They were supposed to. But the image on the left is taken from another book, but it illustrates an event. One teammate was known pretty well to Bruce Boxstance. That was his cousin Ernie. So the two had a family reunion in the camp. They arrived at Stalag Luft 1 just days apart, and the guard said, Boxstance, you're already here. No, his cousin. Most POW diaries contain references to large numbers of other POWs, Kriegi friends, roommates, and fellow guests of the Third Reich. As one somewhat cynical Kriegi put it, I'm keeping these names because these fellows may be my meal ticket as I travel about the country. while most of our collection overall is from American POWs, we have one diary and some other items, but one diary from Olaf Lambert, who was a Royal Air Force rear gunner, shot down during the raid on Dieppe in August 1942. He lived as a POW for 2.5 years in Barth and settled in New Orleans after the war, so he gave his diary to the museum himself. While his diary, so the image on the right of the Canadian Club, his diary, that's from Olaf Lambert. His diary contains more photographs of the camp than the others, really. He had more access to film initially. It's very similar in style to what you see of the American diaries later. And the most pervasive theme throughout in Lambert's diary and the others is, of course, food. The lack of food, the desire for food, the remembrance of food. Numerous diaries function as recipe booklets or restaurant guides. Some contain Kriegi recipes or recipes that can be made with Red Cross food parcels, and others contain recipes for more plentifully stocked kitchens, for post-liberation meals, sometimes 10-course meals of what people want to eat when they're home, back home. Dream menus, these all speak to the diverse foodways of the camp population, the things that they remember that they want to eat, the particular places they want to eat around the country. So that's a list of restaurants around the US. So these are great to study just from a sociology of food perspective. Erwin Stavrov's book contains an account of the dark days of January 1945. I'll skip ahead to this one. That's Erwin Stavrov's diary on the left. The dark days of January 1945, when he and other Jewish Americans were segregated from their fellow Americans, friends, and crew. And Dick Terrell's collection, Dixie's Dad, contains notes from his Jewish friend and crewmate smuggled between the Jewish American barracks and the other barracks, talking about their safety and status. So they were in touch and did talk about that. These documents are important evidence of the mistreatment of Jewish Americans in Luft 1, and we heard about that earlier. Our goal at the National World War II Museum is to catalog, digitize, and publish collections to preserve stories of World War II and facilitate research. By doing so, we also make possible connections between generations. Just a few months ago, donors to the museum began to tell a story of a downed aircrew. It was one that I knew very well. A close friend's father was the navigator on that aircraft, Sunshine. Amazingly, the donor's father had been the co-pilot. So both men, Dean Nelson and Sam Gutenberg, and other crew members became Stalag Luft 1 POWs. And I find these connections more often with POW research than any other subset of our collection, and they always amaze and astound me. So it's my honor to work with POW stories and to continue to spread their messages of humanity. The POW story is an essential part of World War II history, and as time passes and the last veterans leave us, we're fortunate that their stories will live on in these diaries, letters and oral histories, in archives around the world. By sharing this material and discussions like this one, we all strive to make sure that their sacrifices will not be forgotten. So my presentation time is limited, but I'd be happy to discuss the museum's collection further and provide any assistance with research or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Geis. Thank you for this interesting introduction and for showcasing those interesting sources that are there. What sources and objects we have that illustrate the daily life in the camps. I would now like to welcome Eddie Smythe. He will share his dad's story with us, and I think it's something new for us in Germany because there were different nationalities in US and UK armies who fought And those stories are striking. So Andy Smythe will share his dad's story with us now. You have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Quick thank you to the organisers for laying on this special event, and it really is an honour to be invited to talk here. So I'm going to talk to you about my father, John Henry Smythe, who was born in Sierra Leone in 1915. Now, following the Battle of Britain, where the RAF handed out the first ever defeat to the Luftwaffe, they realised they had to go on the offence. They'd been great defending the skies of Britain, but it was now time to take the war to Germany. And they would do so by launching the biggest bombing campaign that the world had ever seen, which required the building of thousands of planes and, of course, tens of thousands of men to crew the planes. Now, once the campaign started, attrition rate was really high. Large numbers of planes were being lost. Now, the planes could be relatively easily replaced, but not so the men. It took several years to train, and the RAF quickly realised they needed to go further than the shores of Britain to recruit people to join. And men and women like my father would volunteer in their thousands. Now, a lot of people said to me, why did your father want to come all this way to fight in the war? He was from Sierra Leone, down there on the West African coast. Nice and tropical, nice and hot. He was a young man in the prime of his life. Why did he want to travel 3,000 miles to fight in a war and get killed? The easy answer for that was the British Empire. At that time of our history, nearly 25%, a quarter of the world, belonged to the British Empire. And most of the people in the British Empire were loyal to Britain. That's why he would come and join. So the RAF would conduct exams and tests in the country, in Sierra Leone, for the people who volunteered. And they would select 5 men from Sierra Leone, and those 5, one of them was my father, and they would set sail to Britain, and they would first of all be based in the recruitment camp in St. John's Wood. Now, this is where they would be given their uniforms and their utensils and everything. They would learn to parade at Lord's Cricket Ground. Now, I know Americans aren't big fans of cricket, but Lord's Cricket Ground is the most important cricket ground in the country. Once war was declared, cricket was no longer played. So that's where they learned to march, and that's where they learned to parade. Their meals were taken at Regent's Park Zoo canteen, because again, the threat of bombing, all the animals were evacuated, and they would have their meals at Regent's Park Zoo because it was close by. Now, when I first looked at this picture, I could see this white band round the caps, and I couldn't understand why they had white bands. Now, the first 3 weeks when they arrived was spent in the classroom, and they would learn maths, English, aircraft recognition, aircraft signaling, aviation law. Then they would sit a test. Those people who passed the test were selected to train as air crew, and they were given a white band which went round the cap. That's why I know this was the first 3 weeks in recruitment camp. Those who didn't pass the test, they would go on to be engineers, wireless operators, mechanics. Every single job was just as important as the other, but not everyone was suitable to be air crew. Doesn't it look as though it's been staged? They've put him right in the middle, haven't they? It might just be me. So, yeah, let's set him right there. So, from there they go to the training camp, and you can see on the left a very old picture. He's the tall one with the cross on there. They were learning to fly Tiger Moths, and he was doing well. He was flying solo. He was doing everything he needed to do. But at that particular time in the history of the RAF, the bombing accuracy was really poor. It was estimated that 1 bomb out of every bomb load dropped fell within 5 miles of the target. So, of course, the targets weren't being destroyed. That's why they employed saturation bombing techniques and dozens of aircraft to bomb one factory and hope that it might get hit. And they realized they needed a specialist member of crew. And that crew member would direct the plane from the base in Britain across into Germany and the occupied territories, identify the target so it could be accurately bombed, and then direct the plane back. That person was going to be a navigator. Now, trainee pilots who had a high aptitude in mathematics, who scored high in the mathematics exams, they were selected to train as navigators. My father was very good at maths, so he was selected to train. He was quite disappointed because, of course, he wanted to fly. But, you know, it was sold to him, look, this is a very important job, very important in the crew. But, of course, he was now in the military, and when you're in the military, you do what you're told. So he started training. Here he is training with, A9 bubble sextant, which I had the benefit of seeing a few weeks ago. Now, after training camp, they would sit a final exam. It wasn't a question of pass or fail. Everyone was going to get through the exam. It was just a testament to the fact that they'd covered the course. So they would sit the exam. They would all pass. There was about 95 or so men in his training camp. But out of that 95, 5 would immediately be promoted to officer. And he was one of those 5. So now he was Flight Officer Johnny Smythe in the RAF. Now this would be a big achievement. This is a big achievement for anyone, right? Let me set the context as to how big an achievement it was. In 1939, when war was declared, the RAF had a color bar. So put quite simply, if you were black, you weren't allowed to join the RAF, because it was felt that black people didn't have the cognitive ability, physical ability, social ability to interact with other members of the crew. They weren't capable of flying. So when war was declared, the RAF lifted the color bar and black people were allowed to join. Now, of course, the RAF were recruiting from all the colonies, right? Wrong. They only recruited from the white colonies. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, white South Africa, but not from the black countries. Under a huge amount of pressure, they started to recruit from the Caribbean. They would recruit 5,500 people from the Caribbean, but still not Africa, because they felt that the black people in the Caribbean were superior to the black people in Africa, so they wouldn't recruit from Africa. And here's the thing. You quite often hear it said in Britain, in 1939, Britain stood alone. Stop press. No, it didn't. It never stood alone, because the moment Britain declared war on Germany, so did practically the whole of the British Empire. The African countries supported Britain from the very first day. They would send iron ore, rutile, bauxite, gold, silver, oil to Britain to support the war effort. They sent clothes, they sent food, they sent money. Do you know in World War I, Nigeria equipped a whole RAF squadron of planes. In World War II, Jamaica equipped a whole RAF squadron with planes. That squadron is known as the Jamaican Squadron. It is still in existence today. So the African countries were supporting Britain with all these things. They were volunteering in their thousands to join the effort, but they weren't being recruited. The RAF set the entrance bar so high that they couldn't get in. And the Africans that were volunteering, they were sending them off to the army. Eventually, under a huge amount of intense pressure, they relented and they would recruit 60 men from the continent of Africa, population of 1 billion at the time. And my father was one of the 60. And here he was, flight officer in the RAF. This is why it was a big deal. And of course, what it just means, it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. If you're good at the job, you will be successful. So now they were trained, but what were they going to fly? They were going to fly the Short Stirling. This was the first 4-engine bomber that the RAF had. When it was introduced, 1937, 1938, it was state-of-the-art. It flew faster, higher, carried more bombs. It flew further than anything else the RAF had. But the time my father's squadron, 623, was equipped with it, it was almost obsolete. The Halifax was out. The much-loved Lancaster was out. They were superior planes, but that's what they had to learn to fly. And next, you needed the crew. Now, I'm not going to give any rewards for guessing which one is my father. I'm 6'2", he was nearly 6'5", very tall frame. So now they would start to learn to fly the plane. Sounds quite easy, they would start to learn to fly the plane. The Short Stirling was unpressurized. Get over 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet, problems with oxygen. They weren't heated. You can imagine how cold they were. Noisy, dark. The navigator had a small light over his desk, but that was all. The RAF bombed at night. The American Air Force bombed during the day. So quite often they trained at night. They had lots of accidents. Huge numbers of these young men lost their lives. Striking objects when the plane came to land, not being able to find their base, mid-air collisions. These young men, average ages between 19 and 24, never even got a chance to get into the war. But eventually, they would be trained. Eventually, they'd be ready to do the job that they'd all come there to do, which was to go to war. This is just a picture of my father in his coat. He used to say he used to be so cold, his hands, he could hardly even open the charts. So they would be tasked with their first mission once they were now in the operational wing. And they would set out on their bombing mission, successfully find the target, bomb, and get back. Can you imagine the relief, the exhilaration? We've now struck one back. But of course, not every plane would come back. At that particular time, only 25% of these young men would complete a tour. That means 75% would have been shot down, wounded, captured, killed. This was a dark time for the RAF. As the war progressed and their planes got better, the German war machinery was degraded by the constant bombing of the American Air Force during the day, the RAF during the night. They started to get fighters which could escort the bombers to the targeted back. So survivability got better, but at that time it was difficult. On the 18th of November 1943, they were tasked with bombing a heavily defended target in Germany. They set off at 5:15 from Downham Market across towards Germany. In the distance, they could see the searchlights, they could see the explosions from anti-aircraft shells. They knew it was going to be difficult. Then the plane was close to the target. It was being buffeted by the percussion of exploding shells. And one of the things they feared might happen did happen. A shell exploded underneath the plane. It didn't actually have to hit the plane. It just had it to explode close to it, sending shards of hot metal flying through the aircraft. One of the engines was immediately knocked out. My father was hit by shrapnel in his thigh, his abdomen. A piece went straight through, his abdomen came out the other side. They were close to the target, they managed to drop their bombs, turn, praying they could get back to Britain, but they were spotted by a night fighter. With 4 engines, there was nothing they could do. The night fighter strafed them, and they knew they were going down. The captain gave the order to bail out, and they jumped. Now, interestingly, although the plane couldn't maintain altitude, it flew in a flat trajectory. It made an almost perfect wheels-up landing outside a small town called Reit near Mönchengladbach. Fräulein Hansen, she was a 15-year-old girl at the time. She was in a house with a family, heard this terrible crash outside. Her father went running outside, saw the plane in the field on fire, checked inside, there was no one there, got a shovel, put the fire out. Now, interestingly, the mid-upper gunner said that both the port engines were on fire. My father said it was just the one engine. If you look very closely at the propellers there, you'll see the further one, it's been feathered. It's been turned into wind, which is what they do when the engine loses power. So I think that was the engine that was shot down. So my father makes a successful parachute jump. In itself, that's wonderful, because only 25% of men jumping out of a Sterling aircraft survived. But he survived. He landed in a snow-covered field, took off his parachute and hid it. He stole a bicycle and tried to cycle as far away from the location as possible. But in the end, he stopped in a barn for a sleep. He made a mistake. He lit a cigarette. Well, you know, he's had a hard day so far. Someone spotted the cigarette, called the guards. They turned up, and he was arrested. Can you imagine the look on those guards' faces? Yeah, this tall 6'4" black man walking towards them. They said to him, "What are you doing in an RAF officer's uniform?" He said, "That'll be because I'm an RAF officer." And they said, "What are you doing dropping bombs on our country? We're not at war with Germany." And he said, "You're at war with the British Empire and I'm fighting for my queen." He was quite badly treated. His boots were taken off. He walked through the snow. He got frostbite. But he was a big, strong man. He would survive all of this. He was then sent to the hospital where his wounds were treated. He made a full recovery, and then to Frankfurt for more interrogation, and then on to this place which we know very well, Stalag Luft 1. And here he would spend 18 months. We all know about Stalag Luft 1. There's no point going into a lot of detail on it. I just remember saying to him, "How were you treated? When you first arrived, you would have been the only black person there. How were you treated by all the other prisoners from different countries and by your German guards?" And I'll never forget this. He said, "Eddie, it was only when I looked in the mirror that I remembered I was black." In other words, he was treated no different to anyone else. Very quickly, I'll tell you, when 50 years to the end of war was celebrated, the Times newspaper in London, they did an article on him, and they sent this journalist to interview him, and he sat there wide-eyed, and when they talked about the prisoner of war camp, he said, "So, Mr. Smythe, did you try and escape?" He said, "Yeah, sure, because if I'd managed to escape, I could have mingled with all the other 6'4" black men in Germany at the time." So for him, escape was not possible. Anyway, we know that the camp was eventually liberated. He would head back to London. He was still in the RAF. He had been shot down, wounded, brutally interrogated, locked up for 18 months. What's the very first thing he does when he gets back? He signs up for a second tour of a second operation. So by this time, the war in Europe is over. The war in Japan is still on. He gets sent to a Lancaster squadron and he starts training, but before they could become operational, the bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima are dropped and the World War is over. He gets seconded to the Colonial Office in London, whose job it was to look after the Caribbean men living in London at that time. Now, in that position, he played a pivotal role in the inception of the Windrush generation. It might not be a big story to the Americans, it's a huge story in the UK, but he was pivotal to that, and that's why the Windrush generation exists today. Now, following this, he trained as a lawyer in London, as a barrister, and he qualified. He'd met his fiancée, my mother, who was a nurse from Grenada, training. They got married. If you've ever heard that saying, behind every great man there's a great woman, well, this is very much the case. She was a great lady. They went back to Sierra Leone. My father initially worked for the government. He rose very quickly through the ranks. He became Solicitor General. Then he became Attorney General. Whilst he was Attorney General, he did a tour of the US. He was invited to give lectures in a lot of the top universities. There he is with Robert Kennedy, who at the time was the Attorney General of America. My father's claim to fame that he actually got treated by the then president's chiropractor because he fell off a camel when he went on a ride. He had a fabulous time there. When he was in Miami, he was given the gold key to the city of Miami by the mayor. There's a picture of the gold key, which now sits in a museum in England. After he'd worked for the government for a while, he set up private practice. He became a Queen's Counsel, and whilst he was a Queen's Counsel, he achieved lots of things which I don't have time to go into, but very, very successful practice. Now, you notice he's got quite a lot of medals there. He's got his war medals, he's got an MBE, an OBE, he's got medals from Sierra Leone. I'm going to show you another medal, which he's very proud of. This is the Order of St. Lazarus. It's a chivalry medal. It was given to him by Germany. Why is that? I hear all of you shout in unison. Well, I'll tell you. So whilst he was a lawyer, he looked after most of the embassies in the country at the time. He acted for them, he represented them. He was at the British ambassador's residence at a cocktail party one evening, and he got into discussions with a German ambassador. And the German ambassador said to him, "Hey, Johnny, I hear you were in the RAF during the war." My father said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I was a fighter pilot in the German Luftwaffe." And he went, "Wow." So they start talking about their experiences. And he says to my father, "So, Johnny, how did the war end for you?" And my father said, "Well, on the 18th of November 1943, I got shot down." And he went very quiet. He said, "Where did you get shot down?" He said, "Over Mannheim." And he looked at him and he said, "On that day, I flew. And on that day, I shot down my first bomber." So I've never been able to verify it for sure, but he was possibly looking at the man who shot him down. And I said, "How did you feel? Anger? Revenge?" He said, "No." We burst out laughing, threw our arms around each other, and had a few more drinks. The enemies were now friends. So, fantastic story. He continues in private practice until he retires. When he retires, he chooses to come back to England, the mother country, I guess. And he lived there until 1996, when he passed away. The Sierra Leone government contacted us, wanted him flown back for a state funeral. He'd already made his own arrangements. He wanted to be buried right there at the church where him and my mother practiced. So that's the story of my mother and father, and my father, and I really hope that you enjoyed the presentation. Now,
thank you very much.
I've got one more thing. So, one more thing very quickly. So my brother and I were in a music band as a hobby. And during lockdown, we decided to write a song about our father, which we did, and we had it recorded. And there's a picture in the video of Stella Menge. Now, Dieter over there found that on the internet, and he emailed me and he said, "Can you show that as part of your presentation?" So I'm going to show it, but if you have any problems with it, if you don't like it, can you please speak to Dieter afterwards? It was his request. Now, the video makes reference to Lion Mountains. So just so you know, the word Sierra Leone comes from the Portuguese word Sierra Leola, which means Lion Mountains. That's the reference. So now I'm going to get off the stage. I'm going to sit down, and my brother and I are going to squirm as you listen to this. So thank you very much.
From the Lion Mountains, he came like a storm. Johnny came from Sierra Leone, an African uniform, to fight for his queen. He said, "In this country so cold, it's been a long time, but now his story is told. Rolling the dice of life one day, he chose to take the ultimate test. Flying on the plains with the rest, he joined the squadron in the RAF. Flying at night time with the moonlight on his chart. Johnny was nervous for sure, he could feel the beat of his heart. The fascists were down there, searching for their prey. And when the spotlight fixed on him, he heard the big guns bay. Rolling the dice of life and death. Shot to the right, shot to the left. Trust your crew, keep your head. For 26 missions in the RAF. Men and women were brave. Men and women were brave. 2 years in a barbed wire prison, shot down and caught on the 27th mission. 2 years tortured and branded. This lion was tough, Johnny could stand it. Finally the Nazis fell, and Johnny he got out of jail. He made his way across the waves and went straight back to the RAF.
The storms of war are coming, bringing menace and destruction. No matter what the cost, our homes will be defended. They will never win this battle, they will never win this war. We will fight them on the beaches, we will fight them on the land, we will fight them on the sea, we will fight them in the air. We will never, never, never surrender.
From the Lion Mountains, he came like a storm. Johnny came from Sierra Leone, an African uniform. Johnny came from Sierra Leone, an African uniform. Johnny came from Sierra Leone, an African uniform. Johnny came from Sierra Leone. Johnny came from Sierra Leone. Uniform.
Um Monat für Monat neue Kunden für dein Expertenbusiness zu gewinnen, brauchst du keine komplizierte Technik.
Ja, und du brauchst auch keine für diese unterschiedlichen Beiträge. Und Sie haben jetzt erfahren, dass man Geschichte auch mit Musik vermitteln kann. Und das ist, glaube ich, eine gute Chance. Also das ist gar nicht so abwegig.
It also shows that it can be done in different ways. Different art forms are possible.
Also, vielen Dank.
This is the first time we've seen something like this. This is very touching. Thank you for your moving and touching, emotional story. Thank you very much indeed.
Let
us now turn to another adventurous story. We're now going to hear about adventurous story of Death Shore. It's a legendary moment as well. with regard to Stalag Luft 1. We're now welcoming two guests. They are not just joining me here on stage. Ian Shore and Patrick van Emmerding, you have
a very kind, a small change of pace. Yes, my father really was called Death Shore. And my Dutch friend, Patrick, will help me explain some of the reason. So let me set the scene. After school and a brief period working as a mechanic in a local garage, my father joined the Royal Air Force, as many a young man did. He married in the local church shortly after war was declared. And we join his story when he belonged to 9 Bomber Squadron. I'm wearing their tie. And his squadron was one of many who was tasked with bombing the enemy's industry. 9 Squadron flew Wellington aircraft, pictured here, and my father was a pilot in a crew of 5. Sorry, in a crew of 5 others. Their 10th mission on the 27th of March, 1941, was to end abruptly. When flying back from bombing the Ruhr, the engines stopped in mid-air and could not be restarted. This map shows the westerly return route they would have taken crossing the southern Netherlands. Unable to restart the engines, he radioed back to base, forced to land. Having ordered the crew to bail out, my father was the last to leave the doomed aircraft, leaving it at just 1,500 feet. And as a direct result, he twisted his ankle quite badly when landing. Having landed on Dutch soil, he struggled to make progress, only to realize he'd not unbuckled himself from his parachute. But Patrick will now take over the story.
Thank you, Ian. So the aircraft crashed near the village of Heusden in the Netherlands, with all of the crew members landing on separate landing sites. Your father was not aware of what happened to them. So this is the landing site of your father. This is the crash site of the aircraft, and they came down close to the little town of Heusden. And as you can see, your father was very lucky he didn't land into the river and almost drowned. So he made his way across the dike westwards, thinking he would land. He was landing close to the North Sea, but in fact he actually was 100 kilometers away from the sea. So he only made it for about 2 miles across the dike. The dike was also heavily fortified and placed with entrapments, barbed wire. So it was really hard terrain to traverse for your father because he was injured, and it was so hard to walk across. So he made his way all across the dike for approximately 2 miles and ended up at a farmhouse which was occupied, or the family that goes by the name of Hartgers lived there. And the Hartgers farmer found the local pastor who spoke a little bit of English and decided that your father should contact my grandparents, the family van Everdingen, because they were the only ones in the entire area who could speak English on a basic level. So the injured Shore got himself on a horse-drawn carriage, which was actually used by a Nazi sympathizer. The farmer was a member of the local Dutch Nazi party, and he took them on a horse-drawn carriage to the manor house called the Hameland. Yeah, so unknown to the Nazi sympathizer farmer, The owner of the manor house was my grandfather, and he was also in secret a member of the Dutch underground resistance movement. And he gave his unexpected visitor bacon and eggs for breakfast, and also offered your father with assistance to get away by providing him with civilian clothes and money. However, Shore had been seen and spotted, and it was reported in the village that there was an English airman somewhere around. So he agreed that he had little chance to escape, and he didn't want to put my family at risk. So he handed himself over to the Nazi authorities. So he left his watch and his wedding ring for safekeeping with my family, and these items were returned to him 4 years after the war. He also wrote down his address and agreed to be handed over to the German authorities at the Heusden police station. After being taken there, he was reunited with some of the other crew members, Long, Buse, Parkin, and Griffiths, their names are, and they were already detained here. My grandfather actually ensured that your father would receive parcels via the International Red Cross, his family in England was also informed about his status as a captive. Over to you, Ian.
Thank you. As you can see, we are very grateful as a family to the Van Inverdingen family for the support they gave my father in a very trying time for him. So captured aircrew were initially taken to a camp called Dulag Luft, a sophisticated interrogation centre not far north from Frankfurt. My father proudly reported afterwards that in the 3 weeks he was there, he was able to avoid giving away any information. But from Dulag Luft, he was moved by train via Berlin to Barth. During that journey, my father succeeded in escaping through a carriage toilet window. However, his freedom was short-lived as he was spotted, fired on, and caught. On arrival at Barth, we've seen this picture before, haven't we? He was marched from the station through the town's outskirts to the prisoner of war camp. The conditions at Stalag Luft were, as a prisoner of war camp, perhaps unsurprisingly Spartan. My father had been spared the bitterly cold winter weather when ice blocks formed on bolt heads inside the huts. Rations were poor, with Red Cross parcels arriving to improve living conditions only once per month. They were more frequent later. But tellingly, in June 1941, some tunnellers from Dulag Luft arrived, and I suspect this may have inspired my father. Despite the privations, there was the camaraderie of being fellow aircrew, baiting the goons, and generally being difficult. Escaping was uppermost in many of their minds, and my father was at the forefront of coming up with ideas. One notable one was to dress up as a dog, an Afghan hound, and walk out of the main gate. His various madcap schemes led to his nickname, Death Shore, which he adopted and was very proud of. The germ of his successful idea came from smuggled intelligence from an earlier successful escaper who made a home run, got back to England. Harry Burton, later promoted to Air Marshal, had managed to get a message that ferries left from Sassnitz to neutral Sweden daily at 4:30. he learnt that another 9-bomber squadron pilot had started a tunnel from under a low brick rubbish building. He joined the enterprise, and the two of them, sometimes assisted by my father's co-pilot, Cookie Long, they dug a 24-foot tunnel. They used primitive tools, including this adapted dining knife sharpened into an effective tool and weapon. And it's on the table at the back. This low building was called an incinerator. I'm not sure that anything was burnt, but it was a low-level squat structure which is just visible in this photograph in the middle of the picture. 6 months after his arrival, my father made his bid for freedom. There was no moon, an ideal night for bombing raids, and predictably with the air raid warning, so the camp lights were put out. In the darkness, Death Shaw left his hut via a hatch made in the floorboards. As he looked out from under the hut, his greatcoat was trodden on by a guard, who fortunately did not notice. He gave the prearranged signal by knocking on Jimmy James's hut. Jimmy was going to accompany him. He had helped dig the tunnel. And my father went to wait for him in the incinerator. However, Jimmy, sadly, on exiting his hut, was not so lucky, and he was caught by the guards. Making the most of the distraction that Jimmy created, Death Shaw entered the tunnel. However, unexpectedly, he found it to be partially flooded. In the dark, cramped conditions, he had to take off his coat and haversack and push them ahead of him to be able to make progress. He succeeded in exiting the tunnel in the middle of the football pitch. The direction of the tunnel and my father's escape route were later sketched out by Jimmy James in his book, Moonless Night, which I can thoroughly recommend. Probably because Jimmy James was still distracting the guards, my father avoided being spotted while making his way to the nearby wood, where he waited, hopefully, for Jimmy. Eventually, he realized he wasn't coming, so he started out alone towards his first objective, Stralsund. My father left the camp in a dyed service greatcoat with civilian buttons, a homemade hat, you can see here, also on view on the table, and a rudimentary map traced on eisel paper. Eisel paper, toilet paper. Crucially, however, he did not carry any forged identity documents, which was almost his undoing. He walked along the road towards this town gate, Dammtor, but he was spooked by seeing a cigarette glowing in the darkness of the arch. So he diverted down a side road, probably, in my view, retracing the route he had taken as he was marched from the station to the POW camp. As dawn broke, he took shelter in a wood, sleeping during the day. The following night, his route to the port took him over this bridge. I was surprised that my father reported that he walked straight across the bridge which was apparently not heavily guarded. Although he was only able to walk during the night, he covered some 17 miles each night. So he left the camp on the 20th, slept during the day at Stralsund, the next day at Bergen, and then for 2 days at Sassnitz, waiting for a chance to get on a ferry. It was at the port that he was challenged by a member of the Gestapo for his papers. He said in his limited German that he didn't understand. The Gestapo agent responded by calling over some Dutch sailors to show him what was required. The sailors appeared to have not much love for the Gestapo, as they created a diversion that allowed my father to slip back into the shadows. He had a further very uncomfortable wait attempting to identify a train that would be rolled on board the ferry for Sweden. After a couple of false attempts, he was successful. I was delighted to find these rails leading to the now disused ferry berth. These then were the last few feet that my father spent on enemy soil. Once in Sweden, he was spotted by the Swedish police and taken into custody. However, he was able to prove his bona fides, and he was put on a train to Stockholm, where he made his way to the British delegation and safety. On Monday, the 17th of November, he was reunited with his wife in London on their second wedding anniversary. So, this slide summarizes my father's achievements, and this was recognized by the award of the Military Cross. Again, that's on display on the table, along with all the other things I've mentioned. And there's also a book that my brother Mark has written about our father. And to close, here is a photograph of my two brothers, Rex and Mark, and myself, when 17 years ago we made a most remarkable journey retracing our father's home run. Patrick and I thank you for your attention.
Hold on.
I want to make a presentation to Helga. To Helga.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank für diese.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this very adventurous story. That's also a story about solidarity, about incidents and cooperation. European cooperation, in this case, between the UK and the Netherlands. And Helga, Mr. Shaw would now like to pass this document over to you.
That my father wrote of his escape, the official record that he wrote to the Royal Air Force. I've transcribed it, and to save Helga, oh, Helga's walking up. Bless you, Helga. I'd like to give Helga a copy of this official account to add to the documentation that you hold.
Thank you so much.
Bless you, Helga. Helga's a great long-term friend of the family, and you, my brother Mark, very well indeed.
Yes, and I remember Mark very often because he became my closest friend and he supported my researches. Thank you, Ian.
Bless you. Bless you. Thank you, Helga.
Thank you.
Ian.
Vielen Dank. Und auch das wird, glaube ich, einen wichtigen Platz im Archiv des Dokumentationszentrums übernehmen. Wir kommen jetzt zu einer weiteren Fluchtgeschichte. Und zwar Chris Scholtens hat eine Geschichte hier erforscht. Eine, ich sag mal, verrückte Geschichte. Und zwar des Kriegsgefangenen Lloyd Emerson, der 3-mal geflohen ist. Und Chris Scholtens hat das auch an Objekten, kann es in Objekten erzählen. Er hat sie mitgebracht und wird uns hier
passed over, also brought some objects, and you now have the floor.
Thank you, Dieter, for the few minutes I got from you. Thank you very much already. Everybody has a beautiful PowerPoint presentation. I don't have. I was so busy last week in the northern part of Holland because the 80 years of liberation. This man has only a stupid box you see here in front of me. I can tell you many stories about World War, also about Stalag Luftwaffe, but I will tell you only within a few minutes the remarkable story of POW squadron leader L.A. Logan, Lloyd Emerson Logan, from Canada. He joined the Royal Canadian Air Force, and he was a pilot in a 405 Pathfinder Squadron in a Halifax bomber. First, a crash on March 1943 near the Belgium-French border. 2 members of the crew were killed, 1 POW, and 4 evaded. Logan, he was then the second pilot, with another crew member, could escape to the border of Spain. They found him exhausted after his march throughout whole France. He was back in the UK on the 20th of April 1943. So you think that's his story? No. Flying again. He was back in the UK. He got 1 month holiday in Canada. He came back and he was asking, I will fly again, I will fly again. But it was so dangerous, you know. If you would arrest it again, then most German, the intelligence, didn't know already. He was escaped again. But he got a permission, and then second, again, a crash near our village, Groningen, Holland, in September 1943, just about five miles from our village. He was then the first pilot, squadron leader, in a Lancaster, and then bombing the city of Brunswick. 6 crew members jumped by parachute above Dorkwood, a small village near Groningen in the northern part of the Netherlands. And Logan flew the Lancaster near the border of the city of Groningen and jumped a few minutes later. He parachuted in a very small village, Overgunne, and the plane crashed near the railway track Groningen-Haren in a field. He got shelter from the Brouwers family on their farm and then en route to an escape line. He was there for 3 weeks at the Brouwers family and then to escape line in the province of Friesland. then to The Hague, and then to Amsterdam. But then he was, there was a traitor, he was arrested and delivered to the Gestapo. That was the second time. And then, of course, to hear Stalag Luft 1. And then you think it's over. No, it isn't. He was then his third escape, only for a very, very short time. Excuse me. An escape from here, Stalag Luft 1. He was a member of the escape committee and he was a map maker. On March the 20th, 1944, he attached a number of empty food tents to a sack so as to cover one side of it and was placed in a box for transport outside the camp to a garbage dump. I can show you. He was transported outside the camp where he would wait till the dark. But, unfortunately, a German guard was looking for a good tent. You can see here the tent. For using it at home with his family or during his duty. And he was discovered. So, unfortunately, the German guard was crying and then he was arrested again. So, in jail here and then till the end of the war also here. Logan was most unfortunate and that German selected a tent which was the attached to the sack in which he was hiding. After the war, he became pilot for the Canadian government. And if there are some books, for instance, Time Out, Semke Stalag, Prison of War, Secret Journal, Stalag Luft 1, you can find the information about Lloyd Emerson Logan. I get in contact with his daughter in Canada, and I get pages by email, and I could produce at home his wartime log. So, Dieter, please, can you come here? Instead of a good PowerPoint, I have something for your splendid museum, and especially also for the thing of the 3 beautiful days you gave us all, and the good weather. That's also very, very good. We were here already 3 times, and last time it was in May, May 2019, and it was so cold, and Helga said, and why did you come in May? It's so cold here. So, but now, sun is shining. I was collecting, even when I was a young boy, about 12 years, I got from my both granddad's leaflets. They were dropped above Germany, and they were blowing with the wind to the northern part of Holland. So that was the beginning of my collection, World War II. I was born in 1952, so 73 now. And I have collecting already 60 years and 35 years in museum. And unfortunately, that museum was closed at the end of last year. And many objects went to different museums, different collectors, etc. But of course, I have something for you here. This is a tin of milk powder. You can see it, original, maybe it's usable. all that in that stupid box. Klim, this is the upper side of milk for you too. And then some other items. In 2019, we gave English food parcel to Helga, and now it's time for another parcel, I think. This is a label of the American Red Cross, only a part of it. Then this one, unfortunately not in a very good shape, but it's for a museum, Dieter. There's place enough. Okay. And then at last, instead of the English one, also an American one for the museum here, for all the work you have done, and you are so grateful to all the people here. Dieter? No, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I just shouted it out, but I would have loved to see the museum, but the more I'm happy that you brought these items, and we will look how we can display them for the public. Thank you very much.
Okay. This one also, they have them. That's my own, and that's for my own in Holland. But this is the first paper produced here by all the prisoners of war, and that's the first one after liberation by the Russians. Huh? Yeah, and I can show you this evening some, for instance, some empty prisoner of war books. I have also in my collection that. Thank you very much, and well done. Thank you.
Ja, vielen Dank. Das ist ja schon ein bisschen wie Weihnachten fürs
Well, it's like Christmas for the museum.
Und das ist auf jeden Fall ein wichtiger Impuls.
And it is an important impulse for the work that will continue to be done, and so new things can be shown and new stories can be told. Now, we have a little bit of time for questions. Are there any questions?
War eine Meldung dann? Nein, also scheinbar gibt es.
All right, it appears that there are no questions.
Ich hätte eine kurze Frage an Eddie
So I have a quick question to Eddie Smythe.
Wie ist es in Sierra Leone?
So tell us about Sierra Leone. Is the memory of World War II very relevant in Sierra Leone, and are there any events to commemorate the war?
Thank you. I'm not sure it's that relevant these days. Unfortunately, like a lot of places, you know, the older generation, as they pass away, the story is not handed down to the younger generation. And of course, the contribution in terms of men coming to fight from Sierra Leone, it was quite limited. Having said that, the Sierra Leone National Museum, they're having a relaunch this month. And I'm flying out to it. And they've got an exhibition of my father, which is going to be there. And also the City Council, they're hosting a substantial event to talk about the war and the contribution that people from Sierra Leone made, because there is an attempt now, there's an understanding and a recognition that they mustn't forget what went on, and it's important to pass it on to the younger generation. So, interestingly, it's only now that that is starting to happen. Thank you.
Perhaps this is an opportunity to cooperate globally in remembering World War II. Now let's take a break. We are going to break until 4:15.
4:15 p.m.
There's going to be some cake and some refreshments. Now, Dieter wants to say a few organizational remarks. And I forgot to mention, for everybody who is interested in local Jewish history, there is an exhibition in the Marie Church, in the St. Mary's Church over there, on the history of Jews in Barth. And it is organized by the Documentation Center, and there you can find out a lot about Jewish history in Barth. Now, Dieter? Just very quickly, as mentioned yesterday, photos and texts from the day yesterday will be made available online, and the same is true for today, and the group photo that we took earlier is also going to be there. I sent you the link via email this morning. I hope that you have all received it. If you haven't received it, you can still contact me afterwards and I will provide the link. I just wanted to say that.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich bitte Sie wieder Ihre Plätze einzunehmen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kindly ask you to please be seated. At the beginning, I will be kind and ask you to be seated, but then the more we have to wait, I will be more harsh with you.
Ja, nach diesem wunderbaren Kuchen sind wir
I
jetzt
hope you
gestärkt
enjoyed
für
this
die
wonderful
vierte
cake.
Sektion.
We're now ready, and I hope you found strength in the cake, strength to look at the fourth part of our day. We're going to shed more light on prisoners of war at Stalag Bonn. We again will have international guests who will share their very special stories with us. Our first speaker is Charlie McCall from Australia. You'll tell your father's story, is that correct? Yes, indeed. So he will share with us his father's story. It's a very special one indeed, because it's a love story. I'm looking forward to your talk, Charlie. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. It is an exciting pleasure to be here. I've called my story Bowfighters Over the Frozen Fjords of Norway a love story, because it's a story about my mother and my father, and they are connected by Stalag Luft 1 in Barth. My mother, Catherine Ivett, was born in England in 1922, the youngest of 5 children. Her family lived at Bognor Regis on the south coast, and her memories of that time consisted of remembered smells, wallflowers, red rambler roses, creosote fences, and privet hedges. Her father was in the colonial service in Nigeria for many years, and later got a job in a transport company in Norfolk. The family moved to a new house on the edge of a golf course, and the still innocent children could roam the countryside through stretches of heath and woodland with absolutely no sense of danger. Catherine had just finished high school when the Second World War began. In 1940, the family moved to Carshalton near London, and Catherine's older siblings joined the services. Travelling to her first job in the city, Catherine had an upfront and personal view of the devastation that German bombing was visiting on the area. She wrote, "Getting up to London Bridge Station every day got progressively more difficult as the bombing increased, and walking over London Bridge each morning, there would be more and more ruins and fires. When the railways got hit, we would get lifts up to London. The air raid sirens would start wailing each evening as I came home, just about dark. This job came to an end on a Saturday in September when the whole square was devastated by bombs." Catherine's only brother, Richard Ivett, a Hampton bomber pilot with RAF 61 Squadron, was killed in a crash landing in 1940. He was just 21. By late 1941, Catherine was about to turn 19 and therefore to be called up. Her father had joined the army, and she enlisted as a motor transport driver and was posted to an RAF airfield at Bewley near the south coast, where she remained for more than 2 years. In the early part of 1944, the United States Air Force took over Bewley, and the British Coastal Command headquarters moved to Langham in Norfolk. Langham would be a big change from Bewley. Different aircraft, different crew, and the war turning in favour of the Allies. She wrote, "We soon heard that there would be 2 squadrons coming to Langham, a New Zealand squadron, number 489, and an Australian squadron, number 455. and I remember a cautionary lecture being given by a commanding officer on the subject of lonely men away from home and how their habits and presumably their morals might be different from ours. I went on leave in early April, and when I returned, the squadrons had stormed down from the north, so to speak. My father, Bob McColl, was a young farmer from New South Wales, Australia. Born in 1918, just as World War I was ending, he was named after two of his uncles who had recently died in that war, one in Egypt, the other at the Somme in France. After finishing high school and spending some years working on the farm, in August 1941, Bob joined the Royal Australian Air Force, pledging to well and truly serve our sovereign Lord the King, to resist His Majesty's enemies and cause His Majesty's peace to be kept and maintained. That was the pledge they made. He trained in Queensland and New South Wales for several months, and then in March 1942 embarked on a troop ship to the other side of the world. Like many of his fellow airmen, Bob McColl was first sent to the Empire Air Training Scheme in Canada. He and 24 other Australians would join 41 Canadians and a single American training in various twin-engine aircraft in aspects of air gunnery, reconnaissance and navigation in preparation for joining the war in Europe. Canadian hospitality was legendary, and most weekends the trainees were free to hitchhike around the area at their leisure. One of McColl's mates, David Wishaw, wrote, "Although he was very direct and obviously a countryman, Bob had such clear strength of character and manliness, combined with a cheerful and optimistic outlook, that most people of both sexes were attracted to him." These traits were combined with a rock-like determination, sometimes reaching almost the point of obstinacy in matters of principle. After 18 months, another 18 months that is, training in Canada and an 8-day unescorted troop ship dash across the Atlantic to England, Bob was posted to the Royal Australian Air Force 455 Squadron at Lucas, near Edinburgh. He flew his first operational mission in a Hampton bomber and later converted to the newly developed Bristol Beaufighter to begin anti-shipping operations along the Norwegian coast beside British, Canadian and New Zealand squadrons. The Bristol Beaufighter, TF Mark 10, was a twin-engine fighter bomber equipped with 4 20mm cannons and wing-mounted rockets. The crew consisted of a pilot and navigator, the latter doubling as radio operator, cannon loader and operator of a rear-facing machine gun used to ward off pursuing aircraft. You can see this example of a Beaufighter with its rockets just fired from the wings, and these aircraft were used to directly attack shipping. In April 1944, the Australian and New Zealand squadrons transferred south to Langham in Norfolk. Bob McColl and David Wishaw were immediately in trouble for beating up Langham village on the way in. Catherine Ivett noted their arrival. She wrote, "We loved the Australians straight away. They were indeed different from the English, nicer. Englishmen in uniform do tend to get a bit above themselves, particularly if they are aircrew. Some of the jumped-up pilot officers were insufferable. The Australians weren't like that at all. They never made passes at you, for one thing." In May 1944, after 2.5 years training and numerous uneventful operational flights, Bob McColl had his first combat experience in a fierce action against a convoy of 4 merchant ships, ringed by 16 armed escorts off Ameland on the Netherlands coast. Bob attacked 2 of the minesweeper escorts in his path, firing 400 rounds of cannon. A month later, 455 Squadron was to play a major role in providing air cover for the D-Day invasion across the English Channel. The Beaufighters were given a new and distinctive colour scheme, but Bob McColl would not be flying that day. Catherine recalled, "Bob had been kicked in the head playing football and had been in early hospital with concussion and so was off flying. He was duty officer on D-Day and D-Day +1. For 48 hours, Bob and Catherine woke crews up, took them for breakfast and briefing and out to their aircraft, then waited for them to return and did the same in reverse. It was midsummer with long hours of daylight. Catherine remembered that towards the end of the 48 hours, Bob said briskly that she could rest her head on his shoulder and doze while they awaited the aircraft to come home. She said, "No thanks, I'm all right." Bob and Catherine went out together occasionally, mostly riding their bikes around Norfolk lanes in lovely summer weather. One time a party was held for the airmen. The squadron had a big strike on that night against German shipping off Norway, and Bob, who was on leave, had been itching to go. They lost 6 aircraft that night. There was always this dread. Catherine lamented, "Then he had to go on to a course up to Yorkshire, and I remember thinking gloomily to myself that the squadron would probably be posted away whilst he was absent, and I would never see him again." And so it was. In late October 1944, McCall's squadron moved back to northern Scotland to the RAF station at Dalkey, east of Inverness. With the Allied armies back into Europe after D-Day, this was now a war of attrition, with every effort being made to starve the German war machine of raw materials, such as iron ore from Sweden being shipped down the Norwegian coast. The winter of 1944-45 was bitterly cold and the weather terrible. Somehow Bob got down to Norfolk to see Catherine and once took her for a ride in a Beaufighter, mischievously listing her as a leading aircraftsman. The couple got engaged. Bob had one more operational mission to fly, his 51st, to complete his 200-hour tour of duty. On the morning of 9th of February 1945, despite the freezing weather, a reconnaissance from Dalkey found a German naval force deep inside Førde Fjord on the western Norwegian coast. A strike was ordered, and that afternoon 32 Beaufighters from the 4 Allied squadrons, that is British, Canadian, New Zealand and Australian, joined by 12 Mustang fighters, took to the air. 2 hours later they found their target. The main vessel was a heavily armed Narvik-class destroyer, Z-33. 2 days earlier, the destroyer had struck a sunken rock and lost the propeller just out from Førde Fjord. Although not completely disabled, the vessel sought refuge in the partly frozen-over fjord, taking up a strategically defensive position surrounded by several anti-aircraft gunships. McCall and others later recalled, "I was deputy leader of the force, and it took some time to find a practical way into the fjord to attack, it being very narrow with steep sides and the ships anchored up against the walls." Another said, "We came in almost on the water, the Australians leading, the Canadians on the left and the British on the right. We flew into a massive crossfire of flak coming from the ships and shore batteries." Another wrote, "We faced a virtual wall of 20 and 37mm tracers, which could be the nearest thing to a World War I going over the top, then required of all Beaufighter strike squadrons." Another wrote, "The flak was so thick it looked as though you could have put your wheels down and taxied on it." Flak was the least of Bob's worries because a squadron of Focke-Wulf 190 fighters suddenly arrived and began attacking the Beaufighters. Bob recalled, this was in a handwritten record after the war, "We finally got in and I got through quite okay, only to be jumped by a 190 after breaking away. A Beaufighter is completely outclassed by a Focke-Wulf 190, and we managed to make him miss us on each of 4 attacks by taking violent evasive action. Then I flew over a well-camouflaged battery, which remained silent until we were on top of it. We were hit 3 times, but apart from some big holes in the wings and behind me, everything seemed to be okay. Then a fire started in the petrol tank, and I had no option but to ditch quickly before the wing burnt off. The airmen were rescued from their small dinghy by a local fisherman and taken to a tiny harbour at Herland on the island Atloy until German authorities arrived. They were taken to Bergen by boat, then by train to Oslo, where they were imprisoned for 5 days. Then they were taken by ship and trained to Frankfurt for 12 days, Dulag Luft Wetzlar for 8 days, and Dulag Nord Bremen for 20 days, before arriving at Stalag Luft 1 Barth on the 7th of April 1945. Bob wrote, Communications were completely disorganised. The whole of the country was like that, and in many cases worse. So it was easy for us to see that the business wouldn't last much longer. The air battle in Norway had claimed 14 Allied lives and 9 of the 32 Beaufighters which started out on the strike. Those crews who had returned to base were certain Bob McCall's aircraft had crashed and he was lost. This was not the news that Catherine wanted to hear. She wrote, "When Bob was shot down, I was told his aircraft was blazing and it was last seen, when it was last seen, and there was no point in hoping. I remember the snow and cold at Langham, where my poor commanding officer, who knew us both, had the job of telling me. Bob's fellow airmen were sure that he too would never grow old. Little did they know." He wrote, "We were released by the Russians on May the 1st, but actually all the German guards had cleared out the night before. We waited until the 12th of May for an aircraft to pick us up." Catherine, who had remained on duty at Langham for the 3 months until the end of the war, had heard nothing of her fiancé. On May the 13th, she got a phone call from Bob. He had returned to England and could not wait to find her. Bob had phoned Catherine's family first in London. Catherine's mother recalled, "I was so thankful my husband answered the phone, as when I got to it, my hands were shaking so much I could hardly speak. The whole house went quite mad and everybody was laughing and crying at once. He arrived about 5:30 and poor Bob has never been kissed so much in his life." Catherine got special leave. "I've never known a train to move so slowly as the one that took me from my camp to home to meet him. It seemed to go about 10 miles an hour all the way. Helen, my eldest sister, had managed to borrow an Australian flag from someone and it was hanging from the window at home. She got a New Zealand one at first and had to rush back and change it. She said, "I met Bob at my parents' home in Surrey. I walked from the station on the road to home and could see him standing at the gate waiting. And we just raced to each other." Bob and Catherine were married 3 weeks later and had a brief honeymoon in Cornwall. Months later, Bob returned to Australia to be discharged from the RAAF in February 1946. Catherine came out to Australia in May 1946. She recalled, "At every port there were crowds of excited husbands waiting to meet us. Finally we got to Sydney, where there was a dock strike and they'd locked the gates. The men climbed over the walls and I can see them now running down and waving and shouting to meet the ship." Bob McCall never again touched the controls of an aircraft. He and Catherine raised 5 children and continued farming in Australia until Bob died suddenly from a heart attack in 1970. He had just turned 52. Thank you.
Das war doch eine wunderbare Geschichte zum Kriegsende. Ja, also
what a great story on the end of the war. There are so many horrible stories, but some had a happy ending. That's great.
Wir haben jetzt hier zu begrüßen
Let me now welcome on stage Julian Petter? Is that correct? Okay. Julian Petter, welcome on stage. He did research on the fate of RAAF Lancaster and John James Kennelly. He was also imprisoned in Stalag Luft 1.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to Dieter Bureke from DOK Barth for the kind invitation to this year's memorial service and for the opportunity to speak to you here today. It's an immense honor that I will never forget. The prisoners at Stalag Luft 1 were air crew, shot down over Europe, captured and interned at the camp. Each of the men carried with him a story. One such story, one of many thousands, is the story of Avro Lancaster PB958 and its crew. Unlike many of you, I am not one of the relatives nor am I a professional historian. In fact, I work a regular 9-to-5 desk job with zero connection to aviation whatsoever. I did, however, grow up with a fighter pilot dad and his collection of memoirs and recollection of wartime flyers. When in 2014 I moved from Slovakia to Hamburg in search of a better future, I was also intently looking at the past. In my quest to map these zerstört aufgebaut, or destroyed and rebuilt, plaques scattered about the city, I stumbled across an article written by my now dear friend Karl-Heinz Schmidt, a local historian and archivist. It described, albeit briefly, an incident of a crashed Allied Viermod, a 4-engine bomber, just down the road from my home in Billstedt, one of the Hamburg's eastern boroughs. The operational record book for one of the squadrons involved in the raid of March 31st, 1945, described it as such: 15 aircraft detailed to attack Hamburg. 13 attacked primary between 8:42 and 8:56 hours from 18 to 20,000 feet. Weather 10-10 cloud, horizontal visibility good. No results observed until 8:50, when cloud began to billow upwards over the target area. There was moderate predicted heavy flak and fighter activity. The target that morning, for which a total of about 469 aircraft were briefed, was the Blom und Voss shipbuilding yard just south of the Elbe River, which at the time was producing the modern Type 21 U-boats. PB 958, callsign P for Peter, belonged to the number 635 Squadron, one of the elite pathfinders. Based at the RAF Down Market in Norfolk, the pathfinders flew ahead of the main force, identifying and marking the targets through various means, be it smoke, flares, for the rest of the bombers. The Avro Lancaster is a heavy bomber flown by the Royal Air Force primarily at night, as opposed to the Americans who prefer to fly daylight missions in their heavily armed flying fortresses. A total of 7,377 Lancasters were built during the Second World War, with more than half lost on operations. Together, the Lancs, as they are affectionately known, flew 156,000 sorties and dropped over 618,000 tons of bombs. A Lanc crew typically consisted of 7 brave men. They would often fly 5 to 6 hour round trips through the cold blue, where frostbite, malfunctions, and mid-air collisions were just as dangerous as enemy flak or fighters. At the time, the required number of operations for one complete tour, and hence a ticket home, was 30. 55,573 aircrew never made it, a 44.4% death rate. A further 8,403 men were wounded in action, and 9,838 became prisoners of war. The Aussie crew at 635 Squadron, great bunch of young bushwhackers. Nutty as they come, but strangely enough, no matter what the target was, this crew were always up for it and wanting to be in the thick of the action. These are the words of Wing Commander Sidney Tubby Baker, commanding officer of 635 Squadron. All the way forward, hunched over his bomb site, was Flight Sergeant Eric Chenoweth, 20 years old, bomb aimer. The only child of Methodist missionaries, he was born in Rabaul, New Guinea. After the Japanese invaded the island, the Chenoweths were forced to flee back to Australia, where Eric worked as a bank clerk before joining the Royal Australian Air Force. In all probability, his bombing accuracy must have been exceptional to secure the crew's place in the Pathfinders. Flight Officer Arthur Lewis, 23 years old, pilot, sat at the controls of the bomber. Also a bank clerk in his civilian life, he signed up to RAAF just after his 19th birthday. He had roughly 600 flight hours across different types of aircraft and was described as an up-and-coming Pathfinder pilot, always wanting to learn from the more senior pilots on the base. As a comparison, the pilots flying the Heritage Lancaster in the UK today need to have at least 3,000 hours to be even considered eligible to fly it. Not much more is known about Arthur's life, except that he had an older sister who thankfully donated his logbook to the Australian War Museum. Keeping an eye on the kite's 4 roaring Rolls-Royce Merlin engines was Sergeant Alex Philip Weir, Royal Air Force Volunteer Reserve. As the RAAF did not train engineers, flight engineers, the task was delegated to the Home British. At 33 years old, so younger than me now, he was considered the father figure of the crew and was also the only one married and with a child. His daughter Diane, now in her early 80s, told me that her own daughter, Alex's granddaughter, is also an aeronautical engineer for one of the leading commercial aircraft engine manufacturers. I guess it runs in the family. Behind the pilot's seat, at a small table covered in charts, was Flight Sergeant Kevin George Clark, 20, navigator. Born in the outback of Queensland, his family eventually moved to Sydney, where Kevin worked as a clerk at the Bank of Australia before signing up to fight. As with the Bombardier, his navigational skills would have to be extraordinary in order to be selected for Pathfinders, since accurate following of the flight path and on-time course changes were critical to the success of the entire operation. Next to Kevin was Flight Sergeant Colin Delaney, wireless operator, also 20. At 6 feet, he was the tallest man in the crew, climbing into the tight confines of the Lancaster, up and over the main wing spar, and especially with all the thick flying gear on, couldn't have been easy. An athletic guy, Colin was a keen rower, successfully representing his high school in a number of races. His nephew, also named Colin, is a good friend, and we still occasionally chat. Amidship up high in the unheated turret and constantly sweeping the skies for German fighters was Flight Sergeant Neville Edward Peters, mid-upper gunner, 20 years of age. He came from the suburbs of Sydney, as did a fair share of his fellow crew, to fight 16,000 kilometers away from home for what he believed was the right cause. And finally, all alone in the back, the so-called Tail and Charlie, rear gunner Flight Sergeant John James Kennelly, the youngest of the crew. He turned 20 only 2 weeks prior to the raid on Hamburg. Staring intently through a clear vision panel, a 6x3-inch gap in the perspex, his 4 303 machine guns were the only defense against an enemy creeping up from behind, where the bomber was most vulnerable. The men crewed up in December 1944 and first started flying together in the 640 Squadron, Heavy Bomber Squadron, at RAF Leconfield in Yorkshire. In January 1945, they transferred to the Pathfinders of the 635 Squadron. Together, they flew 12 complete operational sorties, plus 1 early return. All of the raids were over hostile Germany, with such targets as the cities of Duisburg, Essen, Pforzheim, and Kassel, many left in smoking ruin. While much of the port infrastructure was destroyed or heavily damaged, the raid mostly missed the actual intended target, the shipyards themselves. According to the reports by the chief of police, the attack lasted roughly 40 minutes. It counted 2,250 heavy explosive bombs, 300 incendiary, and 40 target marking bombs dropped. 1,511 people lost their home, while 27, including 2 children, were killed. Further 83 persons were wounded, and 15 were missing, trapped under the rubble. As the city below was burning, in the skies above, a brutal air battle unfolded. For 4 or 5 minutes that the bombers were crossing Hamburg, they were hotly engaged by roughly 20 to 30 new twin Me-262s, capable of flying up to 800 kilometers per hour, close to double that of the bombers, and armed with 4 30mm cannons, as well as unguided rockets. In total, 11 Allied aircraft, equaling 77 men, were lost. The initial Pathfinder wave, flying in advance of the escorting fighters, was engaged almost immediately. One Luftwaffe pilot, seeing the dark painted bombers silhouetted against the stark white cloud, compared them to a swarm of bedbugs crawling a giant bedsheet. BB-958 was hit just as it was about to drop its bomb load. According to Kennelly, the rear gunner, the aircraft was first hit by flak. The flight controls shot away and wing set on fire. It was then finished off by a strafing Me-262. I reported an aircraft on starboard fine quarter to corkscrew, but no reply from pilot. Few seconds later, skipper screamed out, "Get out! Get out!" I was the only one to acknowledge, he says. The stricken airplane dropped out of formation, descending, trailing smoke. Eyewitnesses on the ground report the bomber jettisoned its bomb load at low altitude just above Billstedt, so the neighborhood where I live. It seemed as if the pilot was trying to attempt a crash landing in what was back then still fields east of the city. Perhaps one or more of the crew on board was heavily injured, and the strong camaraderie among the men forbid them from abandoning a friend to certain death. Pilot Arthur Lewis fought with all his might to keep the sinking ship afloat. At the last moment, he ordered the crew to bail, which only 2 followed. Kennelly jumped terribly low at roughly only 150 meters above the ground, Clark right after him. A split second later, the wing gave up, tore completely off, and the airplane cartwheeled into the ground at what is now Uyendorfer Steinkamp number 23. The remainder of the crew never made it out. Kennelly landed safely in a limestone quarry close to the crash site and was seen running through some gardens due east, away from the city. Shortly afterwards, he was picked up by Luftwaffe soldiers and driven back past the crash site to their HQ in Hamburg for interrogation. Later, he was then sent here to Stalag-Luft 1. When the camp was liberated by the Red Army in early May 1945, he was initially repatriated back to the UK and then finally to Australia, the home he last saw over a year ago. Here, John married and had 2 sons, Dean and Grant. Yet the horrors of war and the survivor's guilt continued to haunt him all the way until his death in 1987. He never spoke of his experiences to his family. Clark's parachute got entangled in the power lines near Oststeinbeek, a village just east of Hamburg. A young Norwegian, local resident, and first on the scene, Valdemar Evensen, initially helped Clark out of his harness. However, both men were soon attacked by a mob of angry villagers. Everson did all he could to protect Clark, even knocking one of the Germans down, but to no avail. The airman was taken into custody, and at midday, the local Nazi Party official had the airman transferred via bus to the Wehrmacht Arsenal office in neighboring Glinde. Here, after a short discussion between the Army Arsenal commander and the head of the local Volkssturm, so the people's militia, by the name Heinrich Specht, Clark was either willingly or at best indifferently handed over to the Volkssturm, despite being protected by the Geneva Convention. Specht, who's been overheard to say, "I know exactly what to do with these gangsters, liquidate them," then ordered his 3 subordinates to take Clark out of the basement cell and escort him to a nearby train station for a supposed delivery back to the Luftwaffe HQ. After marching for about 30 minutes, on a deserted stretch of the path, Zima, one of the escorts, told the others to stop, raised his rifle, and shot Clark through the back of his head. He received a packet of cigarettes to calm his nerves prior to the crime. In order to cover up the murder, the dead airman was quickly buried in an unnamed grave. He tried to escape, Seymour later claimed. After the war, in summer 1946, the 3 escorts, Specht, and the Army Arsenal commander were all put on trial by the United Nations War Crimes Commission at what became to be known as the Curiohausprozesse. Executioner Heinrich Zima, a loyal Nazi Party member, cowardly hanged himself in his cell shortly after the trial began. The 2 other escorts, as well as the Wehrmacht colonel, were acquitted, innocent of the crime. Only Specht, who secretly ordered the prisoner to be shot, was convicted to 10 years in prison. He died prior ever serving his sentence. In parallel to the trial, the Royal Air Force went about searching for their missing airmen. Using various witness reports, the process of elimination and dental records, they were able to find and identify Clark's body in June 1946. Finally, the family was informed of the tragic truth, for he has been marked as missing in action ever since his airplane did not return back to base a year prior. Clark's father, responding to details of the murder of his eldest son, coldly remarked, "I did wish to know the facts, and the details are such as to prove the 1916 saying that the only good Hun is a dead one." It wasn't until late 1948, whole 3 years after the shooting down of PB 958, that the crew was finally reunited. They lay one beside another, among many of the other few, at the Hamburg-Oostdorf Cemetery, where their final resting place will continue to be maintained for all time. Thank you, and lest we forget.
Vielen Dank, Julian Peter, für diesen Vortrag.
Thank you, Julian Peter, for this presentation, which showed the brutality that was a part of this war for the people that were involved. And the idea of humanity by the Nazis, what that could mean for people who actually required help. And instead of being treated as prisoners of war, these rules didn't apply to them. And lives were destroyed because of it. We are now going to hear the final presentation by David Nichols, who is the son of the former prisoner of war in Stalag Luft 1, a doctor, Captain Martin Nichols. So he's going to tell his father's story.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. And thank you, all of you who stayed behind the very bitter end of this very entertaining day. Martin Nichols was my father. He arrived in Stalag Luft 1 on the 5th of January 1943. Thank you. 2 weeks before his 33rd birthday, after a 28-hour freezing train journey involving 6 changes, he was alone apart from a single armed guard, a countryman who had never been to a big city before. Crossing Berlin between stations, they got lost. My father had never been to Berlin before either, but he remembered the street map in his old Baedeker and managed to help out, and they found their way safely. Unlike the other prisoners in this Luftwaffe camp, mostly, of course, airmen who had been shot down, my father was an army officer and had been a prisoner of war since being captured on the 29th of May 1940, a few desperate kilometers short of Dunkirk. His hot war had been short but ferocious. A trained neurosurgeon, he was the junior of 2 surgeons in the British Army's first mobile neurosurgical unit, a modern, fully equipped creation of the RAMC, which it was hoped would improve survival from battlefield head wounds. The unit had arrived in France on the 10th of May, but was very soon being swept back by the Blitzkrieg in the fighting retreat towards Dunkirk. For the last 4 days, they were working on as general surgeons in the 10th Casualty Clearing Station in the village school at Krombeek, operating on the hundreds of severely wounded men. When the rearguard of the British Expeditionary Force passed through on the night of 28th of May, my father was spotted outside by members of his old unit, who offered him a lift to Dunkirk beaches. He had already been ordered to stay behind with the 800 wounded men, however, and had to refuse. The entire CCS was taken prisoner the next day. It was to be 3 long months after the missing in action telegram before his family knew if he was alive or dead, and 5 years before he saw his wife and baby daughter again. After a hellish few weeks marching across Belgium, sleeping in the open with little food, no sanitation, he and his companions were shipped up the Rhine in a coal barge. My father's barge contained 2,000 prisoners crammed below decks, mostly French colonial troops, and all of them with dysentery. After a few months spent in Schloss Spangenberg here, the medics were sent separately to various POW hospitals in Thuringia, where they could work, looking after wounded prisoners, first British and then all other nationalities. This lasted about 2 years. The main problem, boredom, was kept at bay, among other things, by giving lectures on all manner of subjects. He said he was prepared to lecture on any subject as long as the audience had no textbooks to check his facts. Now, my father had a temper, and my mother feared it would get him into terrible trouble. But long before he reached Stalag Luft 1, he had perfected his approach to his captors. This was to be friendly, but to insist on being treated with respect, and he would invoke the terms of the Geneva Convention as often as necessary, particularly to guards that he considered to be Nazi sympathizers. Interestingly, under the Geneva Convention, medical officers were considered to be non-competent, and therefore they were not actually prisoners of war. This principle, they were called detained personnel and entitled to special rights. This principle now was invariably unknown to the guards, and as he admitted, it was hard to take seriously when looking through a barbed wire fence. But he might reprimand any Unteroffizier who failed to salute him, for example, although he would admit he always knew when not to push his luck too far. On arrival in Stalag Luft 1, he found he was the only medical officer containing a couple of hundred RAF airmen with a rudimentary sick bay, no equipment, and at that time virtually nothing for him to do. Nevertheless, he felt the camp was a great improvement in anything I've experienced so far. He was housed in the existing sick bay and wrote, "I have a fine little room with a stove. This map," oh, what happened there? Back. I'm not getting the winker to work. This map shows the original South Compound camp and the hospital in relation to the Luftwaffe officers' mess on the top right here. First, the huge camp expansion to the north was in the future. First favourable impressions were confirmed when later in January he was invited by the commandant, Oberst Scherer, second from the left there, to attend an evening variety show in the German officers' mess. He wrote to my mother that his hosts were very pleasant, particularly two of the Luftwaffe medical officers. At first, the sick bay was not busy, but with only a handful of sick men, my father, bored and desperate to keep up to date, wrote to Professor Tunis, who was chief of neurosurgery in Berlin, asking to be sent the latest German neurosurgical journals to keep him up to date. Needless to say, this never happened, but the hope comforted my father a lot at the time, as did the arrival of these photographs of my sister, last seen as a tiny baby. On the evening of Easter Sunday, 1943, my father was again invited to the German officers' mess, this time for a musical evening. Scherer was a cultured man, an amateur chamber musician, and may have learned that my father was the son of a professional viola player. 5 other officers were present, and a rare sighting for a POW, a young woman. Among the officers was the Abwehr officer von Miller to Echolz. Records of Brahms, Bach, and Hindemith were played. Seizing the opportunity at an interval, my father went back to his room in the sick bay, collected records of music by Elgar, Gounod, and Gershwin, and rushed back to them to the musical evening to uphold Allied honour. It's a true story, and he was invited back. This is the invaluable Ausweis, which allowed him to circulate throughout the camp compounds. It required the giving of parole, but medical officers, of course, could not think of escaping. So clearly, the lot of a captured medical officer was very different from that of the ordinary officer-prisoner. He worked in his own profession, he had more contact with the German officers. In camps, he was able to circulate freely with his fellow prisoners. There were occasional opportunities to get out on business under escort. And in the POW hospitals, he could mix with many other nationalities. He actually said it was a university of life, and if it had been only for 1 year long, he would have enjoyed it. In May 1943, the camp was expanding, and an airman, possibly from the crew of this Hampton bomber, here we go. The crew of this Hampton bomber presented with severe abdominal pain, which my father diagnosed as acute appendicitis, the first major surgical emergency he'd seen in the camp. The request for the patient to be transferred to a hospital outside was refused by the most senior German office doctor, who believed the man was malingering. Convinced that he had peritonitis, though, my father, in discussion with a sympathetic junior Luftwaffe officer, Dr. Günther Obst, standing on the left, made the decision that he must operate himself. Without proper instruments, this must have been hair-raising. The anaesthetist was a rear gunner, the operating assistant was a navigator, the sister was a Spitfire pilot, and the retractors were made from a bucket handle and a poker. The operation was successfully carried out and a life-threatening gangrenous appendix removed, and the patient made a remarkable recovery. This was the start of a warm friendship with Dr. Obst, as they found they shared many common interests. He'd been at the musical evening with his fiancée. Thereafter, they saw a lot of each other and became great friends. Unfortunately, Dr. Obst got into serious trouble with the authorities over the issue. My father remembered being in the office with Günther, who was no Nazi, as he was being screamed at down the telephone by a superior. As the number of prisoners in the camp increased, so did demand for his services. There were now more and more US airmen. The acute surgical problems now included shrapnel wounds, nerve injuries, burns, fractures, and sports injuries, as shown here. Sometime around late 1943, a joint Luftwaffe and RAF party, including my father, who had been begging for more resources, went out to an empty hospital somewhere in the vicinity, I don't know exactly where, and borrowed, in inverted commas, vital equipment to furnish the camp hospital, including a proper operating table, lights, and even an X-ray unit. Proper instruments were then obtained, mainly from the Swedish Red Cross. In August, Dr. Obst took his new wife and invited my father on parole to go to the Marienkirche to hear him play Bach on the famous Buchholz organ. This made a very deep impression on my father, but also a deep impression on Ruth, who, I'm told, never forgot the precious bar of Red Cross chocolate that slipped into her hand as they listened. An important part of the duty of medical officers was to prepare lists of potential candidates for submission to the International Repatriation Commission. One such delegation is seen here. The important thing, he said, was to be very careful not to abuse the process and risk more refusals by exaggerating claims. Prisoners were very adept at dissembling. A small syringe of sugar solution in a trouser pocket, for example, for injecting into a urine sample to give the impression of diabetes, was tried. When cases were accepted, there was great celebration, but to his chagrin, it became obvious that he himself was never going to be repatriated. In December 1943, the medical team was expanded when John Smythe appeared in the middle of the back row there. My father immediately recognized him as a useful colleague, and he wrote to my mother, "A West African RAF officer has arrived, a good fellow, very intelligent and keen. I've asked him to work with me. He's interesting and should prove a pleasant assistant. He is 6'5" and a cricketer." That was the important point. Here's other members of the surgical team at that time with my father in the middle. In February 1944, there could be 50 patients a day presenting at sick parade. My father drew up plans for expanding the hospital and formally asked for more medical help. At the end of the month, Colonel Hankey arrived and became the senior medical officer, took over the dentistry and the admin duties, while my father concentrated on surgery. The new hospital, on the left there, was opened, but my father remained in the old hospital with the surgical cases. Here's the two hospitals. In the foreground here is the old hospital, and there further along is the new hospital, and that is the cooler on the right. A great improvement was the supply by the Swedish YMCA of linoleum to cover the theatre floorboards. He said before, one didn't operate when the wind was in the east, as Baltic sand would spout up through the cracks in the floorboards and get everywhere. Several American POWs have written vivid accounts of their experiences as surgical patients in the old camp hospital, all in grateful terms, but these make quite scary reading. Around this time, Oberst Scherer and the senior Luftwaffe team disappeared, said to have been sent to Stettin under some sort of cloud, possibly for having been too friendly with the prisoners. Unfortunately, Dr. Obst also vanished, possibly to Stettin for the same reason, although he had also become quite unwell. The Scherer my father describes seems to be quite unlike the brutal Nazi, in inverted commas, described by Zemke in his book. Indeed, he appears to be a reasonable, strict but fair officer doing his best. Von Miller, the Abwehr officer, was another. My father certainly did not trust him, but he thought him quite an engaging individual. He may even have been the unnamed Abwehr officer he described in lectures later, climbing in through his room window in the evenings for a cup of Red Cross coffee and chocolate for his children. In 1945, things turned much worse. Letters stopped, and also, crucially, Red Cross parcels. A new commandant took over. Starvation loomed. Then there came the tragic deaths of two prisoners shot by guards from outside the wire during an air raid. One was shot in the head. The other survived after emergency nephrectomy, which is a mark of the remarkably high standard of care then being achieved. These case notes of the latter were the only ones my father kept after the war. The Luftwaffe garrison departed westward during the night of the 1st of May, leaving over 9,000 prisoners and the camp gates open. The KZ near the 8th Air Base was, I believe, discovered shortly after the POWs first ventured outside and explored the area. He said that all the medical staff in the camp were involved in trying to help the unfortunate inmates, but many were beyond help. My father never mentioned the KZ and its starving survivors to us children at all, or in print in any more detail than I've just indicated. But he did write, "We also had some remarkable additions to our medical work, for each day there was a queue of women, often with prams, coming to consult us, their own doctors having decamped when the guards left. I delighted in my general practice in the neighbouring town of Barth, where we had a round every day, and I even had the opportunity of conducting a maternity case." I wonder if there's anyone present today who was born in the second week of May 1945. No. 5 young women, civilian interpreter censor staff, had been left behind in the camp when the guards left. These are the women who did this sort of thing, scoring through your letters. But the consequence is that they knew pretty much the personal lives of all the prisoners. With Russian forces approaching rapidly, they had been taken into the camp hospital for their own safety, under the protection of Father Charlton, the padre, my father, and Colonel Hankey. The arrival of the Russian forces for the ex-prisoners was fairly calm, but involved some serious compulsory drinking with their officers. My father described intermittently popping into a room where the senior Russian and Allied officers were toasting each other, as he said, just to see which wing commander had slid under the table. This Russian phrase guide is very interesting. The best one is at the bottom. Nie strzelajcie, don't shoot. When the air evacuation of the prisoners of Stalag Luft 1 began on the 12th of May, the sick, wounded and medical staff were among the first to go. Smuggled aboard were the 4 censor girls disguised as nurses. So in landing in England a few hours later, these girls were handed over to the Red Cross, and my father would later boast that at least he came home with 4 young women as spoils of war. Martin Nichols returned to his family to put the war, and he thought Stalag Luft 1 behind him forever. His interrupted career in neurosurgery restarted, and in 1948 he was appointed the first neurosurgeon in Aberdeen, where he said the creation of a new neurosurgical department was nothing to someone who had created a hospital in a wartime prison camp. In 1972, he was honoured with the presidency of the Society of British Neurological Surgeons, seen here in Oxford. Postscript: Stalag Luft 1 was to crop up again in his life again very soon, however. In September 1945, he received an unexpected letter from Germany. The 4 censor girls had tracked him down. The letter was full of news of their adventures and full of gratitude for their erstwhile captors. In the months since, they had been working as nurses in a British hospital for wounded German prisoners in Ostend, but had now returned home to their astonished parents. Then, around Christmas 1945, a letter came from the eastern zone of Germany in Halle. It was the first confirmation that Günther Obst had survived the war, and the first mention of his little son Thomas. It was clear very early on that things were very difficult for Günther as head of the eye department in Halle. His health was failing, he was unwell. Like everywhere else, there were serious shortages of essentials, and my parents sent as many parcels as they could. His family home had been taken over, but more sinister were his tales of neighbours disappearing after night visits from plainclothes police cars. Over the next 2 years, my father became increasingly alarmed at the tone of Günther's letters. He even appealed to the Foreign Office in London, asking if anything could be done to help his friend. The crisis for Günther came when he was informed by a relative that 2 of his junior colleagues in the eye department in Halle, SED members, were planning to denounce him as politically unreliable. On the left here is a letter that Günther wrote after he escaped to the west alone, disguised as a farmer in the Harz Mountains. And this letter came later, naming his 2 persecutors. He wanted somebody to know their names in case something happened to him. 5 months later, his wife and son were able to join him in the West. My father then tried to arrange a job for him in the UK, writing to numerous agencies asking for help. And they all said, "We'd love to, but I'm sorry, you better try somebody else." Only when Dr. Obst's health had seriously worsened did it appear that a post might be available for him in the eye department in Aberdeen. But by that time, it was too late, and he was too ill to move even for a holiday. In 1952, my parents went on holiday to Switzerland, and on the way met up with Ursula Kreutzberg and Irma Schmidt, 2 of the censor girls who he'd spirited out of Germany. And he remained in touch with them for the rest of his life. I can remember meeting Ursula's mother myself in 1959 and being astonished as a child at the way this old lady seemed to revere my dad. They were also able to visit Günther Obst in hospital, a sad visit, and shortly after arriving home, they received word that he had died a few days after their visit. So 10 years passed. In 1962, another unexpected letter arrived, this time from Frankfurt. Thomas Obst, now a teenager, had found a box full of my father's letters in the attic. That summer, an 18-year-old Thomas made the journey that his father could never make and arrived to stay with us in Aberdeen. There's his hat being held up. And this was the start of a lifelong friendship. So in fact, for the last 63 years, he has really been part of our family. And this, for us in the next generation, has been the lasting legacy of Stalag Luft 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution, which shows how people can cross borders and how friendship can be formed across borders. Now we have the opportunity for some more questions. Any questions to the speakers of this last section? And Mr. Schulz had a question. In the meantime, I want to see if there are any other questions. Doesn't look like it. Now, Mr. Schulz has a question to all of you. He's asking for your help.
Thank you. In the last coffee break, I had a spontaneously idea. I want to catch the opportunity to ask you, the audience, about a crew, about him. This is William F. Klein, the second, a co-pilot of the American Maid. I did a lot of research, just like Julian, on this B-17 bomber that crashed beside my home village in northern Germany, just a few kilometers west from Flensburg. And so I found out he became a prisoner here, and I got in touch with 6 or now 7 of the crew's families, and became good friend with his son, William III, his daughter, Sarah Jane, and his brother, Uncle Pete. He is still alive. So now I had the idea, I have a photo of his YMCA book, and he was drawing his room in his barracks with all the names of the other in his room. And my thought was, maybe coincidentally, here is one in this room who is a relative to one of these names. Can you identify any name you are familiar with? I have also 2 sheets with the exact addresses and hometowns William noted in his book. And the other page, can you read it? It's hard to see, yeah. I can read the names. Yes, so on this page we have George F. Pirro, Myron B. Koth of Wisconsin, or what is this? West Ellis. So Mr. Pirro was of New York. So then we have Charles E. Fowler from Oklahoma, Muskogee. Lee E. McDuff, John C. Woodle, Milton Abernathy, Robert L. Erb, Stanley A. Dolgan, Kenneth D. Adams, Gregory G. Montreal, sounds French, and Vincent A. Marcus. The other page? The page before, yeah. There we have Detmers from Michigan, Crank, John L. Sullivan, John P. H. Hill, James P. Roberts, Lorenzo Espinosa, Warren H. Neville, Dennis Ton, and Harvey G. Greenup, as I can read. So I think nobody is here. Would have been too nice. Thank you for your attention.
Das war jetzt ja gar nicht in der Kürze der Zeit so schnell vielleicht mitzuschreiben oder zu gucken. Ich setze vielleicht eine Idee ist, mit Kimberly Geis in Verbindung zu treten und dort im Museum nachzuschauen. Vielleicht gibt es da eine Möglichkeit, auf einige der Namen zu stoßen. Also das wäre auch noch eine Möglichkeit. Ja, unsere Tagung hat gezeigt, dass wir gemeinsam erinnern, auch vielleicht noch neue Informationen zutage fördern, hier die Dokumentationsstätte, den Förderverein unterstützen können mit Informationen, mit Objekten, mit Geschichten. Für mich persönlich war es heute ein ganz bewegender Tag mit diesen ganzen vielen unterschiedlichen Geschichten, die gezeigt haben, dass dieser schreckliche Krieg die Biografien von Menschen ganz stark verändert hat, in einem positiven Sinne, manche glückliche Geschichten, aber auch viele traurige Geschichten, die vielleicht nochmal auch die Verbindung ganz an den Anfang des Tages knüpfen, die auch erzählen, wie dünn dieses Eis von Zivilisation ist, auf dem wir uns bewegen. Und dass wir dafür Sorge tragen müssen, dass dieses Eis nicht bricht, ja, dass es erhalten bleibt, dass wir gemeinsam in einer friedlichen Welt leben können. Das ist, glaube ich, eine Botschaft, auch die von diesem Tag und von unserer Veranstaltung ausgeht. Und dass wir uns darum kümmern müssen, dass die nachwachsenden Generationen diese Sprache, sozusagen diese Form des Erinnerns auch lernen, damit sie Dinge eben nicht vergessen, vielleicht als eine Warnung, als eine Mahnung, dass sich schreckliche Dinge nicht wiederholen dürfen. Sie wiederholen sich, so hat es den Anschein. Aber wir tragen Verantwortung in unserem Kreis, zu schauen, was wir tun können, damit es sich nicht wiederholt. Und die Geschichten haben heute auch gezeigt, wie Menschen auf diese Vergangenheit stoßen, sei es in der Schule, sei es am Wohnort, wo man unterwegs ist und auf ein Schild trifft und nachforscht, oder ist es ein Förderverein, der hier sich darum kümmert, dass die Geschichte nicht vergessen wird. Sei es der Bodendenkmalpfleger, ja, es gibt sehr viele unterschiedliche Aktivitäten, um an diese Geschichten und an diese Biografien zu erinnern. Ich finde, dieser Tag war eine Aufforderung, da nicht locker zu lassen und daran festzuhalten. In diesem Sinne möchte ich mich persönlich bei allen bedanken, die hier gesprochen haben, uns teilnehmen lassen haben an ihren Geschichten, an ihren familiären Schicksalen oder an den Geschichten, die sie erforscht haben. Vielen herzlichen Dank dafür. Und ich bedanke mich bei allen, die die Veranstaltung gefördert haben, die das Geld gegeben haben, damit wir hier auch gut versorgt werden. An alle, die hier sich bemüht haben, dass es funktioniert, dass wir uns verstehen. Herzlichen Dank an die Dolmetscherin hier in der Kabine. Herzlichen Dank an die Technik-Crew hier im Haus. Die jede Idee von Referenten pünktlich auf den Bildschirm gebracht haben, sei es die Musik, sei es die Bilder oder die Objekte, die hier gezeigt wurden. Und wer nachschauen will, kann das auf einem YouTube-Kanal der Stadt, glaube ich, der Stadt Barth kann sozusagen diese Veranstaltung nochmal sehen, wenn er etwas nachforschen will, sich nochmal vergegenwärtigen möchte, was erzählt wurde, der kann das auf dem YouTube-Kanal tun. Ansonsten ist meine Aufgabe jetzt erfüllt. Wir sind relativ pünktlich. Wie bitte? Ich hab's. Okay. I think it's a good idea to exchange email addresses, for example. Is it possible that you can do that, Dieter?
Right. First of all, we have a list of participants. including their email addresses for most of them. But for those where we don't have the email address, they are related with others whose address we have got. So I can send out this list to my collection of email addresses from you, so that you get it all. If you know that your email address is not on the list because, for example, you didn't receive this morning the link to this cloud, then please contact me and provide me with your email address, then I will add it to our list. But if there is anybody against it, please raise your hand. There's one person against, and shall we just skip your name from the list? Okay.
It's your turn. The last word.
Last words, yeah. Also from my side and from people who helped us. Thank you all. For me, it was really impressive and interesting. And I again would like to thank our helping hands, to the students from Barth, to the members of our, have some drinks, get some book presentations, and get a little concert. Okay. Yeah.
May I just ask that we all offer a round of applause to you to say thank you, Peter, for everything.
Thank you. One announcement, please give or return your headsets and the electronic stuff. Thank you.